We'll come to order. So thanks for coming in this morning. This is our annual all-day budget session to as we work on the fiscal 2012 budget. Thank you to the department heads for coming in this morning as well. We greatly appreciate that. So the starting point tonight, or this morning, is I want to go through the revenue numbers, agree as a committee what those are, as that will be our starting point to look at the individual department budgets and determine what they're where they're going to end up. So up on screen right now we have the final 2011 numbers, the estimated, our initial estimates for 2012, and in the yellow column here is the governor's budget numbers. So as we get down to the state aid section, that's where you'll see those numbers will change out to reflect the House 1 budget. So the first item to kind of go through is, as normal, kind of holding new growth at its prior year number at this point. I don't know that that's, I think that's a reasonable estimate at this point, and we can check as we kind of go further on, but I think that's a reasonable estimate at this point to take it 300,000. So that leaves us with about 60,437,000. We then have the debt exclusion numbers. So those, we got an updated sheet yesterday, which I'll bring up in, as we go further on. So that's where the 3,055,000 is from. So that's our maximum allowed levy limit, 63,456,208. Local receipts I have kept at last year's numbers at this point. The one change from last year that we have is the local meal tax. I'm holding a $60,000 estimate at this point, as that's the that was the state estimate. We're currently after 2 quarters this in fiscal 11, we're actually at 60,000. Until we've gone through a full year to understand exactly where that number nets, I'm more comfortable in being conservative with that number. I don't know how the committee feels. If the committee feels that 60,000 is a good number to be conservative with, or to move that up.
I vote for being conservative.
Okay.
Well, I vote too, but we've already hit the 60,000, right?
Right. But it's hard to tell what that number should be at this point. You know, you could argue, is it 120,000? Is it 100,000? Is it, you know, 80,000? Because we haven't gone through a full year, and the numbers for last year were partial because we started as of April 1, so we only collected a partial set for the end of 2000 for the end of fiscal 10. So it's unclear as to what the actual number should be. So,
Question.
yes.
The partial that we collected, I know it said, you say there's a collected number and then there's an actual number, what it actually came out to be. What was that coming from? It was so been April to the end of the year. So what was that number last year?
So the original DOR estimate was 53,000 for Milton. In June, we collected, which covered the April and May periods, but mostly May, was just under 10,000. And the state then provided a special July distribution to kind of make up the rest of that year of 10,000, just about 11,000. So it's very hard at this point to tell what's the last 2 quarters going to be. Are they going to track closer to our September and December distributions of somewhere between 20 and 30,000? Are they going to be lower? Are they going to be higher? It's sort of it's very unclear. So that's where I'm more comfortable with taking a number that the state is comfortable with, is using for our revenue, than kind of guessing up from that. I think next year's budget will be easier to manage because we'll have a full year's worth of that
Right.
estimate. Yes, Tom?
Two questions, Ewan. Number one is, do we have, I don't know if we have any, the town accountant here or not, but, do we have any idea how motor vehicle excise is tracking compared to, for FY11, compared to, our estimated FY11 numbers? And secondly, would be trash stickers, same question.
Okay. So I do see the town accountant is here.
We don't have the monthly tracking.
So I guess the,
We sent out more excise tax bills this year. Yesterday, we sent them out, and there was 18,551 excise tax bills in the first commitment. Last year, we sent about 25,000 out for all the commitments.
in terms of dollars, do we know what that is or not?
It was 33.3 million.
Okay. So then you'd say that 2.9 million is a reasonable estimate?
Yeah.
Okay. Same with the trash stickers, is that a reasonable estimate, Kevin, you think?
Yes.
Okay.
Was it 900,000?
Yes, 900,000, yep. So, state aid. As I say, the middle column E, which is sort of purpley pink on the screen there, is our initial estimate for 12, and the yellow is the governor's estimate for 12 across the state aid numbers. So we were holding last year's number of 5.4 for Chapter 70. The governor's budget has 5.5 million. Charter reimbursements, we're holding last year's. The governor's was about 13,000 lower. The school lunch we were holding last year's. The governor's about 5,000 higher. Unrestricted, we were holding last year's. The governor's was about 200,000 less. And we're fairly close on the other items within general aid. What we were doing from our estimate was taking a 10% reduction. Sorry, yes?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can we just go back to the motor vehicle,
Sure.
motor vehicle excise for a second? I think you had 2.9 up there.
I have 2.9, yep.
I think 2.7 is probably the more reasonable number
Okay.
Yeah, I was throwing in the interest of penalties on that.
on that year.
Oh, I wish it was that.
Yeah.
Be nice. Thank you.
So we were initially holding about a 10% cut in state aid, which would bring us to about just over 8 million in state aid. The governor's budget has us about 8.8 million, which is kind of a net, just around about 200,000 difference between what we had last year and what the governor's forecasting. So I suspect the number is somewhere between the governor's forecast and our 10%. So our starting point, I think, is to kind of agree on where we should take that number from. I think it's my own kind of feeling from kind of looking at where things are and what was in the governor's proposals and what's likely to pass is that it'll be somewhere closer to about 5% reduction rather than 10. But I think that's our starting point, is to agree where which state aid number we should take. So I'll now for discussion with the committee.
I would tend to agree that 5% is probably a reasonable, I mean, nobody knows obviously, but I think based upon the past couple of years, the governor's has painted a more rosy picture than what has ultimately come to pass, so I think we're safer off going with something less. I would be willing to make a motion to reduce the estimated state aid by 5% from what the governor's estimate is.
Okay, so we have a motion to reduce our estimate of state aid reduction to 5% from 10%.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion seconded. Open for discussion. Leroy?
I think that's going a little too far, particularly at this point in the day. I think that it is probably less than 10, but I think 5 is, I think going a little too far. I might suggest a friendly amendment of 7.5.
How much?
7.5%
7.5.
reduction, rather than 5%.
So
Accept that?
a larger reduction.
Yes, assuming that at least at this point in our day and at this point in our discussion. The way that I'm looking at this with meals tax assumptions, state aid reduction is, let's see what the gap is. If at the end of the day, we need some money on the revenue side, then we might be a little less, or more willing to take a risk on what our estimates are. But at this point, I think that's going a little bit too far.
He's saying full back.
Tom?
Yeah, let me think for a second. I mean, I honestly think 7% is high, but, I'd be willing to make a friendly amendment to go 6. But I think 7.5% is too high, I really do. Yeah.
Why, Tom?
Because we didn't come close to hitting 10% last year. Yeah, even though we did have a 10% in there, it ultimately did come out closer to 4 or 5
Right,
last year.
4 and a quarter, I think, 4 and 3/4.
So I would entertain, like I said, 6. If you want to make that friendly amendment.
That's not my friendly amendment.
Okay, no, I'll accept it then.
It's not friendly anymore.
Darnell?
Quick question. I'm trying to run back and see if I can calculate faster than I can. What are we looking at in raw dollars? And when we're looking at those numbers, that 2%, 3%, what are we looking at in raw dollars? Because I think that might.
Well, 440,000 would be 5%.
Right.
7.5 would be.
Is about 600,000.
About 600,000. That's a big number.
660 compared to, yeah.
Almost a
So
disadvantage
we're
of
talking
being
about-
in Southern.
Well, it's just less money to appropriate, that's all.
7.5 would be 673. Mike?
I fall more into Leroy's camp, because if we think the reasonable number is 5%, and we think the outside number is 10%, seems to me if we want to be conservative, especially at this point of the day, a number around 7 or 7.5 is a little bit more reasonable.
Jean?
I just agree, I'd rather be more conservative, but I don't particularly have the background here, but
Okay, so
definitely.
do we have a motion to, Tom, you're not accepting a 7?
No, so we may as well just vote
Okay.
this one and then
Okay.
it goes
Well,
down.
we have okay. Well, we have a motion to amend your motion, I believe. Was that made in second?
Second, second.
Was.
Yep. So, to get a motion to amend the state aid reduction to 7.5%. All those in favor?
Just
And
a
that's-
point of order,
No.
don't we have to?
Yeah, the vote-
You can't amend something that hasn't
Right.
passed yet.
The vote is,
So I think we have to vote,
the vote is 5%.
5%,
yeah,
sorry.
we have to vote
Yes.
that first, I think.
Yep. So, all those in favor on 5% reduction? Opposed? Abstentions, so 5% fallen. So we have a motion on the table for 7.5%.
But we don't have a motion yet. I move that, that we revise the estimated state aid reduction to 7.5%.
And we have second? Motion made and seconded for 7.5%. All those in favor?
Do you have questions for that?
I think we've discussed it thoroughly, but do you want to discuss it further?
No, I just, what, are we tying our hands too early in the morning? 'Cause we've been looking at a lot of these numbers for a while now, and maybe 5's too low. But are we tying our hands early in the morning? That's the base question.
Well, we're not tying our hands until we leave here today, so we
Right.
can do, this is a thought about, we're trying to predict what the governor and
Governor's
legislature
gonna
will
get
do,
how
which
far off he's
is
gonna
not an
go.
exact
Yeah.
science.
Yeah.
And our starting point, we have to get to a point of having an agreed level of revenue to start a discussion for the next, to look at the budgets. It's entirely probable we'll come back and relook at the revenue later in the day as we can see what's going on from that side. But we have to have a good starting point from a revenue perspective.
I just want to make sure.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. So we're running at 7.5% for state aid reduction.
Ewan, are we taking the 7.5% off the yellow column or
The purple column right now. I'm going to change what the expenditure side looks at in a minute.
Okay.
So next, on other available funds, again holding last year's numbers for leash law, cemetery, about 6,000 for overlay. We then have a free cash number of 568,531. Last year's number for school building 36, and then I have in here the committee moved in 817,791 in last year's budget to the stabilization fund. The proviso for that move was to this year to take that money out to support the fiscal 12 budget. We have, I think a discussion really is do we take that whole number out at this point to go through as our support number for the budget, knowing that as whatever that number that we take out and apply to budgets, we need to separate that application out as we're going through the departmental budgets. Or do we take out less than the 800,000? So that's kind of where our discussion point, I think, is at this one. So I'll throw that open for discussion to the committee as far as do we take the whole number out at this point or some number less than that?
What's the total balance in the stabilization fund?
It would be, I think it was 1.5 plus the 800,000, so 2.4. 2.3. Yes.
Did we have a choice? Because I thought we had kind of divvied it 250, 250, 300.
As far as the
250 for the snow, 250 for the.
so that's
law.
on the free cash side.
Oh, okay. That's not this.
Right.
one.
So the free cash number is will be applied against the additions to the reserve fund and also snow and ice.
Okay.
So that will essentially wash out when we get to the expenditure side for those numbers. So as I say, we put away that 817,791 specifically for this fiscal year. So I think we, in my personal opinion, we take that money out now and work with it. And if we need less than that, then we ultimately look at taking less than the 800,000 out, but we start with that format. John, you had a question?
No, just a comment saying, I think it would be cleaner to take the entire amount out and then, come up with a policy, whether we want to put money back in. I know we had discussed this earlier in a prior meeting.
Yep. Any other comments? Mo?
I'd personally rather see us not use the entire amount of money, given what we're hearing about next year and the risk of trying to put it back in. I think is a greater risk. The chances of it getting back in are probably slim once we take the whole amount out. And to leave that amount at zero going into next year, I think is a dangerous precedent.
It's not zero though, is it?
Stabilization fund won't be zero.
Right.
We're just taking the amount that we put away last year back out again.
And how does the balance in the stabilization fund compare to other prior years? The 1.5.
It's about the same. So we, in prior years, we've not really had the ability to add money to the stabilization fund, which I think it's, to John's point, as we've been discussing, looking at a policy position of moving the stabilization fund appropriations from being kind of being an optional item to being a required, basically moving it to being more of a bill, as far as always applying a percentage of revenue to that going forward. That's not been the case historically. So there are some years that no money at all has been added to it, others that 10,000 or 50,000 has been added. Last year was really the first time that a substantial amount had been added, but it was purely for this year, as there wasn't really a mechanism to keep that money for this year other than putting it into the stabilization fund. Tom?
Yeah, I'm more in favor of taking the whole amount out for a couple of reasons. Number one, I think it would be disingenuous. We went into town meeting last year indicating that that's what we were going to do with it. We really should abide by what we said. Number two is, you know, we have proposed a policy going forward of funding stabilization funds. I think that's a sound policy. So it's not like, again, there's no guarantee the town meeting will vote that, but I think presented properly and rationally, I think they will. So, and what little money we might, because we are going to need most of this money this year anyways. So, you know, what little money you might be able to put back in, I don't think is going to really do much for FY 13. So,
All right.
I agree with I agree with Mo, but I also agree with Tom. I think that, and reason number one is reason enough. I think that's what we said we were going to do, so I think that's what we should do.
Okay. Do you have a motion on?
So moved.
Okay, so
Do
we have a
well,
motion to take
do we need a motion?
for this one, it's to take $817,791
Oh, okay.
dollars out of the stabilization fund to fund appropriations for
So
fiscal
moved.
12.
second?
Okay, so we have a motion made and seconded. Any discussion? No.
Just to reiterate on Tom's point, that if, I'm all right with what Tom said, but I think we, you know, obviously we do need to make it clear that we want to put money back in, and that our intent should be a motion to town meeting to let them decide what that amount is, but, you know, moving forward, we do need to put money into that fund.
Absolutely.
So, any other further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. So that's our revenue number for fiscal 12 at this point
You-
at $79,659,772.
Do we have a secretary?
We do.
We do?
No.
Who is it? Oh. Congratulations.
Am I getting paid?
Yep, same
Yeah,
salary. as
same amount we get
what you
paid.
do.
So $79,659,772 is going to be our revenue number for going forward. Okay. So let me just make sure that we point at the right number.
Do we know who's second?
Okay, so that leaves us in round numbers about just over a little over $1 million in revenue above level dollar funding. So we have, so the sheet at this point has all of the department requests. Just bring this up. Yes, Tom?
I'm sorry, just on the same page with you.
Yep.
Your state aid reduction was how much? The 7.5%?
7.5%.
Was what dollar?
673,884.
84, and our net revenue number is 79,859,243?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's 79,659, 772.
Well, I
With
have
the motor vehicle excise is 2.7.
Oh, that's where, okay, yeah, okay.
What was the bottom, Tom?
It's,
79,
79, 659, 772.
thank you.
So we've received all of the department budgets at this point. And for the most part, they're all at level dollar with fiscal 11. The sheet has those budgets that are above level dollar, which are our normal expected ones of health insurance and so forth. So we'll take a quick run through that, but basically the number we're working with is about just over $1 million in excess that we have to appropriate. So I know that we have a couple of department heads that have to leave early. So what I would propose is we take those department heads first to discuss their budgets as we're going through. Any objections at this point? Okay. Jim, do you want to come up?
Sure. Where would you like me?
So, thanks for coming in this morning. So, just to introduce you, it's...
Yeah, I'm Jim McAuliffe, I'm the town treasurer. And let me just...
So we have your budget requests at level dollar from 2011, so that's at 312,343. Now we went through your budget a week or so ago. I think I don't know if you want to just kind of give a quick recap of some of the areas of concern in your budget for fiscal 12.
Okay, I'll just give you a quick rundown, just different things we did this year. And with the help of the school department, we got a lot of these school payables online. They've been doing a great job with that. This year, we also put the water bills online with the help of the water department, and that saves the lockbox costs. They charge per item. The more people that go online and do that, they'll keep the cost down for the water department. The water department also jumped up the lien 6 months on the water bills, so they take it, they lean it over to the real estate bill, that way I get to collect it. And I've been using, I've been sending a lot of electronic files out to CoreLogic, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase. They get the information. They don't want to be on the hook for these payments, so they'll pay it up, they go back after the taxpayer. So it does move it up. We get the money in, it's in the bank gaining interest. We had our first foreclosure on Thursday, first foreclosure hearing, and the person that we went after owed the town $300,000. We got a finding. The man has 4 months to come up with the money, or the town gets the house. So we'll either get $300,000 at the end of 4 months by the man selling his house, or we put it into foreclosure. We take possession of the house. We can auction it off. Whatever we get at the auction, the town gets. So if he owes us 3, we get it for 3, we sell for 5, the town will get $500,000 back. So it's a good use of taxpayers' money, because with tax title money, whatever we put in, using that money for attorneys, for fees, for filings, that is put on the bill for the taxpayer. We do get that back. Although it doesn't get back to my budget, it goes back to the general fund with 16% interest. So it is a good investment with tax title. We also, this year, the selectmen just voted, we're going to increase the excise tax demand fees from $5 to $10. And that's on excise tax. If you don't pay the excise tax bill, we have to do another mailing. And it used to be $5 fee. We jumped it up to $10. We found a little bit of a pattern where 15 to 20% of the excise tax bills that we send out that are not paid are actually from people that don't live in the town, that are registering their cars in the town for insurance purposes. The problem with that is we're sending bills out to fictitious addresses. They're getting kicked back to us, so it takes a greater effort to collect that money. So we're going after those particular people. I mean, they're wasting our time, they're wasting my stamp money to make these collections, so we jumped that up from $5 to $10. That should bring in an estimated $25,000 more in revenue for this year. Also, in the coming year, we have a few things going on, trying to cut down again on postage. I've been working with Unibank. They have a program, it's called a bill opt-out that they're working on, and what that will do is, if you're used to paying your bills online, you use Unibank to pay the bills. They'll send you an email stating that the bill's due. Instead of sending an actual paper bill out, you can have an opt-out. You can hit that button saying you don't want a paper bill anymore. It saves us postage. For each time somebody opts out, this should save us 88 cents per person. So it's another possible savings. I talked to the Postmaster General down at the East Milton Post Office. They believe that there's going to be a 5% increase in taxes. They're going to go up 2 cents next year. They didn't get it last year. It's going to come this year. And let's see. This year, there's a few other departments we're working on to get them online, just for the taxpayer, for people that want to sign up for Park and Rec. The Park and Rec now is looking into it. If you want to sign your kid up for basketball, just go right online. It cuts down on people going out at night and sitting down at Cunningham Hall waiting for these people to come in. They can just do it online at their own leisure. If they're at work, they got a minute, they can go in, sign the kid up. The only problem we had is they needed a counter because these programs do have a shut-off. Unibank's working right now on that, and they almost have it perfected. So that way, if you have 120 slots, you hit 120, it's going to shut the system down. All right, as far as the postage, this year we sent out, for excise tax, we sent out 27,754 bills. That's included all demand bills, all the commitments for the entire year. So it's quite a lot of bills. Real estate bills were 17,772, personal property, 591, boat tax, we sent 138 bills out. So it's a substantial number. We have to do it. By state and federal laws, I have to send these bills out. It's coming out of my budget, and it's all postage. With the 5% increase, my postage alone next year is probably going to be in the ballpark of 26,800. So I mean, that's most of my budget. That's all my expenses. The other thing, we have to buy the bills. So my budget consists of postage, buying the bills, rubber bands, paper clips, and on the odd time a calculator goes down, we have to buy a calculator. I mean, the printers, all the equipment in my office is 10, 15 years old. So we do what we can. We keep the cost down. I mean, my department, the people in my department are pretty thrifty. So if there's money in there, I mean, I do need it for postage. Also, I'd like to get some more money in the tax title work, because that money comes back, and it comes back at 16% when we finally do collect it. So it's a good investment. It's getting money to make money. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Tom? I do have one, Jim. I'm sorry, me or?
No, Tom.
Okay. You were talking about the motor vehicle excise and people registering their cars in Milton as opposed to Boston, presumably because it's cheaper for, I assume, insurance purposes. And obviously we get that revenue as opposed to Boston getting that revenue.
Yes.
You think Boston would try and wake up and collect it. But I guess my question is, correspondingly, are the Milton residents that are registering their cars elsewhere for insurance purposes, and is there any way to determine that, or is there any way to?
There's really no way to determine it, but Milton does have pretty cheap insurance as far as it goes. I mean, you're not going to go to Braintree because they have the plaza. There's a lot of stolen cars. That checks up their insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Boston has a high incident rate. It checks up their insurance. So we're one town where we don't have a large commercial base. There's not a lot of cars being parked, broken into, and stolen in the town. So our rates are fairly cheap compared to surrounding towns. And the problem with people that register their cars in town, they're not getting the bills. So what happens is after they don't pay for 2 years, we mark them at the registry, we pull the registration. Now they have to pay the bill to re-register their car. So it takes, 5 attempts at trying to collect that debt.
Yep.
So you're talking about, four actual bills going out to them, and then the deputy collector knocking on a fictitious address, saying, oh, they don't live here, thank you, and going away. So it takes a lot of effort to collect these, so that's why we jumped up the demand fee on that. You do eventually collect it, because once you mark them at the registry, it's on the permanent record. If they move to Florida, move back 20 years from now, we'll still collect that. So we do get it, but it does take the extra effort to collect that.
Any other questions? So Carolyn and then Mo.
Jim, how much roughly does the tax title work cost, and how many tax titles are you anticipating for the future?
Last year, we filed 28 tax titles, and we had the one foreclosure. It depends. I mean, the bills come out in through the year, but each tax title we file, every lien costs $80. And that's just the basic, filing the tax titles, getting them into tax title. But what happens is once you put them in tax title, the interest rate we charge the town is 14%. Once it hits tax title, it's 16%. So you're getting 16% on all the money you spent to put them in tax title. So it's on the taxpayer's dime. And what happens is I'm putting the money out there, but we're getting that money back at a 16% interest rate. So it's well worth it. I mean, it takes money to make money in that particular area, and we do get the money back.
Mo?
Jim, just on the excise tax and the out-of-town cars, is the $5 increase enough? I mean, should it have been more?
We jumped it up 5 because, again, you're hitting probably 80% of the people in town will be paying that. But it's a nice little stick that makes people aware that they should pay that bill on time, because that does go up astronomically if you don't pay it in the first time. But the state law, you can jack that up to $30, which I thought was a little high. So I mean, $10 this year, we'll see how that works, and I mean, there's wiggle room in the future if we need to go that road.
Yeah, and if it's more in-town people, I'd be inclined to keep it obviously low.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't do anything with the
But if
real
it's-
estate, because
yeah.
these people are paying real estate taxes. They obviously live in town if they're paying real estate tax, so we left it at $5.
Laurent, then
On the,
Hank.
postage, did you anticipate the postage increase in your general expenses?
Well, we had a level funded, so I couldn't include it. But last year, I had to come back for a reserve fund transfer of $500 to add to the postage. And also Kevin Clary, the retirement office, he uses our postage machine, so at the end of the year, he cut us a check for $500 to apply to postage. So I was $1,000 short last year. Kevin made up $500. I had to come back for another $500.
And if it goes up by 2 cents, what's
That's-
the gap going to be?
That's roughly another 5%.
5% on what?
On, the total,
5%
about
on
5%
18,191.
was 25,568. With the 5% is $26,833.80. So I mean, they're fixed costs. There's not much I can do to save money there. We are working on the bill opt-out. We're gonna see how that, if they can get that up and running, that could save postage on the road.
So is that 5% on your 25,000 actual or your 18?
Yeah, well, the
requested?
5% is based on, all the bills sent out this year.
Mhm.
So the figure I came up with was $26,833.80.
Hank, you had a question?
Jim, yeah, just to follow up on the, on Mo's question, what is the percentage? What are we talking about here in terms of actual people who are not residents of the town of Milton? How much of it does it make up? I mean, what are
Well,
we talking about here?
I talked to the deputy collector, and we sent over, what number did he give me? We sent out, it was roughly about 5,000 demand bills. And they went over to the deputy collector, John Riley, that we use, and he said roughly 15 to 20% was a ballpark. Because what happens when they come in and they pay him off, because we pull the registration, you have to give them their license. And he used that information to release them from the registry after he collects the funds. He said about 20% of the people walking in are giving them, licenses from not the town of Milton.
So if it is 20%, and we're only charging them $5, is that really, I mean, is it, I know you said, oh, 10, sorry, $10, is it, it's still kind of insignificant, really, right? To most of those
It is, but
folks.
it brings another 25,000 into the town.
Right, I was thinking maybe we could use something to stimulate a little more revenue.
You could jump it up more, but the problem is you got to be hitting some of the residents too. I thought it was a happy medium where it was a little bit of a stick where you get more people to pay on time, but the people out of town are going to be picking a lot of that up.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? So, if I'm hearing you correctly, where you would be looking for some additional funding if it was available is on your postage general expense line, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and then, if, I have no idea what, the contract's not settled for the 3.5 union employees they have in the office. And obviously, there's no fat in the budget
Right.
to cover that, so.
Okay. No other questions? No. Thank you for coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the work you guys do.
Okay. Next up, if I can have DPW.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks for coming in this morning.
Very well, thanks. You guys?
So, I just assume we've had, we've kind of gone through the revenue side. I know you came in to present to us several weeks ago.
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is just kind of do a quick review of your budget, and anything that's changed. I know we want to cover off on where we are with snow and ice, as far as understanding what that number needs to look like, as far as covering off that in the budget. So we'll kind of go from there. I don't know if you want to start with just a quick summary of the impacts on your budget with the level $12 budget, and then we'll go from there.
Certainly, thank you. Just for the people at home, I know the Warrant Committee and other town officials probably understand, but Public Works is actually comprised of very many elements. General Public Works, vehicular maintenance, solid waste collection, water department, and then the sewer department. And that the water department and sewer department function as enterprise funds, wholly supported, for the most part, by revenues generated by ratepayers. And the solid waste collection generates revenue to the tune of, as you saw on the revenue stream, of about $900,000 per year, which is approximately half of the cost. So the rate, the tax levy subsidy, in essence, would be 50% of the trash collection cost. All the balance of the rest of the budget is supported directly by the tax levy, and in itself is level funded as requested. Solid waste is also level funded. Water and sewer, being an operational based rate supported system, is really truly more level service funded, based on the cost of delivering water to the customer and collecting the sewage from the customer. The, with respect to the trash impact on a level funded budget, the most obvious impact is that the town is about to enter into its last year, the 5th year of a 5-year contract. And in that contract, there were specific rates set at the onset of that contract of what it would cost to collect the various items, whether it would be recycling or municipal solid waste, from the curbside on a fixed annual basis, which is broken out and billed to the town 1/12 each month. Secondary to that is a unit cost assessment per contract for the cost of disposing of the trash that is collected to various facilities, whether it's an incinerator or a landfill. And it's at the contractor's discretion where it goes. But so far, through the course of the contract, it has been a trash-to-energy plant up in Saugus, Mass. So with those specified rates, the rates have increased, as the contract you would expect, in each year. So we're in the 5th year, and all the while we're holding the cost for that department level. What that means is we have more of a challenge of doing some of the softer things that the department has done with regards to solid waste. Several years ago, the household hazardous waste collection that the town had historically provided had to be curtailed. Through the benevolence of the Warrant Committee's insight and the town meetings' support of it, we were able to reinstate the household hazardous waste collection last year, which was hugely successful. This year's budget, we're looking to keep it in place, at least at this point. But the other parts that it seems to impact is the more esoteric services we provide with trash collection. That is, the costs associated with trash collection, which is the extra collection of Christmas trees beyond the 1 week that the contract provides that my department directly has to pick up. The inevitable illegal waste disposal that occurs throughout town. And then the more routine collection of the trash receptacles in the various business districts that we do 3 days a week. And then of course, we run the recycle center 1 Saturday a month throughout the year, so 12 Saturdays a year. So for the most part, the impact of the level funded budget with solid waste is, in order to support the contractual obligations, is a diminishment of those other services that we do provide on a routine basis. They're not at the catastrophic level. The household hazardous waste, again, I said, was added in last year, and I've looked to keep it in place this year, so that's would be the only place that we could look to pare down without having an impact. But even that is an impact, because I think the more we can get the public in this community is a great conscientious community when it comes to regards to disposal of their materials properly. To not give them an outlet for household hazardous waste only causes those people to hold it in the house for an extended period of time, which is not necessarily a good thing. With regards to the impact on level service on the other departments, general public works and vehicular maintenance, the cost of fuel has increased and will continue to increase. So, and the cost of utilities would do the same. As in material supplies have increased somewhat, but not catastrophically. So as those supply costs increase, the cost of being able, the dollars available for delivering services that we've customarily delivered in the prior year get diminished as well. One way we're looking to ameliorate that impact is by filling the vacancies that exist in the department. There are currently a total of 10 vacancies in the department, 9 of which are labor-based, 1 of which is administrative. It's not unusual in a department of our size, 36 employees, to have some vacancies in any given year because of just the attrition in the rollover aspect. We're in the throes of a reorg, which looks to improve efficiencies by setting up a very logical chain of command, very logical supervisory role where there aren't as many supervisors as there are people actually providing the labor. Each work crew is a fully complemented work crew where we can be able to provide those services on a more routine basis, as opposed to having to alternatively hire contractors to do it, which is typically at a higher cost. So we'll be able to provide these services more efficiently and cost-effectively in-house. The reorg got 3 elements to it. 3 procedural matters to deal with. One is one of collective bargaining, where it does affect, one change affects the labor union, where it increases one position at W6 level and potentially could decrease one position at a W7 level. That would be budget neutral by making such a change. The second piece of it is a presentation before the Personnel Board and ultimate endorsement and approval of the Personnel Board of the new structure, and ultimately what might be changed to the salary administration plan. And lastly, of course, is an endorsement and approval by the Board of Selectmen. The plan has been evolving for a full 12 months. It's really gained momentum in the past 6 months, and there are currently ongoing discussions with the union. We haven't gotten to the point of impact bargaining yet, but there are open discussions with the labor union, and we are presenting formally before the Personnel Board on March 8th and to the Board of Selectmen shortly thereafter. By doing that, we're going to then have a workforce in place, as I said earlier, to be able to do a lot of these projects and delivery of services in-house, as opposed to deferring them or alternatively having to hire them and outsource them at a higher cost. So I think by filling the vacancies, we have the ability to enhance services as opposed to curtail services and stick within the budget constraints that we've been forced to face with the level funding. Thinking in essence, those are the impacts. If you need me to go into individual lines, I can do that. I'm not sure what level you want me to go into at this point.
I'll throw it open to the committee for question. Yep. Give me
For
a
the
good question.
DPW directly, can you just go back to the solid waste and the single stream and what your hopes are as far as implementing that?
Certainly. Again, we are currently in the 4th year of a 5-year contract. The 5th year contract would typically be the year where the town would take a step back and look at the success or the performance of the prior contract, make changes to it with a vision of where the town might want to go. One of the things where there's a potential for savings is single stream recycling. We've implemented a pilot program 2 weeks ago, wholly endorsed by the Board of Selectmen. And in a community like Milton, where we're already a strong recycling participant, in fact, number 2 in the entire state, only behind Martha's Vineyard, which is truly amazing. And the island does it by necessity, and we do it because we're conscientious. But the advantage is that most of the region, if not the country, is going towards single stream recycling. It's easier for the person at home. That's typically the motivation. By ease of participation at home, you would hope to increase your recycling rate, therefore decrease your solid waste disposal costs, and in doing so, save money. In a community like Milton, that is not usually the case. And I say that only because we have such a high participation rate. We don't have as much margin to increase recycling. We will increase it somewhat. We absolutely are making it easier for the public, so those are great advantages. But what we hope to do is look at the success of single-stream recycling in the light of what's the competition facing as we go into that new bid. What the competition is facing is if Milton continues to be dual-stream, any bidder on our new contract would have to look at dedicated fleet to support only us as opposed to their conglomeration of communities. And by having a dedicated fleet would have a capital outlay cost, and a unique maintenance cost to those trucks. They have an increased labor cost by going dual stream collecting curbside, as opposed to the labor savings by collecting it single stream. And at the end, where the recycled materials are disposed at the Avon MRF material recycle facility, is is exactly the same. So there's a net benefit to the vendor. Well, the hopes in the town is, one, based on the success of the pilot, is to go back in year 5, this year that we're in, perhaps negotiate a shared savings by implementing single stream. But most certainly, it's gonna lay the groundwork as we go into that next 5-year contract of what the competition can bear with regards to those efficiencies, and that's where we're gonna see the savings.
So Tom, Leroy, then Cheryl.
Yeah, Joe, just on the solid waste contract, can you throw up the budget? Just want to make it clear which is contractual increases and how much those are.
Certainly,
So,
there's, try to be
so
simplistic.
the top one, the collection of the 558,000, that's contractual?
There's a number missing in there for the labor piece of it, which I don't know why it's not on there. But the contractual pieces are there.
Yeah.
The collection of refuse,
So that's a $16,000 increase.
that's a $16,000 increase, and it was similar to that the year before.
Okay.
And that's contractual.
Curbside recycling is the next one?
The refuse disposal, if you,
Right, that's a variable cost, all right.
that's variable based on a tonnage rate.
Yeah,
The cost per ton varies year to year. Our tonnage has been decreasing. That 418,000 is based on a projected tonnage, and that's based on this year's collections to date, tonnage to date. And quite frankly, it's a sign of the economy, as people are throwing less away. And we've seen that trend, so that's where that number comes from, and that's a unit cost based on tonnage. The next one is fixed per contract, which is the collection of curbside recycling.
okay, so that's a $30,000 increase.
That's 30,000, that's
Yeah.
correct. Professional services, what that comes down, there were landfill closure items in the prior year. What that comes down to is the various costs of us producing, buying stickers, having them printed, and various consulting fees that we need for carrying out the trash function. They're minimal in the overall scheme of things, except for that prior year where we had a single hit. Collection of yard waste is fixed per contract. So that increase of 3,225 is a fixed contract amount. Yard waste disposal is again a
Variable.
variable by tonnage, by contract, but that's projected tonnage. Other recycling and disposal, those are costs associated with us running the recycling center. And of course, the landfill monitoring is just an ongoing cost of the monitoring wells, the environmental monitoring wells that are out there that we have to report to DEP each year.
Okay. So I guess my question is, so the contractual is going up by about 50 grand, looks like, give or take. And you think that the reduction of about 20 grand in the refuse disposal is reasonable? I guess that's kind of offset by the increase in the disposal of yard waste, so it's, so basically you've got about a $50,000 increase in your level funded budget.
That is correct.
Okay. Right. The other question I had was, when we had talked before, you had talked about a call-in system. Can you talk a little bit about that and its potential benefits and its potential savings, its cost and potential savings?
Certainly. The town, the Public Works Department has a call system that we call call resolution. It's not automated. It was actually created by an intern, just simply using an Access database. Works pretty well, but it's not sophisticated, and it doesn't do what a lot of service providers would like. It's very much dependent upon a human being answering the phone first, gathering sufficient information and getting that into a single database. It's not network-based, so it's not as though various supervisors can look at it and track work. It simply is, the call was received, a printed work order goes out, printed work order comes back, database gets updated, periodically, we can run a report of how much work came in, how much work got done. We do try to break it out by discipline. Most of the service sector, whether it's municipal or even private sector for that matter, have a call system where point of service can either be conversation with a human being, it can be web-based, where a person can simply call in via email or via the web. And it can get assigned to a particular part of the department, meaning like forestry versus roadway versus signs versus water, et cetera. By doing that, you ease the flow of information from the citizen to the department itself, and more importantly, you've got the ability to get that information directly to the supervisory level. Most of these call services, particularly in the public sector, but not unique to public sector, but particularly as it affects us, would be that it can be linked to a GIS system, i.e., we've received 15 pothole complaints. By linking an address to the GIS, Graphical Information System, we could create what's called a work manifest. You are doing 15 potholes. Not only are you doing 15 potholes, you're doing 15 potholes in this location, and you want to do them in this order. So you're not driving around and, basically chasing it, putting out fires. You're doing it in a very efficient manner. You, as those work orders come in, you can even estimate the tonnage, how big the pothole is. So as you're going to the plant, you may know that 4 or 5 more potholes come in. I need to get 4 more tons of mix. So you can improve efficiencies on that end. I think the goal wouldn't be necessarily to save money. The goal would be to provide more service to the citizen, and to be able to act upon the reports more readily, more rapidly. And in efficiency of doing that, the goal would be to have less waste and therefore be able to provide the same service or more at the same cost. The cost of a system like that can vary. You can get very sophisticated and be extremely costly, but the system that we've looked at that would link to the GIS that we already have, the platform that we have, is in between $25,000 and $30,000 to fully implement, which would include training, the network module and training.
Leroy?
2 questions, Joe. The first is, are the 9 vacancies funded in your level dollar budget?
They are.
Okay. Second one is, maybe for you, maybe for Kevin. You talked about restructuring, and decisions to restructure are legally viewed as management decisions, and you said you're having discussions and haven't gotten to impact bargaining, but the only requirement is for impact bargaining, so I was a little curious about what you meant.
Out of the reorganization that's proposed, there are only 2 changes that would affect organized labor. One of those changes would be to eliminate the headcount of 1 W7 position, and the other impact would be to increase the headcount of 1 W6 position. Within the structure of that organization, it makes the operation run better, and quite frankly, I think by running better, it makes the morale improve in the department. We're not at the point of even being certain it requires impact bargaining. It might. That's why I say we're only in this discussion mode now. All of the other changes are non-labor or union-based. They're strictly administrative-based, Chapter 13 employees. What I neglected to say, and it still remains to be seen, but there is one position that historically has been in the central business office. In essence, it's a person who deals with the water and sewer and trash revenues, whether it's creation of bills or tracking of the revenues. That position is being proposed to be brought down into Public Works. The position changed and degraded to a lower level because of the more clerical aspect of it, less administrative part of it. Which would be a transfer. The budget you see in FY12 for Public Works does not account for that change. That position is still currently appearing in the central business office budget. So that would be a change that would probably happening sometime after town meeting, and with a administrative transfer of those funds from one department to the other, subsequent to July 1st. The second position is the elimination of one of the supervisor's positions, assistant operations director's position, and making it more special projects and direct management of the traffic light signal and alarm system group. That is currently a level 10, and as we see it, it is likely to go to a level 8 position. And that is non-bargaining unit. The last change that is likely to occur is the redefinition of what was a draftsman's position to a more modern definition, which is now a GIS CAD operator. That is currently a level 4 position, is likely to go to a level 6 position. The net financial impact of these changes, both labor and non-labor, is for all intent and purpose budget neutral. It's about $1,000 savings in next year. The budget submitted for FY 12 as proposed is as the structure currently exists. It does not suppose that any of these changes are actually going to happen.
Cheryl?
Joe, I think you mentioned that if you filled all your vacancies, you would be able to enhance the services that the department provides. How many of those vacancies can you leave as vacancies to provide level service without an enhancement?
I can say with true admission and completely being humble, we are falling short of the mark of the minimum services that we're supposed to provide under some mandates. The public expectation, I think, is that we're falling far short. To maintain the level of service we have now would probably require filling at least five of those vacancies. And that would allow for crew shifts and reassignment of work on any given day when people call in ill, or there are vacation days, or personal days that come up. When an emergency comes up at this point, and we have to load a crew, I'm not even talking a snow emergency, I'm talking a water main break or disposal of a couch on the side of a road in a remote part of town. I have to shift a crew from their assignment to take care of that. So to provide those types of services without impacting the existing work would require at least 5 people. The 4 people addition to that truly is to be doing the things we're supposed to be doing in a preemptive fashion. The pruning of tree limbs before they fall down and we have to respond to emergency. The filling of potholes on a more regular and routine basis before they become accident claims, which are far more costly than the cost of filling a pothole to begin with. The ability to go out and do roadway patching and street line painting as the needs arise when the Traffic Commission recommends and the selectmen approve and vote to make changes, to add signs or to add new crosswalks or to make safety improvements. We're at a point where we either face to contract that out or to break up the routine workforce in order to carry out those directions.
When you came to speak to the committee, I think you had talked about how you had 3 long-term workers' comp cases so while you've been carrying those and paying those in your budget, you hadn't actually been getting service out of those positions, right?
Yeah.
So in essence, those 3 are now vacancies, right, since those were negotiated out?
When I last spoke, there were no workers' comp claims on the Public Works books. Just last week, we did have a slip and fall, very, very legitimate. It happened in the workplace. It was, witnessed, some pretty severe injury requiring surgery to a broken bone, and that is a current workers' comp. So we went from 0 up to 1 again. But that is correct. We had been carrying those costs on the book over the years and closed all of the prior ones out during this past fiscal year.
Don't know. And then
Actually, I had a question, so I jumped back for a second. When you're talking about the software, is that a software and hardware solution that you're talking about for the answering system and tracking system there?
It's only a software solution. There's another element that would ultimately require a hardware part of the solution. And the progression could be as sophisticated as having AVL installed on individual vehicles, automatic vehicle locators. So as the work orders are carried out, you can see that that work is being carried out in a particular location and reported there.
Okay, so in that 25 to 30 that you were talking about, that's just the software solution
Just
and
the
some
software
training on the
solution.
software?
That's correct.
Do you have any idea of what it might take to do full implementation of that?
I have some proposals for the AVL system, but I don't actually have, proposals for how it would function. I don't have cost proposals.
So I have a question. And no
I believe-
lifespan on those at all? Do we know what
On the
life-
AVLs?
Yeah, no, that type of system, what would it be like?
I don't know. I mean, several municipalities are using them. Industry's been using them forever. I shouldn't say forever, but as long as the technology's been around.
You understand? Yes.
Mike, then Hank, then Tom.
Joe, what's your estimate for the fully loaded cost of 4 of those 9 positions? I think before you said it's approximately $50K a position, is that?
Approximately. That's probably a little heavy. Yeah.
So maybe 40.
Mm-hmm.
So 4 times 40, and that amount is currently in the budget.
That is correct.
And those positions, just so I'm clear, those 9 labor positions, those have been vacant for most of the last year, vacant or non-performing for most of the last year?
No, I believe we have, I would say that 6 of those have been vacant for most of the last year. There were then 3 additional ones that have occurred very recently. We had a couple of sensitive cases that we also negotiated out that resulted in vacancies, and then we had one recent resignation for a person seeking to follow his family who was going to move to Virginia, which he decided was a good thing to do. Work.
Joe, just to follow up a little more on the vacancies, they've been open. There's 2 questions. One, what's the challenge that you're facing in filling these positions? It's been over a year, and we're just trying to understand 6 positions, given the unemployment rate. What is the challenge in filling those positions? And then 2, what is the timeline for filling those positions going forward?
Good questions. They're all good questions, by the way. The labor positions are civil service, so that has its procedure and a process unto itself, and the one draftsman's position is not civil service, which has a much less onerous procedure to follow. With regards to the draftsman's position, that requires the job description to be changed, so it requires that personnel board action first and the selectmen's action second, at which point we can then advertise to fill that. So that would be likely to be filled for the personnel board by June 1. The labor positions, being civil service, require internal postings first. And actually, before I get into the direct procedure, there's a strategy as well. The goal in our department, and it probably in most departments, is to provide opportunity for its current workforce to promote from within so that people can grow within the department. So the order in which we're posting vacancies is to try to enhance that opportunity. To that end, back in December, we posted 5 of those 9 vacancies. 3 at higher levels, where clearly there is the great likelihood that people on the current department staff will likely be considered for promotion up to those, thus creating vacancies at the lower positions. That's 3 positions. The other 2 are at W3, which is, it's only the 2nd tier in the labor force of positions. We still had a post internally, which we did. There were nobody was interested in a lateral move. There are no W-2s in my department now. There's only one W-2 in the entire union, and that's in the cemetery department. That person did not want to come to Public Works. So having internally posted. We now have a list of candidates from within who are interested in the 3 higher positions. We know there are no candidates interested in the 2 W3 positions. The process now is to go through, and we're in the process of going through the civil service list for the W3s that have been posted. And we're in the midst of trying to settle a grievance filed on those 3 upper positions by one member of the union. Once that grievance is closed out, we've had discussions with the union on that. Once the grievance is closed out, we will move forward on that. The goal would have been, prior to today, of having all 5 of those positions filled, at least the 3 from within, but because of the grievance, we've lost an entire month. Assuming, and I don't think I'm wrong to do so, that the grievance is solved within 2 weeks, we are probably looking at April 15, mid-April, May 1, absolutely, that the 5 posted positions are filled. Now again, with 3 of those possibly, most likely coming from within, will create 3 additional vacancies.
Right.
At lower levels. So we would then be posting the remaining 4 plus those 3, so that would still result in 7 vacancies. And the goal there would be to get them all filled from outside, through the civil service list from, by July 1, hopefully June 1st, but that June 1st is pretty aggressive.
So you expect to be fully staffed beginning of the summer?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Tom?
Joe, direct labor is charged to general DPW and the enterprise fund based upon a percentage, kind of across the board. There's an administrative percentage and a non-administrative percentage, crew, I guess, percentage. How is that do you know how that percentage has been determined? Was it based upon a study of time to each area? And when was the last time that was revisited?
Very good. It's really the answer to that question is at 2 different levels. The first level is the workforce of the Public Works Department itself. That's truly an estimation of how much time I put on water and sewer efforts, the town engineer puts on water and sewer efforts, how much administrative staff. But the labor force is truly based on those employees who are home-based in water and home-based in sewer. So that's where those numbers come from. Those are revisited every single year when the budget is prepared. When a water department employee plows snow, charged to snow and ice. So that water department employee is not charged to water during a snowstorm. Goes overtime, always goes to snow and ice regardless. But there are indirect costs as well, which is a pro rata share of general government allocation. Some of the town accountant's time, some of the central business office time, and that truly is done in exactly the same way. Those numbers show up in their budget. They're funded through their budget, but on the appropriation language in the warrant, it speaks to how many dollars need to be recaptured through water enterprise and sewer enterprise revenues. And those are calculated much by the central business office, much in the same way as I calculate the amount of time that our administrative staff spends on water and sewer. It's truly an estimation of what it takes for their employees to deliver those services. Town accountant and I, the interim accountant last year, the former accountant the year before, and the current accountant this year, I've sat down with them each time to really discuss, what those dollars are, do they make sense, and what the impact is to the ratepayers.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, then the crews are a direct charge based upon hours, and there may be an indirect, within the DPW, there's also an indirect cost allocation that goes across.
That is correct.
The administrative employees, are they part of an indirect cost allocation, or is that just an estimate of direct labor?
The DPW based employees is a percentage allocated within my own budget.
Mhm.
The non-DPW employees
Is an indirect cost.
is an indirect cost and is reported as such.
Okay.
Mike?
So Joe, is it fair to say that if your budget were $160,000 or so less, that you'd be able to fund 5 of the 9 labor positions?
I'd have to see, I'd have to, we did it on averages. I think that was based on your 40,000?
That was basically before.
Yeah,
Just-
I'd have to see which positions were more critical and at what dollar value those were. But using your arithmetic, that's what you would deduce.
Could you go to Schedule A?
The DPW general, should I? Did you have a question?
Joe, so the positions that are being discussed here, are they falling under the general Schedule A or the, I'm assuming that's where they are?
No, they are not. They're actually, they're spread out through various.
Okay. So like a water Schedule A or a DPW solid waste?
There's one vacancy in water. There are 3 vacancies in what would be sewer, home-based in sewer, 1 in stormwater, 2 in highway, and 1 in forestry, and 1 in streetlights and alarms.
Thanks, Joe.
Do you have any other questions for Joe? Laura?
Joe, you may have touched on this, but you talked about other priorities that you weren't able to fund. What would those be?
This is the opposite question of last year's, what would I do if I had more money?
That's correct.
The water, sewer, and solid waste are so critical because the delivery of those services are revenue-based. It would almost say to me that those are verboten. Hands off, I can't touch those because by doing so and impacting service, I would probably cause enough turmoil to impact revenues. So revenues to the town that we all rely on. So it would be things like continuing to curtail deferred maintenance, not pruning
No,
trees.
I'm
sorry.
asking the opposite question. What would you fund if we had more?
If we had more money.
Yes.
I think the greatest efficiency would be the call center solution. That would be a great efficiency.
That was about 25K.
25 to 30 are the numbers that we've been discussing. No written proposal or contract at this point.
Great, thanks.
I think when you'd been in, you'd also discussed the, I think adding an extra Saturday per month for recycling, is that correct?
That is correct. My hope would be if we're able to negotiate, well, certainly if you gave me more money, I would add additional Saturday. Currently, we do 1 Saturday a month. In the warmer weather, to add a second Saturday per month, so let's say out of 8 months a year, we could add a second Saturday. That
And
would.
how much is that additional? Is that about?
About $4 to $5 grand for 8 months. The goal would be if we can negotiate a savings on the single stream to channel that money, that
Offset.
savings money into doing the same thing though. That remains to be seen.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
Snow and ice, you're talking about?
Oh, so yeah, yes, so, snow and ice. Where are we running at the moment? And, how much do we need to hold back in the budget for, to cover it?
I cringe because I went to grab the folder that I thought I had that had that answer. And actually, the answer would have been precise as of yesterday afternoon, but I wasn't able to get those numbers yesterday afternoon. We are currently running about a $600,000 deficit prior to this past week. Thank God we haven't had a big snow event in this past week, but we did process some contractor bills. So it's about $600,000 deficit at this point.
And then you've got Sunday into Monday as well.
I don't even want to hear about that. It's looking like 2 to 4. It could either be just salt or it could be salt and plow.
So how much do we need to put aside to run in the set aside for that, of that 600 and something thousand?
In round numbers, it's around 600,000. I can give you a precise number offline, and you can share it with the rest of the committee.
Okay.
I can do that for you on Monday morning. I hate to say that, I wished I had grabbed that folder, and I thought I had,
Okay.
but I don't have it.
So,
In round numbers, it's 600,000.
okay, so at the moment, so we have, with the free cash number around 500,000, we're holding a set aside for the reserve fund of about 250 of that, and about 318,000 as a set aside in snow and ice. I think based on past discussions, I think that's kind of where roughly that would net out. Is that reasonable assumption at that point from a top up, or do we need additional funding from that perspective?
I'm embarrassed to say I don't have that answer, and I believe that the 600,000 probably included the 150 to begin with, so that puts us closer to 450 deficit.
Exactly.
So if we've got 318, what's the difference between the 450 and 318?
Okay.
And again, Monday morning, first thing, I can get you that number.
Okay. Tom?
That 600,000, is that just the contractual stuff? That's not the labor portion of the snow and ice?
That's total. That's contractors who plow the snow, that's
Sand, salt?
equipment repairs, sand, salt, as well as overtime, and as well as any water department during the day that's charged over to snow.
Okay, so I guess the question is, how much of that deficit is personnel related that could be absorbed in your budget that wouldn't have to be specifically funded as a deficit? Is there any of it?
By virtue of the vacancies existing, as long as they have this year, so we're into the 7th month of vacancies, I suspect
You
that
will
some of the
have room
personnel,
in your budget to
some of the personnel
absorb.
costs could be absorbed.
Okay, so then I guess the pertinent question would be how much is the contractual stuff that's in your general budget that will have to be covered by?
We actually track those as separate costs, so I can give you that answer as well.
Okay. Any other questions? Thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Good morning, Jeff Damley, Chief Appraiser of the Board of Assessors.
So, we've kind of looked at your budget internally. I know we haven't had you up yet for the committee, so I thought we'd get you up early to kind of go through your budget and give everybody a feel for it. So I don't know if you want to kind of review your budget at this point. I know that if I recollect, this year is a assessment, the fiscal 12 year is an assessment year.
That's correct. We're required every 3 years to update all assessments in the town, residential, commercial, and personal property. I originally budgeted this at 104,176, which was I think a 5% increase over the prior reval 3 years ago. We've been out to bid and accepted a bid of 99.5, so that number can be adjusted.
Okay, so that's coming down to 99.5.
Right. This is to provide timely implementation of getting the tax bills out. I guess we're faced with a difficult year this year with short sales, foreclosures, and so on. The Patriot Properties we've done business with over the years and been very happy with them. In relation to the other budget, the actual expenses are slightly lower than last year because I expect some of the professional services that we normally incur would be absorbed in the revaluation budget. So,
Okay. And on the personnel side, along with the other departments, that doesn't include any negotiated raises, correctly?
Correct, correct.
So, questions? Tom?
I have one, and maybe it's not even for Jeff, I guess it's just a general question. You know, the 100 or so thousand hits every 3 years, and it obviously has an impact on when it hits in that third year on other departments, because you
Correct.
gotta come up with the money, and we never have enough money for anything. Is there any way that cost could be accumulated and spread on an annual basis such that it would not have such an impact on the third year?
Well, the work needs to be done this year, certainly.
Now, I understand the work has to be done every 3 years, but is there any way to have that in our budget
If,
and accumulate the money, I guess?
and encumber it for the ensuing
Yeah,
years,
yeah.
yes, that is that is possible.
Maybe something to think of next year.
Yeah, with-
Put 33 in every year, you say?
Yeah, and some of that is, you know, whether it's legal to set up, you know, it may not be legal, I don't know.
Yeah, I know that we've looked at that several times. I'm doing it, and I forget why we haven't been able to do it.
Yeah.
I know it's come up several times.
I mean, obviously, it would be a lot less impact if you could go 30 grand a year or 33 grand a year.
Well, the next revaluation is going to be 9 or 10 years out since we last did inspections of all properties, which we're required to do, and that's going to incur a greater cost due to the labor involved. So we're looking at a much larger number. There is a revised schedule for revaluations. Normally, they're 3 years. The DOR has revised the schedule to add another year, so our next one would be 2016. So we've got an extra year there.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Thanks for coming in, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who wants to come up next? Chief?
Morning.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for seeing me.
So, along with, you've been sitting here, so you know what the agenda is. If you can, kind of give us kind of a review of your budget. I know we've talked to you twice now.
Twice, yes.
So this will be
Yeah.
third time lucky, so.
Yeah, currently, seem to be holding our own. At the last time we had spoke, we had said Patty Ambrose and myself had taken a look at the budget quarterly to see how we were going along. And quarterly, we seem to be doing okay. We are going to shift and begin looking at it once a month due to the couple of things. A, high injury rate that we've had this year, which unfortunately, or fortunately I didn't see last year, but we have seen it this year. So our medical costs at this point are very high, and in turn, our overtime costs are high due to backfilling for those injuries. Overtime has also been impacted by all the snowfall. Each one of those snowstorms probably generates 2 to 3 days of extra manpower on each piece of apparatus. So we will be taking a look going forward once a month at how we're doing. And I know I'd spoken to you and you wanted me to touch base with Kevin as to how we're looking as far as a reserve fund transfer on the medical end goes. So first week of March, I do intend to do that. And like I say, provided that we are holding our own and I will take advantage of that bottom line budget and, do our best not to seek that. That's probably our biggest difficulty is taking a look at those figures this year.
Just on the overtime piece there, is that additional for having an apparatus out to dig out hydrants?
No.
Or is that just
No,
additional?
what we do, and stepping back, when I was first on the department, say the first 5 years or so, if you got a big storm like this, they actually held the entire previous working group over. So you doubled your strength for the period of the snowstorm. At this point, what I've been doing is placing one extra man on each engine company and making sure there's at least 2 on the ladder company, one being a lieutenant. So we've basically been adding 4 people per shift. And it's through the storm and, you know, maybe for the next full day, day and a half, until the roads kind of get clear again. There's no way we could ever afford to keep extra manpower on for the duration of the hydrant shoveling. That's still taking place as we speak.
Right.
So the way we actually handle that is we send each engine company out twice a day in their district. You know, they'll go out for an hour or two, you know, do what they can get done. And, you know, actually at this point in time, we've cut it down to once a day for each engine company.
I don't know the question, I forgot it. I don't know if you want to cover off, I know you, from a manpower perspective, where you're sitting, staffing-wise, and how that's...
Staffing-wise, very similar to where we were last year. I do have one firefighter that just came off the books, I believe, last week. And quite honestly, you know, with the injuries and all that, I think we're running at 12 on most of the groups. So we're still, you know, it may get into that overtime situation, but we are certainly above that 11-man ground zero figure that I've told you about before. I am weighing out, and I don't believe I'll make a decision until I see your final figures as to whether we fill that position right away or not. You know, just looking at the fact of a wage increase in the offing and what the final budget comes off, I don't want to bring someone in and have to lay them off, or even a worse situation. I believe there's, I haven't seen the list yet, but I believe there's at least one disabled veteran on it. If I was to hire a disabled veteran, I can't lay that person off. I would have to go and lay a more senior firefighter off. So those 2 situations have me sitting back and keeping an eye on what we do with our manpower moving forward.
Questions? Jean?
I was just trying to get a better understanding of the extra personnel you hired for the snowstorms. Is that just to attend to additional accidents that are occurring?
It's one of those things. We're one of those departments that whatever comes our way, we're dealing with. So I can't directly answer the question as to specifically why, because it's just so many facets. But say a simple answer would be you get a house fire at this point in time. Driveways aren't shoveled out. Hydrants at that point definitely aren't shoveled out. So, you know, you're going to be carrying hose, charged, which is, you know, cumbersome in and of itself. You know, say through in this winter 3 feet of snow. So you just need the extra labor, basically. And same thing, I've done one snowstorm probably 4 or 5 years ago, sticks in my mind, because we had 3 medicals in one morning in our district. I was working down in East Milton on Engine 2, and none of them had driveways shoveled. It was a snowstorm that had put, say, 12 to 15 inches of snow on the ground, and, you know, we shoveled paths at least wide enough to get a stretcher in and out. So it just is a burden that you can't. A lot of times it turns out that it's a slow day and you never leave the station, and you're kicking yourself that you had to spend the money, but you just have to. There's no way around it.
Thank you.
Tom?
Chief, and you may not have the answer to this question, but you've got $24,000 budgeted for gas, and this was something I was going to ask the DPW and I forgot to. When is our fuel contract up? And how much of an increase do we think is gonna be in it, I guess, and how good is that $24,000 estimate based upon that?
I couldn't answer that directly,
Right.
because I think that's just something that slid to us and we deal with what we deal with. But in a more general sense, I can, as far as our general expenses as a whole, as we were putting the budget together in the fall, Patty did inform me that moving forward, sticking at level dollar is gonna get tight. So, that doesn't directly answer your question, but I think overall our costs are squeezing us.
I don't know, is Kevin over there, or, might be able to, or Anne Marie, do you have any idea?
No, it's gonna be DPW, Tom.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Hank?
Chief, I was just wondering if you could speak to the status of the contract negotiations and what the potential impact, I know we talked about generically what the numbers we're looking at, and I was wondering if you had more of an update for us on that.
They actually have not begun negotiations yet. I do believe that between the President of the Union, Billy Murphy, and Kevin Murren, that we're discussing sitting down next week. So I don't really have a sense of where that's going. I think it's probably safe to assume that any wage increase is going to be in the 2% range. And that's just based on thoughts blowing in the wind that I've heard. So that's really not, I have broken down, what each raise would cost us. And just looking at that, if it does settle at 2%, it's going to be just under 70,000. I have a figure of 67,863.90, and that's at 2%. I didn't figure 3%. I just figured that's probably not there. But if we went to 2.5, it jumps up to 84. Down at 1%, it's 34. So even at 1%, we come in tight with level dollar this year.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Chief? No.
Chief, did you want to talk about, not that we're gonna solve anything today, but the conditions of the buildings? Like, what are we looking at?
Yeah, we've had some discussions, very, very early discussions with the selectmen and with the Capital Needs Committee. I spoke with them once, and they actually brought it to me. I felt with the state of the economy that it's probably something we're not going to talk about at this point. But I was prompted to say, hey, this is a long duration plan, so we should get looking at it. And quite honestly, it is. It's something that if we don't begin to look at it now, if we're in the same position 10 years from now with our buildings, we're really going to be in an emergency, we've got to do it now situation. The worst of the buildings being the one directly across the street from us. That's got so many deficits. I believe with capital needs, we were actually talking about possibly putting a show presentation together for town meeting. So we will be moving to get some exacts in there. Another concern is the floor at Engine 4, which Chief Larson did have engineers in to look at one point. And I believe he had some sort of work done. But that floor seems to be showing some significant sag to it. So I believe that building is going to just show that it's outlived its usefulness at some point in time. So we do have we've got a great need at this point, not necessarily today, but certainly within the next 10 years to have all three of our buildings addressed.
So it sounds like both short-term and long-term.
Yes, yeah. And quite honestly, they've, especially here, which is, say, our nerve center, technologically, we might as well be in the previous century, or 2 previous centuries ago, to be close to where we should be right now. So yeah, there is a definite need there.
How about the equipment?
Equipment is not bad. Last time I spoke with you, I had given an overlay of possibly setting up a 5-year rotation of replacement, which I just think would be a great thought. I've got our biggest need right now is to replace our spare engine. So, and the way to do that is to buy a new engine, obviously. Place a new engine in service at Engine 2's quarters in East Milton. That engine is currently right at 15 years old. In good shape, would make an excellent backup piece. The backup piece right now, I had told you last time we met, I would do a little digging and see what was done on it before. And I did get that information. There was, I believe it was, I didn't bring it with me unfortunately, $40,000 odd worth of work done on that to get that into shape to keep it on the road. The recommendation was not to put it back on the road. The second recommendation was a complete overhaul. So basically, at $40,000, it was just to absolutely cover our emergency need and give us a spare engine. That engine now, at that point in time, what I wasn't sure when I spoke to you was whether it was all body work or whether there was engine work done on it. It was all body work. There was no engine work. So, you know, we're looking at an engine now that's, you know, just the engine itself rather than the fire engine, to separate the terminology, that's getting up there. The pump is already leaking badly, so there's considerable work there. And as I had stated before, there was an accident at the station with it that damaged some of the doors, 2 doors and the stanchion. So there's thousands of dollars of repair work there. So if it's possible moving forward, I just think it's a case of throwing good money after bad to repair that engine. Where it is a spare engine, we can kind of suck it up and get things done on the short term. But I believe the most viable answer is to replace engine 2 with a new piece of apparatus and, you know, move that piece into spare. And just the time frame right now, looking at the age of what we have, it does line up to begin the process of a 5-year replacement policy, if that's possible.
Now, engine 2 is the one that you just had the engine.
Engine
replaced.
4 is actually the one where we just had the engine work done on,
Okay.
and that's actually a newer engine. That's 5 years newer than engine 2 is.
Yep.
But with that work done, you know, I believe we're not in a situation, I kind of weighed that out. Do we have to flip-flop them and replace the newer one first? I don't know whether, had it gone out a second time last time I spoke to you, or was it still?
I think it just gone out the first time. Yeah.
Okay. It had gone out and seen, they re-sleeved the engine, some new piston work in it. Came back and we had a call in East Milton Square with a gas leak. And engine 4 died on engine 2's driveway, basically. There's a picture in the paper of it being towed away. What they found when it went back was that there was a fuel injector that was broken, and in the process of trying to figure out why, in the past there was a turbocharger on it, and for whatever reason the turbocharger failed and basically disintegrated. And what they found second time through was it was, you know, say powdered fragments in the engine. So they feel that probably actually caused the first problem. So they're pretty comfortable that, you know, it was a fluke, basically, you know. So I think we're in good shape with that engine.
Can you talk through, I know you had requests on new equipment. Can you talk through from your itemized list here, what's kind of your kind of necessary aspects, and what's what you would kind of be nice to have of additional.
Basically, what we're seeing here, if you looked at the year before and the forecast for 13, we've been working the past 2 years off a $60,000 equipment budget, and we've gone a long way with that, and that's a figure that we can easily spend every year. Last year, I wouldn't say we moved forward with it, but what we did was we caught up on a lot of expired equipment that kind of caught us off guard. So we have put ourselves in a position where if we can maintain bringing that budget into that $60,000 range year to year, that we should be able to move forward and make some advancements. And of course, these replacements will come back around. But this year here, where we're coming off the bottom line budget, we had to shift some money back into the personnel expense. And what we were left with was just under $20,000. And basically what that you see up there is what would be normal replacement for standard equipment, that we go through every year. So this is basically just absolute necessity that you're seeing up there.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the 20,000 in your in the budget here is probably 40,000 light.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that, like I said, pretty much signifies replacing what's broken. I know Chief Larson went through some years when he was actually $0 in that budget. And, like he always used to say, he goes, I might have $0, but I don't have zero requirements. So it's a matter of figuring out where you can get it from. So if, in bad times, if we can stay at this figure, we can hold our head above water, say.
Okay. So 20,000 is your absolute bottom position.
It's close, and again, just as with the injury type of thing, where you don't know where you're going to be. Maybe it's 10,000 one year, but 20,000 is probably a safe figure for a lot of years. Just one of those things where, if you get a year without a lot of injury to equipment, we might be under that, but we certainly could also be over that.
And can you also talk through? I know that you had resolved a lot of the issues with the breathing apparatus.
Yes, yeah, I was actually going to close with that. That's actually just heard yesterday, final approval from FEMA that we did, in fact, get that grant. So that's going to set us up into very good shape with that. We had applied for a grant to rehab the viable air packs that we had to the current standard, which is 13 air packs. Excuse me. And we sought to purchase 18 new ones. And we were actually instructed to do that by our local FEMA rep, who said, here's how they're looking at it. Figure on, 1 pack per seat, and here's how you count your seats. And they went into even, like the brush truck that we've just acquired, which is not necessary. It's nice. FEMA themselves looked through it and cut us from 18 to 14, which actually puts us right at a perfect number. That will put a new Scott pack or an updated Scott pack on every riding position on frontline apparatus and the spare piece of apparatus, as well as my car, which currently doesn't have one, fire prevention, and the deputy's car. And we'd still have 3 spares to swap out when something went down. So receiving that grant is a big plus for us.
Okay, great. Any other questions from Chief?
Chief, I had a question. It's not one I don't think you can answer. It's a complex thing, but just we've talked about it in the past, the privatization of the ambulance service. Some towns have it public, some don't, as we don't.
Right.
Like, what are the obviously we don't know what the numbers are, but what are the pros and cons of either side of that?
The pros on the fire side say, in a town like Milton, we can expect to be on the positive side of cash flow due to the insured. I did do a study on it at one point back 10 years or so ago when I was president of the union, and what we were told at that point in time would be that we could expect to see in the range of an 85 to 90% return on the bills. And at that time, I think they forecast it to be roughly $1.5 million a year. On the money end of it, you know, it's one of those things that once you lay it out, obviously the first, say, 3 to 5 years is going to be getting the program set up, so you're not going to see a return in.
Sure.
But beyond that, and the departments that seem to be up and running around here, they all seem to be doing very well with it. It's absolutely worth an in-depth study, which I do intend to take. I've got a couple of things I've got to roll out in the next couple of months here, and then I'll be heading toward that way. When we spoke at the subcommittee, somebody asked that question and asked how we would implement it, and I said I don't know. And I probably should have clarified that a little more. The easy way to do it is to hire 8 people and put 2 paramedics on each group and get rolling. Whether that's viable or not, I don't know. And that's why I gave the I don't know answer. 2 of our neighboring towns, Canton and Stoughton, are actually set up very uniquely in the way that they do it. They've both got 2 ladder companies in town, and they run stations on either end of town. So what they do is they're cross-trained firefighter paramedics on each piece of apparatus. Medical call comes in on one side of town. There's a decision made, you know, the ladder company steps over and takes the ambulance. Excuse me. And the nice thing about the redundancy of the 2 of each is they've got another set over there. Should they need the ladder truck, it can roll. That makes it easier to implement without really affecting your manpower. We're going to have to get a little bit more creative than that, in that we only have the 1 ladder truck. So just shifting over and, you know, emptying out isn't going to work for us. You know, it may be a case where we could increase by 1 and do it, so that we have 2 people on the ladder truck that can jump over, and if we had a 4-man engine company running out of headquarters, you know, we could shift 1 man off that engine company to take the ladder should it need be. So there's ways to do it. It's just a matter of sitting down and looking at what's cost effective.
And do you have the room for this might sound silly, but the room for the equipment?
By the skin of our teeth in our current format, yeah, we do. I believe if we put it in, it would run right out of here. We may have to reconfigure some lockers or something like that. But yeah, you would have to get it in there.
And then your traditional firefighter would just have to have, what, EMT certification to be on board, or paramedic? Like how?
I believe there's different regions in the state, and for whatever reason, there's different rules in different regions. There are some regions where you can go, if you have 1 paramedic on the engine, or on the ambulance, I'm sorry, you can operate with an EMT and a paramedic. I believe in this region it's still 2 paramedics, so I'd have to look into how that actually shakes out. So if we were to, say, get into a place where we're shifting 2 firefighters off the ladder truck onto the ambulance, I believe they would have to both be paramedics at this point. But you know, again, I will have a final answer for that once we do study it.
Great.
Over in Randolph, Chief Foley actually has, one of the, yes, pros and cons. One of the cons to it is that, and you'd have to do this to get it off the ground, you're hiring paramedics off a paramedic waiver list from civil service, so you're excluding some of the, you know, local residents that we normally like to hire, and you're going to a straight paramedic list. Those people, because they have the option to do it, can tend to be transient. So you may hire them, train them, get a year or 2 out of them, they're going to move on. One of the very interesting things that Chief Foley over in Randolph has done is he's made it a prerequisite that once you're hired, you have 2 years to go and become a paramedic. And you know, that they pay for it out of the department. It's not a personal cost. They give them the time when they need the time off. And what they're finding is they're getting the local people that they want and the local people that want to be on that department, and they're not seeing the transient basis.
I've heard that same feedback, and that they, you know, you're getting better trained
Right,
personnel.
right.
And if there's overtime within the ambulance, it's going to, you know, your firefighters.
Right.
They're getting rewarded in that sense, and it just,
Mm-hmm.
it sounds like a pretty good situation.
I
for them.
believe it's a very good situation. It's one of those, they're currently, I believe, just up over 50% of their department is full paramedic. Here in Milton, you know, we're just up over 50% at an EMT rate. So it has been very successful for them. They're
Yeah.
just not seeing the turnover. And as far as the public goes, I believe there's a huge plus to it as well, because the private ambulances, to a large extent, seem to, that they are a transient nature themselves. You know, so that some of the regular people that you know have problems where we're seeing them over and over again, you know, they're going to see the same faces. They're getting that care where the people know them, and you know, guys that come on our job are still there, you know, 32, 35, some of them even 40 years from now. So I believe it would just improve publicly the standard of care.
And you say part of the success is whether the townsfolk that you're working on are insured or not?
Yes.
So you can bill it?
Right, right.
And Randolph's having success with that?
Randolph is having success with it. Canton, I believe we'd be higher payer profile than both of those communities. If you look at both those departments, and I won't give exact numbers because I'm not 100% sure, but they were both running, say, 2-engine companies in those towns with a little smaller footprint than what we are, and they were running probably 8 total. With the ambulance service in effect for as long as it's been now, both of those towns are up running right at where we're at. One's running, I believe, 11 and 12, depending. They may go to 11. They'll schedule 12, maybe drop to 11. The others scheduling 13, dropping to 12. So they've both brought their manpower up significantly.
So what do you need to further study this? Is it, you can self-contain within your department study this? Do you need?
Yeah, I believe it's just going to be manpower on my own part. You know, get out and get prices of ambulances, prices to equip the ambulances, you know, figure out exactly what the payer profile currently would be, and then, you know, do a little study on, you know, how best to equip our manpower, or how to lay out our manpower for it.
I appreciate it.
Whether we go that way or not, I think it's a study that's well worth doing.
Sure.
Joe, did you have an answer for us?
Yes, I guess I was out of the room when the question was asked regarding the fuel contract.
Yes.
The town as a whole is a member of the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission's consortium, and they bid fuel every fall. Typically, the RFP goes out in August. Contracts open, bids open in early September, and awarded shortly thereafter. It's a fixed fee cost to buy gasoline and diesel futures, if you will, on a commodity market, based on all member communities with an estimated amount of gallons, where it's a fixed cost per gallon through the duration. It's a 1-year contract. We're fixed in now until next September, when we'll see new numbers. Who knows whether they will.
Tom?
What are we paying per gallon right now under the current contract?
I don't have the number off the top of my head. I hate to say it. I don't. It's not even administered through the town. It simply is administered through the NAPC.
Yep.
And we're locked in based only on the number of gallons that we use.
I mean, I guess suffice it to say, what they're projecting for fuel cost, it's probably gonna go up, though.
Typically does. Typically does. Two years ago, a great example, 2 years ago, they were predicting very similar sense that the fuel costs across the board would go up. And in essence, competitively, on the open market, fuel costs went down, if you remember. We saw a retraction at the pump week by week for a better part of a year.
Right.
That year, we were paying about 60 cents a gallon more than we could have at the pump. And we were bound under our contracts.
Leroy?
Joe, which begs the question, might we do better on our own in the open market as opposed to the consortium?
I don't think
Joe?
I think you heard that question.
Second follow-up. So that begs the question about whether we might do better in the open market as opposed to going through the consortium.
We are a member of several consortiums, the South Shore Consortium, the Norfolk County Consortium, and the MAPC Consortium. As those bids come to bear, basically we'd have to really start playing the fuel, gasoline market, commodity market, and looking where the futures are going to go. Once you sign up and commit to a particular consortium, you're locked into that consortium through the duration. So though we have alternatives, once you lock into a particular bid, you're along for their ride.
So we have the opportunity to make that decision every year,
Every year.
3 years?
Yeah, the town is a member of MAPC, and as such, we're eligible to be part of the consortium. Each item that they bid, you select, you elect whether you want to participate in it or not.
Marion?
I think before you decide not to participate in the bid approach, you'd have to compare 10 years of experience and decide over a period of time how much you saved, how much you lost. I think this is the only year that we've lost, but it did hurt us, no question. Other years, I think every other year we probably saved some money, but I don't know what the amount is, we could get that, I think.
I think we could too. Yeah, typical of any investment strategy, you dollar cost average over the years, and you see where you're at. The goal, of course, is to be ahead of the curve, at the end of that study. And I think Selectman McGettrick's right on the money is that we are in fact ahead of the curve, with the exception of that one blip. The other traditional way is to simply go out to bid on your own, tie it to the Boston Tank Wagon price where you ride the commodity market week to week. Boston Tank Wagon price plus a markup. And that's another way to do it.
Do you have any other questions for the chief? Jean?
I just have a comment. Once again, Chief, thanks for your transparency.
Oh, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you for time, everybody.
Check, see it. Fiscal 12 requested amount on Schedule A and on the spreadsheet.
For
fire.
For fire, the difference is the unpaid bills,
Okay.
which is at the bottom of the sheet. So it's 8416 short on the line item because there's an 8416 unpaid bills line item.
Got it.
Kevin,
Good
how are
morning.
you?
Jim Scroy, Technology Department. Just a couple of things I'd like to bring to your attention here. We had discussed these a few weeks ago. First, as far as the budget we have presented here, I think I've gone over that, most of a large part of our costs are contractual, and we do need to keep up with replacing hardware. And right now, we seem to be in pretty good shape as far as servers and PCs, but it's an ongoing process that we do need to replace this equipment and keep it current. And with that, it goes hand in hand, we need to upgrade our software to keep current with the new hardware. But a couple of items that are out there. We do have a voice over IP phone system which rides on our network, and that does need to be replaced. It does have an end of life. We implemented that, I believe it was in 2006. And it consists of basically all of your desk units, an NBX, which is the brain of the system, and some switches at each location throughout the town. And all that needs to be replaced. And we're looking at a year from now budgeting that. And that's going to roughly come in around, I want to say about $150,000 price tag to do something like that. And hand in hand with that, we have had issues in the past with power going out especially on the public safety side, fire, police, when the power goes out, the phones are down. Not the 911 emergency, that's separate, but all of the other phones do go down. And it's because of no backup power at the town office building. So that's another item that needs to be addressed. I did look into a price, and to power up the whole town office building, it was roughly $90,000. This was a year or so ago. And like I said, we've had multiple situations where the phones did go down because of it. And it also affects the equipment when you lose power and it comes on and goes off. And we do have what they call backup power units that last for a short period of time. But once the power starts slamming on and off, it can damage equipment. And that's what we're up against. So I just wanted to make the committee aware of those.
Okay. Within your budget itself, can you kind of go through some of the impacts with the level dollar, both at the general expenses side and on the personnel side?
On the general side, every year to maintain our contracts, that's critical. The software vendors that runs the infrastructure of the system. We have WTI, which supplies every software module that runs town government. That has to be maintained. The infrastructure, the network infrastructure, is a contract that applies there. And very little, as you can see, in supplies. The software support, that's critical. And what's left addresses our equipment, our infrastructure, meaning the servers which run all of the software, and the desktop units that everyone uses to access their data and serve the public.
Okay. And on the salary side?
On the salary side, this is the first year that we've become a full-time operation. We were running it on a part-time basis up until this point. We have myself and my assistant, Robert Mallett. And he started full-time, I believe it was the end of August. And that has to be accounted for each year as well.
And this budget number doesn't include raises, correct? It's just
It doesn't.
section ones. Any questions? Hank? Then
Jim,
no?
at our last meeting, we talked a little bit about life cycle planning.
Yes.
And I just wanted to, if you could just refresh up my memory about what the strategy is around life cycle planning for you, and are you implementing that now, or is there a plan to implement life cycle planning for a variety of pieces of equipment that you have?
Well, we do, but when we have to absorb some of the costs for software maintenance and the contracts, that's where the hardware takes a hit. So it's hard to, you might set out that you need to replace X amount of servers or X amount of desktop units, but you have to put the money into the software end of it.
So you're starving the hardware life cycle process in order to feed the software needs that you have today.
Right.
How much longer do you think you can continue with that strategy?
Well, we're doing all right now, but each year these vendors do go up in their costs. They're not holding the line on it, and like I said, it's critical. We have to maintain these contracts, and we're looking at different ways of with newer technology addressing the hardware needs. So it might bring the costs down in that area, but the upfront cost will be high if we're going to go to the new term out there is virtualization, and maybe a thin client type of a scenario, but the upfront cost will be heavy. but there will be a cost savings down the road.
So we need to make a initial investment that will be costly to you, but you think in the long
In the
term,
long run, it would.
we'll have savings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mel?
Jim, you as a town, your group sort of got reorganized and the budget sort of got changed around.
Yes.
Has that changed, like, how you do your job? Has it made it more efficient? Has it been a good?
Well, having a full-time assistant, I mean, it reached a point where it was very difficult to maintain every town department with, on a part-time basis. So it's worked out very well right now.
And how about for the departments? Would they feel the same, do you think?
They were able to, deliver the services
Yeah.
that they require. Yes.
Great. So the help, is that, my schedule today is 22 and a half hours? And then is it picked up,
Well,
are
we
other
have
hours
it-
picked up in the police budget?
It
or
is.
Okay,
It
that's
is,
where it is, all right.
So it equals a full-time position.
Perfect, yeah. Thank you.
The chief of police has had a concern about maintaining some full-time IT after the department.
Sure,
And that's what addressed that.
great, thank you.
Any other questions? Mike, then Darnell?
Jim, the replacement for the voice over IP system or the backup generator, that's not in your
It's not.
request or the forecast for next year, is that right?
The phone system, that was brought to my attention earlier this year, that there is an end of life to this equipment, that it's not just gonna go on forever. So that's why I bring it to your attention.
Are there any alternatives to re-upping the VoIP system? I mean, I know some people, it's the way of the future, but are there any alternatives that you could see that would be maybe better performing or less costly, or preferably both?
Well, I think that's where everybody seems to be going with the voice over IP. And it's essentially you own the phone system. And we've saved a lot of money on phone calls, the daily operation. But when it comes to replacing the equipment, you've got quite a bit of overhead.
That may be something that they go to the capital committee.
Yeah, I think ideally it's both that and the the electrical supply and generators are specifically capital questions for next year. I mean, in general, voice over IP systems have kind of a lifespan of about 5 years or so. It's depending on the system. You can sometimes get away with not having to replace all the phones themselves. It's the back end infrastructure you have to replace. So it just depends on, with the system, what we have to do as to whether we have to replace everything or just the back end. But it's a capital question for that committee for next year. Darnell?
Jim, you had spoken about the need to power up the town hall buildings. But from our conversations and everything, I understand that the hub is at the Pierce, and there's two
Correct.
systems
That's-
over there.
that's
So,
the head end.
so we're basically, from my understanding, a truck hitting a pole from losing internet in the town, for the town. Now, can you address what we need over there to kind of, as a backup, or what we need outside of that 90,000 for keeping town hall running? What would be needed for,
The head end over there needs to
head-
be
yeah.
powered up as well.
All right, and-
There's what they refer to as a core switch over there.
Okay,
Our
yeah.
firewall resides over there.
Excellent.
That's where our internet line comes in. So that area needs power as well.
Okay, and is that another $90,000 or a different cost?
That would be a little less, because it's not as big of a power drain. But estimate would be probably in the $40,000 range for that location. There are two scenarios. There are two head end rooms at that location. If we were able to bring some of our equipment to the first floor, we would only need one generator. But as it stands now, the equipment is in two locations, so you would need to power up both. And that would be roughly 40 for each. That was the estimate that I got.
All right. And because of the department itself, I know it's new, it's a year and a half old right now, whatever. As we look across and gone through a number of these meetings, everybody's talking about we need new software, we need new hardware, we need different things of that nature. Is there a plan in place, or do you have a plan that you're trying to work on at this point, which would allow for this growth in that IT department, as far as the responsibilities growing, as the needs and the technical needs across the town grow?
Well, we do. We do try to, you know, look ahead. I do work with a company that specializes in network infrastructure, and you know, we sit down on a regular basis and discuss where we should be heading with our technology. And like I mentioned earlier, with virtualization and thin client applications, that could be a cost savings for us.
Thank you.
Tom? And maybe somewhat an esoteric question, but the future seems to be cloud systems going forward. To what degree is this feasible in the town? Would it ultimately, obviously it's a savings because somebody else is paying to upgrade the software, keeping it up to date. Do you see that going forward, and how much down the road if it is viable?
Well, right now, the discussion we've had, again, like I mentioned at Dunno, was the virtualization of hardware. And, you know, down the road, that might be an option for us. But, like, with each change, there comes a cost, because you have to revamp more or less the software as well to keep up with it.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Okay, we're at about 11:30. We'll take, what's the feeling, a 5-minute break, and we'll take the next round, or do you want to hear one more and try and run us up to lunchtime?
Yeah, let's go up to lunch, unless anybody objects.
Who would like to come back? Okay. We'll take Mary Ann, and we'll slip in planning board.
Thank you. Good morning. And for the new Warrant Committee members who have never been to the Senior Center, welcome. We hope you come back.
Thank you for having us.
I came before you Monday night, and I hope I answered most of your questions. It is a level dollar budget. It is not a level service budget. So, do you want me to elaborate on that? Or?
Yeah, if you can kind of elaborate. I know that what we talked about on Monday night was a large part around your ability to service the elders of the town, as far as van availability and, you know, just the general ability of your, you know, within a level service as opposed to, or level dollar as opposed to level service. If you can just kind of summarize for the committee, so if we weren't there, just kind of some of those issues.
Okay. Basically, what the Council on Aging does is provide service to residents over the age of 60. We don't have the figures in for the 2010 census, but currently we have 6,100 senior citizens, of which I am now one. Just to give you an idea on where we are on the town side, roughly $30 is spent per year per elder. We work with a consortium of 11 towns, and the average is $111. So we're very, very low on what we spend on our seniors. But we really, truly take advantage of every dollar that's given to us, and we spend it wisely. Van transportation is the main gist of our program. We provide 850 rides on average per month to seniors, to medical, grocery. It's thanks to the donation of the Copeland Family Foundation, the Friends of the Council on Aging, who run a golf tournament, that we're able to fund that program. But truly, it's funded on the generosity of others and the small donations that the seniors can make. Our other main piece is outreach. What outreach is we have an outreach coordinator and an outreach worker who go out to the homes and explain to the seniors what it is we do here and how we can help them. This year, that program is going to be impacted because we are now required, let me just step back a little. Outreach is funded 10 hours by the town of Milton, and the balance is funded through a state, it's called a formula grant, based on the number of elders and a dollar amount. Currently, it's $31,000. What that does is pay the difference of 20 hours a week of an outreach worker, Nancy Stewart. This year, we're going to be required to pay her health insurance $12,000 out of that amount. So what that will do is cut down on the number of outreach hours and the services we can provide to the seniors. I just want to give you a little example. Nancy unfortunately broke her ankle on black ice and has been out for 4 weeks and is going to be out for another 4. So the other, on Friday, usually I'm here in the office, kind of like more administrative, but I actually did an outreach visit to a home on Nancy Road. It was a gentleman who was just diagnosed with stage 4 cancer and who really didn't know where to turn. I think it was great for me to go out to actually see. Nancy makes $23.24 an hour, just to see what you get for that. I sat down with a husband and wife, no children, and together we worked out a plan on our vans and with the Cancer Society to help this resident, you know, in what I see as a time when you need it most. Some people say, you know, what is it you do up here? Do you do bingo? Do you do, you know, trips to Foxwood? We don't. What we try to do is to help the seniors navigate a very, very difficult system when they're most vulnerable. So to have this $12,000 taken out of our budget, it's a real hard hit to absorb. And we'll do everything we can to put, you know, as much extra effort, you know, into getting it done. But I think it's a disservice to the elderly residents when, you know, I hope the time never comes when we have to say we can't help. So I see our budget as very different from all the other budgets you hear about. It's more of like the heart and soul of a community. And I think the town of Milton, this is my 20th year, has done a fabulous job with very little resources. You know, we're a small budget. We write, as I said when I appeared before you, I write so many grants, and sometimes, you know, we're lucky, but they're small. They're very small. South Shore Elder Services, I'm there all the time. Not many other communities are asking for money, but you're talking like $1,500, and then the next year it's cut. So you can start a program, but then, you know, you don't have the funds to finish it. But without the generosity of, as I said, the Copeland Family Foundation, our Friends group, which is just phenomenal, a group of people who just come together and really get what we do, and then, you know, with the money we can get from the town, I can just assure you that every single dollar is accounted for. One of our biggest things is utilities. I'm so hopeful about the Consolidated Building Committee because $10,000 a year for electricity in this building, and you just saw how the wind, you know, blows through it. You know, maybe we can save some money on that end, but we will save it any way we can, and we're grateful for everything you give us, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions? Hank?
At our last meeting, I think we discussed at a high level the concept of some regionalization, and is there opportunities for us through these other services to maybe piggyback with other towns in terms of being able to provide services that we might be losing in the future or having challenges to keep up going with? And have you looked into it? Is it viable? What are your thoughts on regionalization?
I think when you look at the towns, like you take a town like Quincy, which has their own regional transportation, they have 42 vans that transport their residents. A town like Randolph, it might be possible, but the way the state allocates the money is per the number of residents you have in the town. Like right now it's 6,100, and the figure is $6.50 that they give us. I'm not sure how it would work on that end. We work closely with other towns, but not on things such as transportation or things like that. It's never been brought up at a state level. I think it's a great idea. But I don't have any answer. I don't know of any towns that have done it, other than maybe in the western part of the state. You know, there may be groups of towns, but not in this area. Good idea, though. I'll mention it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Tom?
Yeah, I was just Curious, you mentioned the outreach coordinator, and I guess part of her is covered by an EOEA grant.
Yes,
And there's gonna be $12,000 going towards health insurance.
Right.
Now, is she a town employee, and doesn't her health
Good
insurance come
question,
out of
Tom. I consider her a town employee. She's been working for the town since 1996. In 2001, the town meeting allocated 10 hours of her salary. She's under the Chapter 13.
Okay.
So 10 hours of her salary has always been paid for by the town, and the balance has been made up on the Executive Office of Elder Affairs grant. So 10 hours from the town and 20 hours from the grant. I consider her a town employee, but, she's
Right,
really.
okay, but she is paid by the town?
By two different sources, right.
Right, okay. So I guess my confusion is coming with the $12,000 in health insurance, how that's impacting your budget, I guess.
Because her health insurance for the last 10 years, her percentage, as, would be my percentage, had been picked up by the town. It's kind of like a long scenario, so I don't want to, get into too much time. But basically, she was just like everybody else. She paid her percentage, and then the 80% was paid for by the town.
Right.
Recently, it came to light, she had she asked for an extra visit for physical therapy. So it was looked at by the town administrator, and at that time, it was decided that even though we had a letter that said she was grandfathered in, that in fact, that letter, in the legal interpretation, only meant for that 1 year. So the Council on Aging was then given basically a bill from the town that said, you will now have to pay $11,880 towards Nancy's health insurance, because we don't think, because she's part grant and part town, that, it should have been written into the grant to begin with. So we were left with, either letting her go, which would have been a fiasco, or finding out of our budget, roughly $12,000 to pay her health insurance. There was no place else we could take it except from, the formula grant that pays her salary. And, the chairman of my board, Paul Kelly, did ask for a legal ruling from town council, and the town council said that, and I hope I'm saying it right, that no town administrator has the right to make that ruling. So the former town administrator, even though we had, the written letter we had asked for that she's grandfathered in, and that nobody else would ever be here, if she was to leave, the grandfathering left with her. But the legal ruling was that a town administrator couldn't make that. It was just the Board of Selectmen.
Now, I'm confused as to what the grandfathering is, though. I mean, does she not work enough hours for the town?
No, she does. Well, she works 10 hours for the town and 20 hours under the grant. So she works 30 hours a week, and it's supposed to be 19.5
right,
hours.
Be covered by.
But it's the way her salary is paid that was, was the kind of like the catalyst for the change.
Okay. Still confused.
Leroy?
Well, I'm gonna pick up where you left off. Kevin, I'm not really following the rationale. Can you shed any light on that? 'Cause we have numerous teachers that are funded by stimulus fund grants, so I don't understand why you take the position
Just to kind of put some clarification on this whole matter, and I think there's some interpretation issues that may cause some of the confusion, but basically, any town employee, and that's the school or the town side, if they're being funded their wages through some kind of grant, they're required, that department, school department, in this case, Council on Aging, are required to pay the health insurance cost as part of that grant. So they include it in their grant, and that's been the system. And the schools have great employees, but they have some part-time employees who are on grants and part-time employees who aren't on grants. The schools incur the cost of that health insurance pickup. It came to light that in this particular case, the individual, and, the legal interpretation is that, I'm not an attorney, but they have a legal interpretation, I spoke to the director and I came to an agreement back about a year ago on how to handle this new information. At that point in time, for whatever reason, the Council on Aging decided to take a different course, and, made some kind of claim that there were individuals in the school side who were who were similarly situated but not paying the health insurance costs. That was inaccurate. It was wrong. So we're treating all town employees exactly the same way. There was a letter, I think it was 2001, by then Town Administrator David Owen. But if you read the letter, and I can get a copy for the board here, it was for that one fiscal year. I think it was 2001 or 2002, I forget the fiscal year. For whatever reason, the following year, 2, 3, 4, going forward until this current fiscal year, the health insurance was picked up through the trust, which was different from all other town employees similarly situated. So we just clarified the situation, and the Council on Aging chair asked for a legal opinion. The town gave that legal opinion, and it basically said the same thing.
So if I understand that, Kevin, basically what we're saying, and I think I do understand now, when we put in for reimbursement for this state grant, the reimbursement, so the net to the town is basically the same. It's just a matter of whose budget wants to get charged to, because when we get reimbursement for the grant, we have to put in to be reimbursed for the insurance and the salary, as opposed to just the salary. So that kind of shifts where the cost, because basically less of her salary is coming out of the grant because the insurance has to come out of the grant. More of her salary has to come out of the out of the COA budget.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the grant works, but you could, the grant should have always included the cost of the insurance.
Right.
And whether or
Which
not that would
obviously
have
if it's a-
increased
if
the
it's a
amount of
fixed
grant
grant,
and everything would have been,
If
then
it's a
it
fixed
would have
dollar
covered.
grant, then if insurance has to go in, then less comes off the salary, basically.
Yeah, I don't know how that grant operates.
Tom, just to clarify that, Nancy has 10 hours with the town. We're not able to increase that 10 hours, so she's losing hours. I understand what you're saying. We're paying, what we paid for strictly salary out of the grant now is $12,000 towards health insurance. So that is not being picked up anyplace else.
So her hours are gonna be cut.
Absolutely.
But the net to the town is basically still the same. I mean, we were paying X amount of dollars, health insurance, we're getting the same amount reimbursed from the grant this year and next year. It's just, now it's split between salary and, am I correct?
No, I think the best way to describe it is the health insurance trust was picking up that 12.
No, I understand that, but I'm talking about grant reimbursement. We've got a grant for X amount of dollars from the state.
31,000, right.
Is that changing?
That's not changing, but how we wrote the grant was always written just strictly for outreach
I
salary.
understand, but the dollars are still the
dollars
same.
right
This
now
year
are still
and-
the same, absolutely.
Okay. Her health insurance is still the same. It's not going up, right? So what the town is getting in and what the town is paying out is exactly the same.
Yes.
It's just how it's allocated around.
But just
the
as long
difference
as
is
the
we're
warrant
losing the
committee knows,
hours.
there are less hours.
We're losing
Right.
services.
We're losing
Well, yeah,
services.
I mean, so actually, the town isn't losing any money. The town's actually gaining money on this thing. We're losing services.
We're losing services, that's the bottom
Because
line.
we're still getting reimbursed the same amount from the state.
Right, it's just where the reimbursement is now going. I had to write the grant to include the health insurance cost, and the balance would cover salary. So as Mo just said, we're losing services, not dollars.
And the health insurance trust is not paying the 12,000.
Right.
Right.
And I think that's part of the risk, if you will, or an acceptable risk. When you write grants and you have town employees who are being funded by grants, you always run the risk that, one, the grants could be reduced, and then you have to make the appropriate, decision-making. So when you have grants, when you're relying on town employees who are just, basically being funded through grants, there is a risk. And we've been very fortunate. We have a great worker here in this particular case, but it's still a grant, and we don't control, the funding of those grants. We just try to maximize and make the best we can of those funding sources. And there's more than one town employee who's on grants. So, all I feel is we be consistent in how we handle each and every individual who works for us, And then particularly those individuals who are under a grant with the expectation, which has always been the case, and the schools can verify it, that it's the requirement of that department to pick up the health insurance cost.
Roy?
So what is the total number of hours this employee works?
She works 30 hours a week,
And of those 30 hours, the town pays
10 hours. Uh-huh.
So does that mean that the town pays 33% of the healthcare cost and the grant pays 6% or 4%?
No, we're picking up the, whatever the percentage is, I think we
Picking
pay.
up to 15%.
If I'm following the original logic, if the individual's fully paid on the grant, then the grant should fund the cost of health insurance. But if this person seems to be a hybrid, they're part town employee and part grant funded employee. So does the town assume that portion of the health insurance share that reflects the portion of hours that they pay?
The way we've done it is if you're on a grant and that grant brings you into, into the area where you can start picking up health insurance, the department picked up the total cost of the health insurance, the 85%.
So is it a question of how many hours up to the nine, is it
Yeah, it's
19 hours?
19.5, I think, then you're like 20 hours.
Right. So if
Once
the-
you hit that threshold, then you are eligible for health insurance. That department whose, the grant was under, paid the town share of the health insurance cost.
Sure.
Marion, can you explain what is required of the town to provide in the way of services for elders?
Under the Older Americans Act, every city and town in the Commonwealth is provided to have, a council on aging in place. It depends greatly on, how much is appropriated by the town or how much, money comes from the formula grant as to what you do. There are some towns that just basically have a part-time person, kind of like answering a phone. Then you have bigger towns, based on the population and the town appropriation who have more services. And then you have a town like Milton, we're one of the smallest budgets and, 27% of the population. So, it's based on, you're required to have a council on aging, but the state doesn't have any requirements about A, B, C, what you need to provide. You provide what you can with the funds you're allotted.
So is this grant really at risk? Are we at risk of not having a grant year to year?
For the 20 years up in here, we've had this grant. What you're at the risk of is how much. This year it's funded at $6.59 per elder. Again, we're waiting for the 2010 census figures to come forward. We're not sure what that's going to do to the demographics. Every year we go up to Beacon Hill and we fight for this grant, along with our legislators. And, it's been as low as $4. The highest it's ever been was $7. So I can't see that it's going away. Actually, it's, something that I think the state as a whole feels very strongly about. But again, it's very unclear as to where the dollars will be at any given time.
Would we be able to meet our mandate if we did not receive this grant?
Well, the town gives us an appropriation, so yes, as long as there is actually, one person, be it whoever it is, just maybe answering the phone, that's as.
Okay. So the town may not have to pick up that additional amount, is what I'm trying to understand. We wouldn't necessarily, if we didn't receive the grant, then we wouldn't provide the service, is that pretty much it?
Well, it would just be what the town appropriation would allow,
Okay, thank you.
if that makes sense.
Mike and Jean and Tom?
So just so I understand, you need an additional $12,000 to keep her at the same level of hours?
Yes. Yes.
I can attest to the fact that, yeah, they do have to have a council on aging, but I lived in a town where they did very little for the elders, and it wasn't a question of answering the phone. And I do commend you for a remarkable job, because I do know from personal experience here what a great job Milton does. My mother started at Uncody, and what Milton did early on, and compared to what some of these towns are not doing, you run a remarkable agency.
Thank you.
Just again, so I understand, if we bill the health insurance under this grant, as a direct cost of the grant, So we'll get a grant reimbursement coming in. Does the $12,000 of that grant go into the insurance trust then when it comes in? Is that what
Yes, it comes in
happens?
2 installments, Tom, so like a bill comes and we reimburse the, what's it called, Kevin, the health insurance
Health
trust?
insurance.
The trust, okay.
So we've already paid the first
So
installment.
theoretically, that's $12,000 less that the town has to appropriate from the insurance
Right.
side into the trust, because now it's coming from a different source.
But I think the question there is, at that point, that employee is only working 10 hours underneath the grant, because it's 10 hours on the town side.
Right, so it's not
And it's
20
only
hours.
10 hours on the grant side, so that takes them below the
She's
point at
actually
which they can.
20 hours.
20,
Right.
Just so-
Right, but in fiscal 12, it would
Right,
be,
it will have to be
it would be
cut,
10,
right.
which would put her below the threshold for health insurance.
We're hoping it will be just down to 21, but we don't have a guarantee on that yet.
I guess the point I was trying to make is that have we taken into consideration the fact when we've arrived at the number that has to be, we have an insurance appropriation in our budget. Have we taken into account the fact that there's going to be $12,000 from a different source coming in? That's all. Because it seems to me the dollars are the same. That you shouldn't have to cut this person because the same dollars are, nothing more is being spent.
$12,000 more is being spent.
Well, not really, no, it's not. It's just where it's coming from.
To her budget.
From the budget.
We're actually spending $12,000 less.
On the town side, but not on my budget.
I understand. I'm taking it globally from the town side. We're spending $12,000
Right,
less.
yes. Correct.
Yes.
So this is a problem that's easy.
So,
Well, I'd ask the warrant committee to just, keep in mind that there are other similarly situated town employees. And 10 hours of this funding, and for this particular individual, is paid for by the town.
Yep.
That makes that particular individual ineligible for health insurance, because they're not at the threshold. If you decide that, you want to, increase the budget to pick up that cost, you will probably get other departments who are also paying the health insurance cost, who could also use those hours, those additional hours that money was going off to the health insurance as opposed to going into salary, to do effective, whatever the department is, operations. So I just ask you to just remember that. The director and I have had this discussion now going on to probably a year. We worked out, I think, a good solution at the beginning that we mutually agreed upon. There was a change in course for whatever reason, and, there was some questions that needed to be answered. We provided those answers. I met with the council board this past week to, clarify any misconceptions or to give any additional information, but I just ask you to remember that there are other similarly situated departments with similarly situated grant scenarios who could use the money that's now being paid through the grant or through the operations for the health insurance for that particular operation that could easily go back into hours of operation.
I guess what I'm saying, Kevin, is I agree with you that, it should be properly charged to the grant. That those are the rules and that's the way it should be. I guess what I'm saying from a fairness standpoint, this is, that unlike other people, our budget had been previously set a certain way with a certain amount of dollars, and if you look at it globally, it doesn't seem fair to me that we're actually gaining $12,000 by what we're doing, and I think we are. I think we're actually gaining $12,000 of revenue to the town and cutting a person by $12,000. I think that's the net result of it globally, forgetting about individual budgets, and I don't think that's fair.
All right?
Just one other clarification, Kevin, are there other, in talking about similarly situated employees, are there other employees that have this arrangement where some of their salary is paid by the town and some is paid by grant?
Yes.
And where are those employees?
There's some school employees, and there may be one or two other department employees. I have to go back and check my record.
Carol?
What was the mutually upon agreement that didn't end up working out?
No, we worked it out, it didn't work out, so I don't want to go into detail. I don't think we've had that discussion.
Any further questions at this point?
I'm gonna take 12 grand out of the,
See none?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bill, do you want to come up?
It was Kevin, right? He was like, so, are you gonna make those exchanges over the board?
Thanks for coming in. Planning.
Planning board. Planning board is requesting $16,754. Breakdown to that is $14,363 under salaries and $2,391 under expenses. The salary line is 12 hours for administrative help. That's it.
No stamps? Within your general expenses budget?
Yes.
Which is what I think you had been adjusted to cover the steps and the
So
steps
that we
increase.
could, yes, we could level fund, yes.
So, I mean, obviously, I think the biggest decrease was adjusting postage down as far as,
Under the postage piece, every public hearing has to have a mailing that goes out. If it is a town-sponsored mailing, we don't get our money back. If it is a developer application that goes out, we get that money back, it goes back into the general fund.
Okay. Questions? Tom?
Specifically postage, we only spent $87 in FY10. How'd that happen?
That's what we spent.
Okay, so I guess, do we need 300 then, I guess is the question.
Every time we have a, when we have zoning articles, there's different mailings to it. Every special permit has different mailings. There's just different requirements for different applications.
So it's hard to forecast what you're actually going to need at that point, depending on the year.
Exactly. I mean, we get, if it's a special permit that deals with the, one of the planned unit developments, if it's a subdivision, you mail to 300 feet around that project site. It may be 2 houses back, it may be more. The planned unit developments and the subdivisions seem to be a little bit bigger. They have bigger mailing lists. When we have different zoning pieces, there's different requirements. We'll mail it to different people. We have to send it out to the to town meeting members. We get it out so that they know what it is that they're getting, what they'll be voting on.
Do you know where you stand this year, Bill, in terms of, FY11?
I'm sorry?
Year-to-date FY11, do you know where we stand in terms of postage expenditure?
I do not.
Okay. Now, the other reason I ask is, we're, if we have money to put back, we're looking where to put it back, but clearly wouldn't.
I know that last year we turned back $158.
Okay.
Are there any areas that, if we have money to add above $1 you'd be looking for? Is that hours on salary side, or is it?
As
general
much as I
expenses?
might like that, the secretary that I have, 25 and a half hours to the zoning board of appeals, 12 hours towards my side. Some weeks she does more for me, some weeks she does more for them, depending on the workload. Would I like her more? Yes, I would.
But it's
Can she do
adjustment on the
more?
split,
That-
right?
that- different question.
Okay.
I'd like her more, yes.
Any other questions? Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
So, I didn't see lunch arrive yet, so we'll take, Chief, would you like to come up? I know you're,
Good morning.
It's my very lucky day, because I get to sit next to Mr. Walker. Good luck, chum. Isn't that it? I'm done.
Whatever you need.
I'm done, I'll leave. You took good care of me. No, only kidding.
thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
So we met a couple
We
weeks
did
ago.
meet, And we did present a very comprehensive executive overview of just the issues that we deal with as a police department on a day-to-day basis. It's funny when you sit in the audience here and you listen to each department come before you and explain their needs, they all have merit. And I think I say all the time that life is complex and we deal with complex issues. And we know that this is a tough economic time. I think I said before you, and I've said many times previously, that this is my 4th year as chief, and if you told me 4 years ago when I took the job that I was gonna watch the water run out of the bathtub, like someone just pulled the cork the first day or pulled the plug, and that's kind of what we were trying to do, is stop that and solve that. So, I'm very proud to say that we have an excellent police force. We deal with some big city issues sometimes, and we deal with them very well, but I think what I do now, my one question, I emailed the PowerPoint presentation to Helen. Did she circulate it to Oakland?
Yeah,
She did, so
yeah,
can I make sure she does, I do want to make sure she does do that. And I thought of this today. I'm going to email you tonight a PowerPoint presentation of the process that it takes to become a police officer in the town of Milton. It's not just the town, it's the Commonwealth. Because unlike many other professions, the superintendent hires a teacher, the DPW hires someone. When we hire a police officer, from the day we start, from the time that they've taken the test, they get a notification that there's a position open here, in the police department, they sign the list willing to accept. The first time that person gets in a police car and actually patrols the town by themselves is probably about 11 months away. So for that first 11 months and all the expenses incurred associated with that, there's really no direct benefit yet to the citizens of the town, because that's just the demands that are associated with becoming a police officer in the year 2011. 50 years ago, a police officer was hired here and they went to work on day one. Policing has evolved very much into a profession from the job it was 50 years ago. So I guess what I'd probably do is answer any questions that you have. I know I've listened to some of the questions you've asked just about some contemporary issues we've had. The storm, this has been a pressing winter. It's been a pressing winter for demands on equipment, the building. Our fleet has taken a pretty good hit this winter. Overtime, things of that issue. So I think that's pretty much what I'd like to do, if that's okay with you, is answer any questions that you might have.
Sure. Hank?
I know Mr. Hurley definitely has to have at least 5.
I might shut up for this one.
I want to make one point though about the fuel, because it's come up so many times, and I wrote a note, and Mr. Lynch reminded me of what I did. In that year that fuel bid did hurt us, where the price of fuel spiraled significantly on an international level for a short period of time, and we wound up becoming locked into a bid. Myself and 9 other police chiefs in the county, because we were in that collaborative bid, decided to go out and shop independently for fuel. So what we did here was, we went between 2 gas stations for almost the entire year, buying on a week-to-week basis. And in that year, we did save money.
but it's a very difficult thing to do. It's not something that you'd want to do long-term. You are looking at a global market over a long period of time. We did get hurt once, but I believe it was the next year, the bid came in at like $1.90 a gallon, and there was a spike that year, and it didn't hurt us because we were at the low fuel. So, I think that in the long term, sticking with the various consortiums that Joe Lynch talked about is really the way to go. You do have but I wouldn't do that again. It got us through a year. It was a Band-Aid on a bleeding wound, but it really wasn't the way to go long term.
Hank, then Leroy.
Mr. Bell.
Chief, I think this is the third time I've seen you this week, so.
It is. I know. I know.
At our last meeting, though, you indicated that Quinn had changed for us, and that caught a couple of us by surprise. And I was wondering if you could articulate what Quinn is for us, for the town now, and what our responsibility is going forward with Quinn, or the changes to the contract that has resulted in the change of Quinn.
Quinn is probably one of the hottest topics on policing in the state, because it's existed for so many years. It's existed in it's the fashion it had existed in under a reimbursed statute through the Department of Higher Education for police officers. The town, being the town administrator, and both unions met significantly. They had significant meetings over the past year where they negotiated a new agreement that, I don't want to call it Quinn, but it's similar to Quinn. And I agree wholeheartedly with what the chief did, with what the town administrator did, because one of the things that I don't like about Quinn is, and I think that you probably all may know this at some point, is that when the governor did decide to cut Quinn, and the legislature cut Quinn, was that it clearly became evident to the general public in the Commonwealth that not every community was the same, that a lot of the languages were determined by what the collective bargaining agreement was in that community. Many had 100%, some had 75%, some had, there were several legal cases where there was just gray areas. Well, if the state doesn't fund their half, what's the obligation to the town? And the danger from a policing point of view, my concern was, as I just talked to you, and I really want you to look at this, I've never thought of it before. Mrs. McGettrick has seen it. She actually spoke at the initiation of the last two recruitment processes that we've had here, is that we go through such an expense in who we recruit and who we hire and what we invest in them, that I do not want to see that our police department become a recruiting ground for people who just come here, do a year or two, and then go somewhere else. That doesn't serve the organization, it doesn't serve us financially, and it doesn't, one of the things that we expect from our men and women who join the police department is that they take ownership in the community, and that's greater than the responsibility of just wearing the uniform and responding to calls. And so I think it was incumbent upon the town, and I think that they did a very good job in negotiating a new Quinn agreement. It's not Quinn per se, and I believe when town meeting comes, you'll see a town meeting article at this town meeting coming before the body that actually removes us from Quinn and initiates this new Quinn agreement. I don't want to get into all the specifics because it was a negotiated issue between the town, but it pretty much is the same and obligates us to pay the same thing. And we made concessions within the police budget, and the unions made concessions within things that were paid to them previously to make the new Quinn package happen. Does that answer that? Do I answer that question, Aaron?
All right.
Chief, you've got 4 cadets in training now?
I have three that have just graduated. They're in their FTO program. That ends next week, so it's the conclusion of, say, almost 10 months of training. We have one position that's open that we were about to appoint. We would have appointed by now, except there's a legal matter that took place. There's been a civil action filed against civil service. 2 people that were removed from the list are trying to get reinstated, and both the Board of Selectmen and I agree felt it was only fair to let's see how this played out. The decision was due out 2 weeks ago. They only had 90 days by statute to decide it. I'd rather just wait and see how it goes, and give these 2 candidates their fair shot at being included in the pool. But once that takes place, we intend to fill that one position immediately, and that would bring us to 50 officers, which is still a -5.
He should be on the street pretty soon, and Ryan is probably a year away.
One would be a year away, unless we're lucky. One candidate that potentially could be on the list is a police officer in another community, and if that person were hired, they could go to work right away.
So you're currently at 46, you'd go to 49 once those cadets.
49 with, yeah,
complete.
when they start working next week, that's 49, and then if we fill the remaining job, that's 50, which is still a -5 from our current running count of 55. Which is significant. One of the biggest things, and I want to say this to people at home watching, they're watching a sheet that comes up. But behind that sheet, in every department, every school person, on the town side, every person, and ultimately filters down to every citizen who lives here. And I know this is a big responsibility for you, and you should be commended for this, because you're all here in your own time. And for the department heads, we consider this the best Saturday of the year to come here and spend the day.
That's not what I heard.
At least the treats are good in the back. But it's really bigger than the numbers, and I think people at home need to know that. You know, when people in our job, you know, people call us when it's not their best day. They pick up 911 or whatever it is. You know, so I just think of some of the issues, the issues we've had with the DPW just in these storms. What it's done to our streets, our sidewalks, the flow of traffic, safe movement of kids to schools, pickups and drop-offs, finding areas for parked cars, for crossing guards just to park their car to do crossings. It's placed an inordinate thing. In the elderly level, I think about issues, in this community we have issues like hoarding. We have people who are very old who, you know, they drive their whole lives. You know, every one of us probably today are gonna go get in a car and leave. One of the things as police chief and the COA has to deal with every day is we often make that decision where you're not gonna drive a car anymore. You know, you no longer can drive, and that's a huge thing for someone in their life. When you see those quality of life start to diminish, where they lose things that we take for granted, suddenly being taken away. So behind all of this are the people that we serve and the services that we bring to them. And I think people at home need to be cognizant of that and pay attention to it. We really do take a team approach, all the department heads, and I think all of government, the way we approach this.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Chief, I had a question on the equipment. This obviously was done before your equipment got batted around. How are you looking on cars?
So,
I see a lot of different colored cars out there right now.
You do. In FY, well, there's a couple reasons for that, but in FY, in our current year, the only real new equipment we ask for is the fleet, because that's how we do our job. We've had a replacement package of 4 cars a year for as long as I can remember. It's worked. Whenever we get to a bump on the road, we cut one. Last year, we cut 2. This year, I had to at least squeak in 3, so I got it to 3. If you noted, for those of you who saw the PowerPoint presentation that we did this year, about every 10 years, about every 15 years, Ford, who's the primary, you know, they own the majority of the market in fleet vehicles in the country, they change the car. And clearly, the fuel situation has placed great emphasis and demand on Ford and the other vendors to get away from the rear-wheel drive 8-cylinder gas guzzlers. And they've looked at various ways, and in 2011, they're going to roll out this new police interceptor, which is a 6-cylinder all-wheel drive car. And the downside of that is that when we do change vehicles over, every year you see there's a changeover cost. We try to take whatever's going out of the old car and use it in the new car. The changeover fee is higher this year because very little out of the old cars will be able to transfer it. But if I were to say to you today, if there were one thing that you could help me with, I would choose to live with the equipment budget as it sits currently before you for next year, and if there were any additional ones, to at least add 1 additional police officer for FY12 going forward, because this is something, 5 is a huge number for a department our size. That's a significant number. And as you know, we've filed every year. We will continue to file again this year under the federal cops hiring program. The difficulty is that, unlike the Clinton administration, where they funded significant, it was over $1 billion a year. On the Obama administration, it's only been, I think last year was $250 million countrywide. The only departments that are really getting those funds are departments in this Commonwealth. It's like the Fall Rivers, the New Bedfords, the Lowells, and the Lawrences that have had, seen massive numbers, 10, 20 police officers laid off, and they've been the only recipients. But the good news is that if you did not get into this program 3 years ago when it started, you can't get in. So we'll continue to apply for it. But in the long run, I think we need to start to take some type of steps forward to at least try and work in small increments. So if you could find the funds to fund one additional position, that would be significant.
All right.
And what would be the if
50.
it hired
I would
an
say 50.
experienced officer, what would that cost you?
Well, that would save you the training, that would save you the time between that first 10 months, between that
Cost is
cost.
the same?
The cost of the salary would be the same.
Yeah, okay.
Well, here's what I'd say, the cost of salary would be higher because they're being experienced, but if you could fund it at a P1 level, I could deal with it. If we chose to look for someone who, I think we could absorb the difference between a P1 and a P5, if we chose to do that, and I have not even thought yet which way we would go if we did that.
Tom?
Chief, I
knew it
know
was
it's,
coming.
in this year's budget.
He said he wasn't gonna do
I know, I did.
Couldn't
I
resist.
couldn't resist. Just one question, Tom.
Is it about postage?
In the FY11 budget, I believe we had 2 deputy chiefs, and now we're down to 1 deputy chief. Is that,
Yes.
is that a permanent change, or is that a
It
temporary?
is for
change?
now. It's not one that I like. We clearly, going back to what Mr. Bell asked, the town had to find a way to negotiate Quinn, and that was one area they found. And if you look at the 1992 study of the police department, this department has, for 30 years plus, has worked on a makeup that has 2 divisions, administrative division and a operations side, as well as the chief. So you've taken the responsibilities of 3 and you've now shifted it to 2, and if you take either one of the 2 out of it, even for a day, that now all winds up on 1. And as Mr. Lynch saw last week, I think at 10 o'clock at night, I'm in the back of the police station up to my knees in snow because the drain collapsed and it was full of water and it backed up into the station and we had a flood, and you have to do what you have to do. Long-term, would I be, as just a citizen of the town, not the chief, would I be a proponent of that? No. Of us, remaining this, I think if we were to have say a management study tomorrow, I'm sure it's a topic that would be addressed. But I think the more pressing need, I can understand, while I might not agree with it, I can understand the more pressing need for the overall health of the department to deal with the Quinn issue now versus later. I hope that answers the question.
That is it. Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief?
Nothing? Wow.
Call it a day.
It's good to see you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
Thank
And
you.
I'll email you, I really want you to look at the, I'll email Helen tonight.
Yeah, and
And I'll-
she's at sick, which is why she's not here.
Or I'll email
Um,
you.
Yeah, if you
I
email
want
me
both of
both
them.
presentations,
I'm gonna send you
I'll
both
make
of
sure
them.
they get out.
For those of you who weren't there last week, you definitely want to look at this presentation. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
Thank you.
So, if we can take the, Mary, you've got to leave early, so if you want, the schools want to come up quickly and. Then we'll take lunch.
This is just the cover sheet, just for 2 minutes, the cover sheet. Cut list.
Yeah, so just the
Just
school,
the cover.
yeah, so just the presentation you did
Just the
last
front
week.
seat.
That one, right?
Pass a little.
Oh, sure.
Good. Then we'll go to the cut sheets.
Yep. So we'll try and get this squared. I want to try and get folks to take that in. Yeah, sweet. I came in about 5 minutes ago.
Foster audience.
Yeah. Well, I think you were the entire audience. So it was,
Go away.
I think people are taking a quick stretch break. Thank you for coming in this afternoon at this point. We had met and spoken on Wednesday, and you'd gone through your budget summary for 12. So I know you want to talk about 2 specific slides from that piece this afternoon, and then we had specific questions on add backs. I know you've got work done on that piece. So if you want to cover the 12 budget as is for what's up on the screen first, and then we'll talk about your add backs.
Thanks, Ewan. We have Linda Lee Sheridan, the chairperson of the school committee here, Mary Kelly, the chairperson of the finance subcommittee, Glenn Pavlicek, the co-chair of the finance subcommittee, John Phelan, assistant superintendent for curriculum and personnel, and Matt Gillis, our business administrator. We presented last Wednesday to you, so just to bring this back to the cover sheet, we were asked by the finance subcommittee of the school committee and the warrant committee to move the school district ahead. For the last 3 years, we've used stimulus funds, which we spoke to Mr. Hurley, have kept districts across America during the last 2 to 3 years, public school systems running. And we were asked to include the positions that we had hired through stimulus grants. Moving the system ahead with the raises and those positions, that is the top $34 million number that you see. And then we were asked the level dollar budget, the number that we're using this year to operate the Milton Public Schools, $33 million. The difference is $1.5 million. Very briefly, we meet as a leadership team. We meet with the finance subcommittee and the school committee to review every part of our budget, every step that we take. We have gone out to each PTO to the direction of Leroy Walker, the chairperson of the school subcommittee of the warrant committee. We began in late November, and what we did was, first, in that $1.5 million, we took out actual salaries, not plug numbers, of every position that we hired with stimulus funds over the last 3 years. That totals 17.1 FTEs, or full-time equivalents. That totaled $848,000. Then the balance of that money was moving this current staff ahead and some non-salary increases, no extra positions, non-salary, some special education costs. We come back to that $1.5 million. We described to the warrant committee, and when we went out to groups of parents, that over the years, we have gone forward, and when you have 4,000 children and 500 employees, the organization changes. We've come to you some years with a number that we propose cutting 40 positions. We talked about closing schools over the years. We talked about eliminating clubs, activities, and athletics. What we did this year, we took that $1.5 million, and I think that it was a creative idea, and because we have watched every single dollar, we identified in non-salary reductions, when you're 75 to 80% people, you don't find this kind of money in text materials, supplies, maintenance equipment. And so we identified $782,000 worth of non-salary, not people, anticipated reductions in electricity, solar panels on the roofs of our schools that will save us a one-time $150,000. Revolving accounts that we've built up, we're going to those revolving accounts. And we described to the warrant committee that every time we go to those, to use those non-salary dollars, we think we've saved another teacher. Well, we're not going to outline all those. All of these are on the web. And then with the balance, $783,000, we had to go and identify people, staff, teachers that would have to be eliminated if we were not given increased dollars, if we had to function and run the school system with the same number of dollars. Very briefly, if you could go to the next sheet, I'm not going to detail it. If you go to the web, this is the list of cuts that we're going to make that aren't people. These are cuts that, because we've watched every dollar, built up the revolving accounts, look to have electricity savings, look to some contract negotiations, we believe that we're going to be able to identify, working hard, $782,000. If we weren't identifying those funds, that would turn into, because we use $56,000 if we have to plug. That would come out to 15 more teachers. So this was unique this year. Then if you'd go to the next sheet, we detailed for you the other night, and every group that we've gone out to, we've showed the impact of every one of that list of 11.2 FTEs as a person who works in the Milton Public Schools. There are no people that aren't fully employed, working bell to bell and beyond that. And so the Warrant Committee asked us the other night if we would come back today and prioritize that list. We said we purposely didn't come with a prioritized list. Nobody on that list is any more important than anyone else. But what we spent the time since Wednesday is working for the leadership team. I think it's important to say to you today that this list has not gone in front of the Finance Subcommittee or the School Committee. We actually used some input from you the other night when we came up with this with our leadership team. If I might, in your packets, before we go over this is the second handout in your packet. It's entitled Budget Restoration Ranked. In the packets I gave you, these are responses to your questions. We detailed with impact statements the reductions of staff. We've prioritized the list. You asked about the positions last year, the 24.4, what's come back, what sources of funding, if you brought any of those back. We've detailed that sheet for you. You also asked for more detail on enrollment last 10 years and current enrollment at the middle and high. We've detailed that for you, down to giving you the actual every class at the elementary school, the last page, how many students as of Friday are in each school, in each classroom. So if I might go to this prioritized list, again, keeping in mind, this is the leadership's recommendation. I would give you an aside. When we went out with these presentations and detailed every position that was going to be cut, we gained a lot of insight from parents and teachers. And twice, since we've made our original cut list, we've worked with the Finance Subcommittee and the School Committee to actually vote and change the list. So this is the leadership's recommendation, again, not gone yet to the Finance Subcommittee or the School Committee. And you have asked for it to be prioritized. The first two positions that would go back would be the English, the elementary English and French reading teachers. You gave us input the other night. I believe that in every district, there are reading teachers in the elementary schools. These reading teachers work with first and second graders, often identifying needs that will lead into special education, IEPs, and we have documentation that through these reading teachers, through regular education, one English reading teacher, one French reading teacher, only working in the classrooms of first and second graders, that is really being proactive in saving money, which the Warrant Committee understood, in special education costs down the road. The second priority is the PS middle school math teacher. The Warrant Committee over the years has, you would think that they were the parents of PS middle school students. It's been a priority for every subgroup at the PS school to make AYP for MCAS. The achievement at the middle school this year, the MCAS scores were outstanding, to the teachers, to the support from the community, and again, one math teacher would make a difference. Again, 5 times 25 to 30 students, that would be our second restoration. Third restoration would be the science teacher. It was very interesting going out to the PTOs. 2 elementary PTO groups had unbelievable feedback. You would think they would center in on their elementary positions. Their concern was the high school science teacher. As we greeted 340 kindergarten parents the other night, I said, this is the beginning of a 13-year relationship. We're with you for 13 years, and parents buy in, and they understand the end game. And they understood the importance at Milton High School, going off to college, of 4 or 5 years of science. The fourth priority, we've gotten a tremendous amount of feedback from parents. There is a school nurse at each school. When we put these cuts up, none of them are easy. And so we have 2 nurses at the Collycott Cunningham plant. Our plan was either to have 1 nurse with an assistant all day, and who perhaps could be an LPN, or have a nurse during the busy time from 10 to 2, a half-time nurse. That is how we were going to find those savings. We've had a tremendous amount of feedback from parents. That would be our fourth position that we prioritized if we receive funds beyond level funded budget. The fifth position is a PS Middle School. Again, a tremendous amount of discussion about reorganizing the PS school over the last 2 years. But if I put the 10 assets of the Milton Public Schools up, one would be the team approach at the middle school. Parents value the team approach. They know when their children go, the 6th graders are together, the 7th graders are together, the 8th graders are together. They have perfected, John Phelan, James Jett, those teachers have perfected that people have faith in their middle school, and that's why that is our fifth restoration. The next restoration would be the high school Spanish teacher. Again, feedback. One warrant committee member spoke to his own child not being able to, with cuts in the past years, have a 4th or 5th year of Spanish at the high school. Will be a 4th year, but 2 languages. The next restoration, the 7th restoration, would be a .2 PS Middle School elective. This would be, again, part of the educational process at the middle and high school. Art, music, library, gym, business, technology. That would drive those class sizes for a .2 into some of them being over 30. You have this, and as we explained the other night, there isn't a Milton Public School parent who wants their child in a study during the day. Your children go to school, they are in classes learning bell to bell. There are no studies. And so that elective is a priority. The 8th in the priority list would be the .2 teacher at the high school. Still to be determined after in March and April, high school students do their first course selection, and by looking at the choices in the electives, this would be the elimination of one class of one elective. The 9th, we discussed with the warrant committee the other night that we had an audit this year of our special ed. Every 6 to 7 years, the state comes in. We looked at schedules, and we put up on the cut list partial .2 or .4, reducing full-time equivalents in occupational therapy, speech, and physical therapy, to reducing those positions to .8 to .6, driven by the individual educational plans of the students. And this is a number that you really can't be sure of. It's really a work in action. As those plans are written, new students come into the district. The warrant committee understood it the other night, so our 9th restoration would be to put back a part of that funding. And in the preschool, we have a preschool in the Milton Public Schools with, again, children beginning at grade 3 who have special education needs, and children in regular ed pay a small tuition to go as role models. Again, we think we know who's in the pipeline. We think we understand from the early intervention programs who's coming to our preschools, but this would be partial funding putting back so that we know that we can react and service every child who comes to the doors of the Milton Public Schools starting at grade 3. In discussions the other night with the warrant committee, last year we made a cut of $50,000 in professional development. That's impacted our school system this year. We wouldn't make it again next year. And so we didn't last year cut anything in text materials and supplies. And we know that we have the Hillside money at the high school. We have the support of the Milton Foundation. But again, if we went over the priorities, it's not a person in our top 12 priority list, but we went to that second page to take back 50,000 of that 200,000 that we anticipated cutting. And the 12th, we put a position, we discussed the other night, we had a 1.0 in the business office. Again, the 12th restoration would be a half-time position in the business office. We spoke the other night, Mr. Gillis and Mr. Phelan spoke to, and you started your meeting, Mr. McAuliffe said the number of individuals and the fees that we're charging, the business aspect of the school system, I think people take for granted and they don't understand through school lunch program and all of the fees that are brought in and all of the purchases that go through the Milton Public Schools. So we have come to you today with a prioritized list, again, not voted by the Finance Subcommittee or the School Committee, and that's the decision of the School Committee, with a list of $537,000 of restorations out of the $1.5 million. And again, we had lots of discussion. You know, every one of those cuts will impact the education of the 4,000 children next year in the Milton Public Schools. We, too, value every dollar. We appreciate every dollar. We can account for every dollar. We share with you where every dollar goes. These restorations would, again, secure the education in every classroom next year.
Thank you.
Anybody want to add anything? Questions?
Questions?
He asked a lot of good questions the other night. And we incorporated a lot, much of our discussion with you the other night. And if you have any questions about anything in the packet, just email us.
Darnell, then Hank.
One of the things I wanted to do, say thanks for the hard work. But two is also to put out there that a lot of these cuts you made on, say, the non-personnel cuts are a lot of one-time cuts that can be made on, just basically see if y'all can make that clear that, you know, well, we cut this last year, can't we do it again? Because we know going forward that will be a question.
So to Mr. Turner's point, if I might, I'm not going to hold up the audience, but we anticipate putting solar panels on the roofs of the school at a cut for one time, and electricity costs $150,000. The text materials and supplies, $200,000. In all of the stimulus money that we've been so conservative with, discussed every position we put back with the Finance and School Committee, and at our school committee meetings, we have $100,000 left in that. That will be used in next year's budget. Retirements, again, we're going to make a concentrated effort to look when we have retirements, resignations, or leaves, to identify teachers that would come in at with not as much experience and their education level. Again, every year we hire teachers, we have the charge from the community, the best and the brightest. I still say to people, a first-year teacher is sometimes the best, is often a wonderful experience for a child, but we're going to watch those hires so that we know that we need those funds. Increased fees and chargebacks to revolving accounts, $50,000. Parents said to us, you're not going to raise the lunch fees, are you, to find this money? No fees for children and students are going to be raised next year. Rentals will be raised, but no athletic fees, club fees, lunch fees, or transportation fees will be raised. Increased lunch back to the school program, that will be another hit. That's a one-time hit, to Mr. Turner's point, and we always do these in terms of that's going to save us another teacher in front of children. Custodian reorganization and administrative reorg, we're going to look to those contracts, reopening them to secure, again, a savings of $50,000 and $20,000, and we believe in electricity reduction that we'll be able to come up with, as Mr. Gillis and Ms. Sheridan say, more low-hanging fruit and identify savings in the schools that will save another teacher.
Hank?
Superintendent, and I'm sorry I missed your presentation on Wednesday, but I understand it was very good. But with all of the contracts that are being negotiated in other parts of the community, what is, and if you have any, what is the impact that we're expected with the teacher's contract that's going to be, I assume, negotiated at some point, and will be this year or next year, or can you give us some insight into that?
Do one of the school committee members want to share the history and where we are? This should have been the third year of a 3-year negotiated contract with the Milton Educators Association. Last spring, we started to sit down, understanding the economics and the budget in Milton and across the state and the country with the Milton educators. That was a first. sitting down, because we should be meeting with them now. And we sat down, and they had this year, they would have had in their third year, a 3.5% raise. We sat down, we renegotiated with them, so that this year, we renegotiated a 3-year contract that's 2.5, 2, and 2.25. And so teachers actually they had secured this year 3.5. They would have showed up and they had negotiated 3.5 4 years ago. They reduced that to 2.5. They pushed 1 ahead so that it's, again, 2.5, 2, and 2.25. And we're going to sit down within the next month with the custodial unit to start negotiating for next year.
Thank you.
Leroy?
I think people at home might wonder why there aren't more questions, but I just wanted to say that there's been considerable work done at the subcommittee level, by the school committee, and by the warrant committee. So I think you've done an outstanding job of laying out what's in the budget, what the budget impacts are, and what the trade-offs are in terms of those impacts. So thank you.
Thank you all for the questions.
And Tom?
Yeah, Mary, just quickly, if you go through on the non-salary, and we're calling them cuts, but I mean, some of these may not actually be cuts, but more savings. So, first of all, I want to make it clear to everybody watching that, we're not necessarily talking about cutting $200,000 of text and material. You might be finding different funding sources for
Right,
it.
but if I
So could you go
didn't
through-
save it, then it would be 4 more people.
Right, I
Exactly.
understand. Could you go through, though, how much of those represent actual cuts out of the overall budget as opposed to reprogramming? And granted, if you reprogram dollars, that's an opportunity cost, but it's not a cut from the budget.
Matt Gillis is going to detail that one for you.
Good question, Tom. Most of the things you see listed there, if you see the middle column where it says reoccurring savings, that's where we're going to take the savings once, and then we're going to have a new lower base on the budget, so we can't take it again to Darnell's question earlier. To your point of it, some of these things, they are reductions to actual expenses if we were to level service the whole program. Some of these reductions we would take anyway without any negative impact to services. If, for example, I'll just take the bottom one, electricity reduction. Our staff is doing a good job of being conscientious and conserving electricity. They're making sure they turn off the lights and the computers, and we've removed some personal appliances from the buildings. And so we can make that savings without any adverse impact to instruction. The only thing that would have a long-term impact would be the text materials, supplies, and technology, if we aren't able to cobble together the full 200,000 going forward. And when we do cobble it together, then the next question is it going to be one-time money that puts that together? That's one we don't really have a long-term plan for. The only other one where I think there could be some concern would be the retirements estimated, where there's a reoccurring savings. Over a period of time, we wouldn't want to have, and I'm speaking for the committee here, and Mary can speak for it in greater detail. We wouldn't want to have a long-term policy where we're really only looking for fresh college graduates. We like to have a diverse teaching staff, both age, experience. They bring a lot to the table, so we wouldn't want to have that going in perpetuity. But Mary could probably elaborate more on that one.
I always analogize, would you go to a doctor who said, I'm not going to charge you what I'm worth? So, again, I often say, if you look at the teacher's contract, a teacher could work 35 years in the town of Milton, have a doctorate, and their salary is $88,000. And so when we hire teachers, we hire several teachers that are right out of college. We hire teachers who have experience, and the mixture has been successful for Milton Public School students. But again, we're going to identify this savings and make a concentrated effort. So I shared with the Warrant Committee that if you were hiring all new teachers and you had 3 new teachers at the high school in the science department, you wouldn't have all 3 teachers at an entry level. So we'll look at the system and we'll identify where we can hire individuals at an entry level.
Mike?
I appreciate this. This is very helpful from where we were the other night. Just questions on 10, 11, and 12 of the level 1 priorities. And I know you mentioned it, but if you could just elaborate, for example, on the text materials, what does $50,000 mean?
Right.
And on the business office, what is, and I know you added in only half of the business office and half of the
Right.
partial aids and teachers, and I appreciate that. But if you could just elaborate on what each of those $50,000 to $128,000, what that means for the school system.
And to your point, so when we were charged with prioritizing, and probably everybody behind me would have a different prioritized list, we prioritized 8.1 of the 11.2 positions. First, let me have Mr. Gillis speak to the business office, and then I'll speak to the text materials and supplies.
In regards to the business office, there are 3.5 support staff that assist me and actually make it possible, because it's not a one-person job, to oversee the $40+ million that go through our system, through payroll and accounts payable, and the $6 million approximately that come in through the revolving funds. So that's both the receipts and the expenditures portion of that. So instead of cutting that 3.5 people to 2.5, we'd be cutting it to 3. So if you just actually took the hours of cutting 40 hours, total from 160, you're looking at about a 25% reduction, making that reduction more manageable for us until we can adjust the workflow systems and the processes to where it would meet the staffing needs. Like any other department, when you have reductions, there is a period of adjustment, and so if we are able to get to number 12 on the list, that would make the things that people take for granted, so to speak, because they just work and they always have, keep them intact as best they could.
Just in terms of tangible, I mean, it's just more of a transition phase?
Well, it is. We'd be looking to change basically how we do business, how we process payroll, that in accord with the way the town's doing it, how we collect money. We are collecting more money online, but we're not there yet. You can't require people only to pay online. I mean, if somebody wanted to come in with a bag of nickels to pay their fee, we'd have to sit there and count it. It's legal tender. So, the changing of the whole culture is something we're trying to work in without having any type of adverse impact on the instruction in the classroom, because everything we do outside the classroom is all to support what goes on inside there, whether it's the utilities or anything else. We want to make it as seamless as possible to be conducive to learning.
Mr. Pavlicek wants you to share how we're going to look to integrate with the town on the payroll.
Our payroll system in town is still a DOS-based program, and some people are going, what do you
I remember DOS.
what's DOS? Well, for you history of computer majors, the DOS system was popular in the 80s, and Windows came out in the 90s, and our general, I keep saying we're going to get to this century. The software that we have doesn't talk to each other well. It's kind of worked around to make it happen, and it's more labor intensive than it should be. But you can't make these changes as quickly as you would think, especially when you're running payroll each week. So we're still working on it. But that's one of the things that we could do to get us there, in accord with the way that we take money in by collecting revenues, whether it be at the school side or the town side. The treasurer's office and the school business department, we do converse with one another and talk about how we're going to move these things ahead. And Jim and I are both still relatively new to Milton, so we're working that along.
Mr. Phelan, Mr. Phelan will speak to that preschool reorganization.
Good morning. In response to the Warrant Committee's questions regarding funding and projecting some funding for special education services, we did have a very good discussion about, we made these reductions with the existing staff we have and the programs that we have and the amount of students that we have on IEPs at the preschool and who receive speech and language services and occupational services. But we do recognize that at any point in time, you can have children's IEPs change and those services may go up, or students could move into the town, or younger children could come into our preschool demanding those services. And we are legally obligated to provide those services through an IEP. So we essentially listened to your advice, as Superintendent Gormley says, you're our financial advisors, and we thought that it would be important to be prudent, or have it be prudent, to put some money aside to allow some flexibility in providing those services as they came forward or as they were needed throughout the beginning of next year and through the year. So that reorganization, this would allow us to anticipate, each year we do have people that need additional services, that we would have the funds to do so.
And lastly, you asked about the text materials and supplies. 10 years ago, when the high school, every 10 years, the high school goes up for reaccreditation. And next year, NEASC will come in to reaccredit the high school. When they came in 10 years ago, we were cited for not spending enough on text materials and supplies. And so every year that you make these cuts, you look at a person or you look at text materials and supplies. And we've tried to, again, 4 years, 5, 6 years ago, we continually went to our text materials and supplies line, and we've stayed away from that line. And with the local PTOs and the Milton Foundation for Education, and as Mr. Gillis said, quoted the other night, about $720,000, that's really the papers, the pencils, the textbook initiatives, the textbooks that children use every year, so that that is, the other night, we saw your reaction to $200,000 out of that money. We know that 10 years ago, the Copeland Foundation put aside money in what's called a hillside account. And the charge and how we document every dime that we spend out of that money, text materials and supplies at Milton High School. Not a switch for a teacher. Text materials and supplies. So that cut is really going to impact elementary and middle schools. So $50,000 back to that $200,000 cut line would impact the 4 elementary schools and the PS middle school. Again, texts, materials, and supplies. We made a presentation about realigning the math curriculum from grades 6 through 12 at school committee 2 weeks ago. The leadership team made a presentation. And again, the realignment in new textbooks costs money. And so we would have to prioritize what we absolutely have to do. But it would impact life every single day for students. And that $50,000 would be a valuable restoration.
So Mary, that math, excuse me, that math realignment, the funds to obviously get the updated curriculum, is that within do we have that in this budget or not? I was unclear on that.
Well, at the high school, we could, in the irony, at the high school, the texts are going to be able to exist, and we can share them, and we have the hillside. But the funds at the middle school, quite frankly, James Jett said, well, I have the funds with that cut to make that math change. And so, again, as we say, the organization changes. We're going ahead. We did the planning, and we know that this budget is a work in action. And so they've done the planning, and right now, it would be, again, it's putting all of the priorities out. What can we prioritize? And it might be how much of the change we could do next year. We're looking at the change for grade 6, and then building up to 7 and 8, but it's the continuum 6 through 8. So would it impact that? Was it 16,000? I forget the number. I don't want to say the number. Again, it's in the presentation that's on the web. But I probably could come up with 10. Again, one of the largest 5th grades in recent history is going up to the 6th grade. We shared those, and if you look at the numbers on the elementary, we look for the next 4 to 5 years, huge classes going into PS Middle School, which those books aren't anywhere in hiding. That's increased text materials and supplies, but the textbooks are where the cost bills.
And you'd start that with the sixth graders, then?
Yeah,
work your
it's
way
going to
up?
start with the sixth grade.
Makes sense. Thanks.
One quick question. The ranked restorations, you said that was the leadership team
Yes.
had approved that, but the subcommittee and, I wasn't clear, is this subcommittee or the school committee? Okay.
So the finance subcommittee and the school committee haven't saw them when you saw them. We emailed them to them last night, working with the leadership, going over them. So they haven't examined them, given their input, made changes, or voted on them.
Are they individually comfortable with them rather than as a team?
I'm not sure that I totally agree with the ranking, but it's close, let's put it that way.
I can see, something, two being interchanged or something like that, but I think basically this is the right, if I had to say the right, 500,000, I'd say this is probably it from my perspective.
Okay.
I don't see anything there that I would have yanked off the other list.
And I would agree with that it's, if you looked at the block, that's an appropriate ratio of, if you looked at the top 9, for example, they might be interchangeable, but that would be probably, definitely something I would support. And from what we've discussed in the past, I would venture to say appropriate or approvable by the other school committee members as well, although I don't want to speak for them.
Thank you. Cheryl?
And so, may I finish to your point? For the public, so then the balance was funds in the preschool reorganization, the other half of the business office, increased funds in occupational therapist, speech, physical therapist and speech. We talked to you about the costs for substitutes, a 5th grade teacher at the Collycock Cunningham, and then that would be the balance of the staff cuts, keeping in mind that if we didn't make, to Mr. Hurley's point, the savings of the $782,000, that I've come to you with a list of 40 staff members in past years, that would have been an additional 15 teachers. If we weren't putting those ideas forward, and again, as I said to you the other night, John Phelan and Matt Gillis, they're more conscious of that list, understanding that if we didn't achieve those savings, that we would have to eliminate staff.
Cheryl?
Yes, the elementary, the Cunningham Collicott teacher, I was just looking at the class sizes and the makeup of the 4th grade now. Can you tell me, would that be a teacher in the English or in the French program, and what the class size would result in next year?
Let me explain that to you. It's a great question. 3 years ago, when in the 3rd grade, we had 3rd grade English classes, numbers that were really high. And we met with the Collycock Cunningham parents, and we took students from the existing 4 English classes, 2 Collycock, 2 Cunningham, and we made a class. We call it a Collycock Cunningham class. It was a first, and it was very effective. In that first MCAS year, we did it the first week of school. I thought it was going to be a really positive experience. It was really difficult for the parents that night, and from the next day on, it was a huge success for 2 years. Different students rotated in and out of the classes, so Mr. Mitchell, if his child was in that class, he and his family still identified with the Collycock. If you were a Cunningham child in that class, you and your family still went to the PTO events at the Cunningham, and the teacher really answered to 2 gods. So now, we put a new model in the 5th grade, and in the 5th grade, all of the children in the French immersion and the English, initially, right away at the beginning of the day, are all integrated. And then, for the last 30% of their day, they go respectively either with their English counterparts or the French immersion students, because the model at 5th grade is 70% English in French immersion and 30% French. So we're going to be able to next year, Mr. Phelan just figured it out, the impact will be 25, 24, 23, 22. So we're going to be able to, because of the integration with the French and English, integrate those students all together for 70% of their day, so that, and keep the class size under 25. We really couldn't do that at grades 3 and 4 because they're not, as the 5th grade model, integrated for 70% of the day. So the model made it work.
Okay,
Thank you. And I think that's a good one, and we should detail that for parents with the actual numbers, what size classes they have this year, and what the impact will be next year.
Any other questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll break for lunch. Yes, lunch is here. About an hour. So, I know we have library, parks, and our general government departments to see. If I can take parks, then library, then general government. That works with you all?
Good afternoon, everybody. I recognize some of you just from seeing you around town or at town meeting. My name's Stephen Affonato. I'm one of the 3 elected park commissioners in town. I know our department head came and presented to you Monday night. There was some confusion as to which one of the park commissioners was going to attend, therefore, none of the park commissioners attended. So first, I want to apologize for that, and secondly, I was just made aware that you did ask Mr. Perdios, our department head, if there was, he came in with the level budget and presented that, and he was asked a question of if there were to be additional funds, would there be anything in particular that he could put those funds toward, and I think he, from what I was told, his answer was he's fine with what he has and will make do. I just want to kind of correct that and elaborate a little bit. We do have the potential for one unforeseen expense for this coming year for capital improvements. We were approached by a group of neighbors on Gulliver Street, rather, that abut the large regulation diamond where I think the JV high school baseball team plays, some Babe Ruth baseball and summer leagues. It'd be in the corner of that, the far corner on the Guile Road facility. They were looking for some netting to deflect foul balls. They get inundated in their backyard with foul balls. I think it's about 4 homes that are affected, and you know they have small children. There has been some damage or I think a window broken. So we wanted to address that concern and put this screening up. It'd be basically, also with that, we did some legwork. I spoke to some Babe Ruth coaches, and they said this would be on the 3rd baseline. On the 1st baseline, and we were just talking about it in the back, they lose an inordinate amount of baseballs because the woods are very thick right on that first base side, and they lose, I think they said about, hundreds of dollars worth of baseballs are lost, and, like anyone, they're strapped for cash as well. So the concept we have on the table right now is to basically have a horseshoe, using the existing fencing that's there at the field, have basically a 40-foot screen that would basically horseshoe the entire field and deflect these errant balls. We have one preliminary bid back that's in the neighborhood of about $12,000, between $12,000 and $13,000, and we're waiting on 2 more bids. Our issue to the neighbors, we said, we're willing to help you, but there's only so much we can do, and we schedule capital improvement usually to the fields every year. We do a capital improvement. Last year we did the turf in between the 2 fields at Kelly, the softball field and the Babe Ruth baseball field there. If you drive by, you'll notice, I believe it's still fenced off. The fences will come off this spring so the field can be utilized. This coming year, we're going to take care of the football practice field all the way down the Guile Road facility that's right near the brook down there. The field's in very tough shape. It's really not adequate for, the young folks playing football. So that'd be a practice field for the two youth football leagues and the high school to some extent. And so basically, that's our earmarked capital improvement project. The baseball field netting is basically an unforeseen expense. If it's in the neighborhood of the $12,000 to $13,000, we can probably find a way to go forward with it and have it completed this year. But if there were any additional funding to come down, that's basically where we would direct that funding. I understand it wouldn't be a lot, but, a lot of you have seen how we operate and, from a budget standpoint, and we would put that money to work. Specifically, that would be how. So, with that, I'll take any questions or...
Questions? Cheryl?
Did you have an estimate of how much would be required for that netting?
The preliminary bid we got back from one contractor right now was about $12,500. That's the only bid we got back. Once we got the concept nailed down, so he was really the first one to see kind of exactly what we wanted. We walked the ground with him, and so the bids, we're waiting on two more bids from two other firms. And we're hoping to have them by we have a meeting, we had to postpone our February meeting because of snow, imagine that. And then, so we have a meeting Thursday morning, our regular monthly meeting, and we're hoping to have 3 bids, or at least discuss, what we're going to do going forward.
Any other questions? Well,
So Steve, any sort of funds would go to that specific project?
Yes.
Even if it wasn't fully funded, or?
Yes, we'd augment, because what it boils down to is an unforeseen
Sure.
expense that, got put up on our radar screen. We'd like to do something sooner rather than later. I had a discussion with one of the residents who kind of spearheaded their effort, and, she said, my only concern, I said, it's a money issue, and if we got a bid in that was $75,000, I mean, you'd be amazed how expensive this fencing and netting and just the metal poles that you adhere the fencing to, how expensive this is in a bid, for bids. And I said, if it came back $50,000, $75,000, we couldn't do it. We were ecstatic to see the 12,000 and change come back, and then we could wiggle our way into it. But
Darnell, and then John.
Quick question, what type of material is that fencing?
it's going to be netting, actually, so it'd be like, net that you see in other, in other instances, driving ranges, that type of thing, but it's going to be, we wanted to steer away from any of the wooden telephone type poles, utility poles, because Mr. Perdios actually had experience somewhere else that they deteriorate, and there's a huge amount of tension put on the poles, so the netting deflects rather than the contrary. So I think the reason we're seeing a little bit of a smaller cost is because we're going to go right off the existing fencing from the end of the backstop on each side. There's existing fencing that protects the players when they're on the bench. And we can go up on that. We can either sleeve the poles, a little bit more technical, but it'd be netting. It wouldn't be chain link. So you'd have chain link fencing, and then I think 2 tiers of netting going up. We're looking at about a 40-foot height right now.
John?
Yeah, Steve, what do you have planned for the lower practice field?
We're going to completely make that field over, so to speak. We're going to we'll take out what's existing there, the material existing there, and basically go from a completely new starting point down there. So it becomes a nice turf field, and we're looking to turn that over for the upcoming fall football season. So if we can start it in the spring and do the construction during the course of the spring and the summer, it'll be up and running. So the two children's leagues and the high school will be able to utilize that.
Okay, what is that estimated cost?
I think we're going to see a final some final numbers on Thursday, but we're ballparking, I should say, anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000.
Hank?
Getting back to the netting, Steve, is that going to be a permanent structure, or are we going to be able to take that down during the off-season?
It's going to be permanent, and my concern on having it permanent, it's additional cost to have them be able to, take them up and take them down. The department's concern was if we did take them down, we don't have a lot of space, and where will we store the netting?
Right.
Talking to the one contractor who's got us some preliminary numbers, as long as this netting is vertical, right?
Right.
Horizontal, vertical.
Yep.
It has a good shelf life because it doesn't, there's not snow and ice load on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
He said when you get on the horizontal or, at a slight incline, those nets take a tremendous amount of beating, due to the weather and everything like that. But this would be permanent.
And so, I assume we get some sort of warranty with it, and
I think he said they usually, 10 years sticks in my head that he said I was surprised at the life expectancy he told me. It was a lot more than I would have imagined.
thanks.
Carol?
Steve, do you foresee any other baseball fields in other neighborhoods that would also want, they see the netting go up off of Gulliver, and now they want that, in their neighborhood? Are there any other neighborhoods?
We
that are-
thought of that. The only other field I can think of, if you go down to Andrews Park, it's pretty tight in there. I don't think, there's the Little League field that we did over, actually, right when I was coming on board for the park commissioners. That's right on the right when you come in the parking lot. Field came out great. But that's the closest. I mean, the homes are right there on that right side. That'd be Badger Circle would be the street on the other end. And I think the way the field is situated and angled, it's a bit of a chore to get a ball to go over there. We don't have the complaints, but we in the back of our mind, we could foresee something along those lines. Because I think that's like... if you look at a chain link fence, it's like two sections, so I think might be like a 20-foot fence right there. Cross that bridge when we come to it, I guess.
Just on the side. That's my house that those balls
Okay.
are going into. We'll either throw them back over or donate them, or,
Right.
seriously, we've got bags of them every summer.
Okay.
That come over, but we just go out and throw them back.
Sure.
So, I'm not gonna complain.
I know, huh?
Steve, you're in charge of the Flatley Field?
Yes. We did that over, again, that was initiated before I got elected and was wrapping up really right when I got on board, so.
Have you guys had any thoughts or any discussions about the flow of traffic parking there at all? Or?
We have not for a while, but we know that it's a difficult,
Yeah.
it's a difficult spot up there, so. I'll bring it up. We have a meeting Thursday, so I will mention that we discussed that.
Mo and I take turns on who could park there. So.
From a field capacity standpoint, it helped us up there because we needed another kind of a soccer field. But we do know that it's tough. It was given to us, so you can't look a gift horse in the mouth, so.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much. And, we appreciate the time and effort you folks put in. I think I ran for park commissioner because the moderator was chasing me for the warrant committee, so. All right, thank you, folks. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in, Phil.
Good afternoon, folks. I'm Phil McNulty, the library director. And
do a quick recap of some of the things that went over to you last week, and then let you ask any other questions you've got in mind. But we opened the new building in April 2009, so almost 2 years open, and we've had a lot of great activity since that has been really validated why we wanted to build it in the first place. We checked out in calendar 2010, just ending, 292,000 books, which is a record. The previous record was '06, which was 213,000, so that was a big jump. We have a lot of people using the library computers. 35,000 signed up in 2010, which was 8,000 higher than the year before. Reference inquiries are still up at an all-time high. We're booking a lot of meeting rooms, 650 in 2010, which, if you count up how many days we're actually open, maybe about 325 or 35 out of the year, that's about 2 bookings per day, which is really fabulous. A lot of library programs. The Friends have been doing programs. The Milton Library Foundation has been doing some programs. They've got one coming up next week on the Oscars. Preview of that thing, so that will be interesting. In terms of the budget, the level funded budget that we're looking at there for 12 is actually also a level service budget. We had some fortune this year that well, not fortune, but we had some personnel turnover that allowed us to keep the personnel budget in line and pretty much keep the Sunday hours that we've got currently for that level funded budget, and keep staffing levels the same, which has been good. We have a little request column there which would show a difference of what might be an ideal thing, and some of the things we're looking forward to. We're in the middle of a new strategic planning process and trying to get a new plan for the next few years that will allow us to apply for grants and also just keep us on track of where we're going. And we've been doing a lot of comparative surveys with different libraries. We look at the 50 libraries closest in population to Milton and do some charts and things like that and see how we stand. And one of the areas where we don't compare all that well to is in the book budget, which is why in some of the requested lines here we see some increases in the book budget. Our total book outlay has to, at minimum, hit a state standard of 13% of our total operating costs, whether they come from the town budget or the operating costs paid from revolving accounts or other sources. In the last few years, we've just hit that standard. And as you see, just at the bottom corner of that screen, the level funded budget to hit that standard would require us to spend $150,700 on materials to do it. Which we've only got $57,000 in the municipal budget, and we'd come up with another $55,000 from the revolving account. And when you do revolving accounts, that will be a slight change, an upgrade of $5,000 from last year's vote. And then we'd have to raise a minimum of $37,000 from other sources. And due to a big donation to the Friends and Friends activities, the Friends raised about $15,000 that we put into materials. They raised other money and did programs as well, but $15,000 went to the materials budget for the current year. Milton Library Foundation has also given $15,000. So we're hitting in that ballpark. In the last couple of years, we've been successful in doing that in terms of fundraising for the collection budget, but it's always a little, it's a little gambly. You don't know at the beginning of the year whether you're going to get there or not. But so far, the Friends and Foundation have helped us, and we also put a little bit of money from the state aid money that we get from being certified towards those collections. Actually, most of that money. So on the request budget, the most of the difference is in more money for the collections, and there is also one difference on the personnel line which would give us enough money to be operating on the 10 Saturdays in the summer that we haven't operated on in many, many years or decades. I'm not quite sure how far back that went. But the key to townspeople's ability to get value out of the library is access, and it's not only just accessing a good collection of materials when they get into the library, but being able to go up to the door and find it unlocked and having staff in there to help them out. And in recent years, we have not been able to operate Saturday hours during the summer, those 10 Saturdays before Labor Day. And when we look at our comparative group of 50 libraries, about half of them do summer Saturdays and half of them don't. And I looked at the surrounding towns around Milton, and about half of them do and half of them don't. But when you look at a library, the investment we just made in the building and the usage numbers we're getting out of it, I think it's certainly warranted that we give that attempt if we can do so. And the extra funding for those summer Saturdays would be about $10,000. That's the quick recap. Is there any other particular questions people might have?
Questions? Mike?
So just on the request, your expense line, oh, I see, that's a subtotal. Got it, okay.
Yep.
Got it.
Any other questions? So I know that we've gone through heavily the budget the other night. So if I'm kind of following correctly, any additional funding over level dollar, you would be intending to apply against the books and related line item, is that correct?
Well, I think when you sent out your question sheet, the last question was how would we do that? And I gave, I think, 4 different categories, which I think is still valid today as opposed to when we went 10 days ago. So the first amount would be towards the books amount, about a little over $5,000. And that would make sure that even if we got to the request budget levels across the board, we would still meet that state standard. Then the next thing would be about $10,161 for Saturdays and get that done. And then after that would be a little bit more towards that to get to the $73,000 level for collections. Yeah.
So the priority is books and related Saturday and then everything else?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Okay, thanks very much.
Come up with Amy? We'll do all the general government's budgets together. Thank you for coming in today, spending the day with us. I don't know, we can talk through the central business office budget and all the various budgets under the selectmen. But I mean, being our new town accountant, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself to the committee and also to those watching at home and watching on delayed cable.
My name is Amy Dexter. I'm the town accountant, and I've been in that position since September.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
So we'll take your budget first, so you get to be on the hot seat first. So we have requested salary for 12 of 335, 327, general expenses of 27,204. I know we are scheduled to meet with you to kind of go through the next stage, whether it's next week or the week after. Remember which one Helen booked you for. But if you can kind of go through the impact of level dollar to your budget. I know that there were a number of items in your narrative that were at issue, and we can get into questions from there.
Okay, so the budget that I presented, the level dollar, there's a reduction in personnel services, and that's just from the turnover from the former town accountant who was at a different level than I'm at. And I increased some of the expenses in the training line to account for the fact that I need to get up to speed with the municipal law, as well as some of the UMIS accounting regulations and rules, that I felt that the training was necessary for me to get up to speed and to really be able to do my job the best I could.
Okay, let's turn that to...
There is one The MMA professional services, that's contracted services for the parking tickets. That is a contract that's in place until September 1st of 13.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the GASB 45, it's come to my attention since I put this together through Powers and Sullivan, our auditors, that we're required to have a GASB 45 actuarial valuation of our unfunded liabilities, which relates to our compensated absences, our sick and vacation time. That audit needs to be done this summer, or that actuarial valuation needs to be done this summer. It will be used for fiscal year 11 and fiscal year 12 audits. So the cycle will be every 2 years probably that we will need that. That's estimate probably 20,000 that I didn't put in here.
Okay, so there's an additional 20,000 that
Right.
needs to be funded in 12 to cover that. Okay.
I think, just to chime in a little bit, I think the last time we did the study, it was around 10,000, but that wasn't a full, complete study. So the reason for the number of 20,000 is this will be a much in-depth study that's required. And it's in our audit report that just came out.
Okay. Questions for Lieutenant Tom?
Amy, I guess the first obvious question is, office supplies are up by 20, from 1,500 to 2,300. Actual is about $1,000. What's the purpose of the increase in those supplies?
When I came into the central business office, one of the first things I noticed was that there are a lot of files in there that date back several years that I want to box up and place into the archive storages. But in order to do that, I need to purchase banker's boxes, file folders, things like that.
Okay.
Any other questions? Jean?
Who's going to be doing your GASB 45? Because it
That sounds
sounds
high.
a lot
That
of
sounds
money.
very high.
Sounds like a lot of money.
I'm really familiar with them.
Right.
You know, I have a whole bunch of governments that have them done, and believe me, 10 grand is about what it
Okay.
should be,
Well,
not 20.
When it was done, last time I believe it was in 2008, and it was $9,500.
That sounds more.
Yeah.
In the auditor's report, it specifically stated that it wasn't all-encompassing in order to satisfy GASB 45 requirements, that there was some additional work related to the water and sewer enterprises that needed to be done. I don't know how much more that will cost. We haven't gone out to have any bids taken on it. So it could be, overly.
Do you plan on getting bids?
Yes.
Putting a
I
request
mean,
for
it's over
proposal out?
10,000, so we'll have to go out
Okay,
to bid to
good.
get that. I'm hoping it comes in significantly less, but at this point, I
You don't know.
I don't know, so I'm afraid to tell you
Yeah.
less and then have it be over.
Just be aware it could be less.
Yes.
Probably should be less.
Mhm.
Question, in the management report, there were specific mentions of or concerns about the level of staffing within
Yes.
central business office. I don't know if you want to talk about those specific issues and where within the level dollar you're at the level of staffing you have, and what the management letter indicates for future years.
Do you want me to?
Well, one thing is, before Amy came on board, is some members of this committee realized the central business office had one employee that left for the private sector, and that position's remained unfunded now, I think, for 4 fiscal years. That position prior to that point in time had always been filled, but at that, due to budget reductions, that hasn't been included. And in the management report, it does touch upon that. There's also, and I think the DPW director had mentioned during his presentation about the fact that there may be a changing. Right now, we have an individual who's been working is assigned to the central business office, but has been working down the DPW, and we've had some discussions with the union about the possibility of allowing that person to remain down there to help shore up some of the shortage of staff down there. Obviously, we'd be looking to fill that position, not at that rate of pay, but have that staff available for the central business office, so they're not down two additional positions.
So from your ability to, to execute is severely hampered just at being down to one. But, depending on how long that takes to resolve and fill, you'd be down potentially two at that point.
Correct.
Okay. Mo?
Speaking to the staffing level, when the treasurer was at our individual meeting, we asked him, what is your sort of wish list if there was additional funding? He said to get funding for you for staffing. So if that's someone who's working within your, working side by side with you, advocating for your department, so clearly there's a need there.
Mhm. I mean, again, I've only been here from, since September, and that's one of the first things that I did kind of pick up on is I could definitely, I don't think that I have enough staff to be doing everything at the level I want it to be done at, or I feel should be done on a monthly basis, quarterly basis, so that when it comes to audit time or whatnot, that we're ready and that we're going to fly through the audit easily, as well as Kevin mentioned with the business manager moving out of the department. Now my staff is working more at the counter than on their daily accounting functions. So, I'm trying to pick up for that void as much as I can, as well as they are working on the, counter, but I can see it becoming a problem from what little, time I've been there.
Yeah, and that additional, because I don't remember if it's in the,
It would
yeah, because I think it's
be
the
that
principal clerk
Mm-hmm.
position.
Right.
And that would be looking at somewhere in the, is that sort of a 30-ish range?
I think so, yeah.
Any other questions for the, Darnell? Yep.
You're saying that the business manager is working down at the DPW. Is that the position that's working there at the DPW, or?
Yeah, the business procurement manager.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so, will that move off your books onto theirs, or how would that work at that point? That's what I want to kind of get a feel
The
for.
way we're kind of approaching it is we'd be changing the title, and we'd be redistributing some of those responsibilities, and the rate of pay that's currently paid for that position would not be paid in the new position that we're trying to evolve in the DPW, so it'd be less funding, and some of the remaining funding would be used to hire an additional staff, put one person back, so it's a swap of an individual at a lower rate of pay.
So
would that offset the 30,000? Is that close enough to offset it, or is it, are you going to be kind of 10,000 short? And
It'd be close. We still, again, there's still discussions with union representatives. That's part of that new union, the managers union.
Mhm.
We've had these discussions, so we have not sat down with them and actually developed a contract at this point in time. As you remember last year, going into town meeting,
Yeah.
they had formed, but, it wasn't official. It is official now, but we haven't actually sat down and negotiated a contract.
Darnell, sorry.
No, well, it's part of the question I was going to ask. And so none of the procurement manager's salary or anything now is assigned at the DPW? None of that?
That's
It's
correct.
everything 100%?
That's right. It's coming out of your budget.
Yep.
It's coming out of my budget, but it's part of the indirect allocation calculation that Joe spoke to earlier.
Oh,
Any other questions?
Do you know how much of
Tom?
that is indirectly allocated, you know, to
Um,
water and sewer? So it's indirectly allocated to water and sewer then?
yes.
Okay.
I think it was maybe 50 or 60% of her time,
Okay, so,
somewhere around that.
so somewhere between 40 and 50,000 of that salary is allocated out,
Yeah.
in the end. Okay.
Any other questions for Amy? Okay. Which budget would you like to take first, Kevin?
Maybe just make some general comments first.
Sure.
Certainly appreciate the warrant committee again for coming out on another Saturday. One thing in the town side budgets, all of the union contracts will expire June 30th of this current fiscal year. So there are no wage adjustments in any of the spreadsheets on the town side that involve either union personnel or the Chapter 13, because the Personnel Board has not voted any wage adjustment for those individuals. I mentioned just a minute ago that we do have a new managers union that's come on board, and we have not started our negotiations with them. I just wanted to, kind of highlight on that. We had been mentioned earlier in the police department about the educational incentive program, and if you have a minute, I just touch upon that a little bit. Obviously, and this committee's well aware of it, last year, for state budget reasons, the educational incentive program, Quinn Bill as we call it, had been dramatically reduced. And we had contractual language with both the police unions that said that if the town would always be responsible for 50%, and the other 50%, which we get reimbursed from the state and had been for, since the program was instituted around 1982, that it could be proportioned depending on any reductions. Nobody, I think, envisioned when that language was put in there. I think that was good language, contractually for the town. But nobody envisioned that the state would actually just kind of drop right out its funding source. I think the chief had mentioned the importance of having educated police officers. The selectmen had, conducted a series of meetings, or I conducted a series of meetings on behalf of the selectmen with both unions throughout the summer. And we reached an agreement whereby the officers would be receiving the equivalent of what is now so-called Quinn Bill educational reimbursement, but that's now going to have to be funded on the town side entirely. So there'll be no more state funding after this fiscal year, FY12. It'll all be done by the town. In order to accomplish that, the unions made concessions on longevity payments. Each member within who's receiving educational gave up 100 sick days right off the bat, or if they didn't have the 100 days, and we have a program in place where we'd be recouping 100 days for everybody in the program. This is all for current officers, and there were other concessions made. New officers, under the current situation, an officer with a master's degree would be getting 25%. All new officers, and we just had 2 graduate, they will max out at 20%. And that will be accomplished over 2% a year for 10 years, so they don't get it right out of the academy, where under the Quinn program, they would have automatically, year 1, they automatically start getting that. So there's all these concessions that were made in, and still we came up, short by a fair amount of money. So the discussion talked about staffing, and as a result of that, there was a determination that 1 deputy position would be eliminated. And the chief had mentioned the study in 1992, which is about the time I had the opportunity to go on and be the leader of that department. And, that study was a good Bible for me, in my role at the time. But technology has changed. Back then we didn't have computers. We didn't have computers in cruises. So I think you have to realize that there's been improvements in technology whereby maybe staffing, personnel, aren't as critical as they would have been back there, and you can use technology to make those offsets. So this program had been worked out agreement with the unions. It will be pretty much a funding scheme that will allow the town not to incur any more than the 50% share that they were gonna be paying all along. Like I said, I like both unions met, I forget how many meetings, I think 12, 15 meetings over the course of the summer, in order to get to the point where we were able to still keep an educational incentive program that will keep and retain the offices that the chief had mentioned early on, and give us an opportunity to keep a real professional organization. But there was a trade-off for that. You can't, increase the budget process because we're well aware of the strains there are right now. Two other areas just to touch on very briefly is the fact that you'll see a warrant article for a fire study committee, and there's no appropriation for that. I think the town will be looking for some kind of an appropriation. I think the fire chief had mentioned about the buildings. Now, whether or not, some people have asked over time whether or not we need 3 firehouses, or you can do it 2, or part of that would maybe be included in the study, but probably the main part of the study would be the fact that at some point in time, especially the central firehouse, that has to be addressed, and I'm sure that members of this committee have probably taken tours over there. And the other item is just that we are now in the process, and I see Linda Lee is here still, so, and I know that Mary Gorman, the superintendent, is here. We're in the process now of getting down to a selection, hopefully that the selectmen, the school committee will approve of for a consolidated facilities manager. Although town meeting and this warrant committee and both the school committee and the selectmen approved a budget of about $139,000 or thereabouts for this year, I think there needs to be some consideration given to, funding that. We will be bringing that position online probably April. And at some point in time, we need to start thinking about how we're gonna fund that. Now, there's all kinds of different scenarios. It may require a special town meeting and then taking some of the money that's appropriated in 12 for all of the departments and realigning it. But this is a very important position. I think this committee is well aware of it, so, making sure there's sufficient funding for that to get up and running is probably one of the most important things. And just as an aside, we're coming up on the 350th anniversary of this town's incorporation, and I know there is a warrant article again with no money attached to it. But it would be nice if there's some appropriation. I know the selectmen will be asking for, gifts and other types of grants or donations so that we can kind of celebrate the 350 years that this town has been in existence. So, I don't know, fireworks for 50,000. If you have money left over, might be impressive, but I just want to give that as some footnotes as we go forward.
Okay. On the consolidated facilities, we've carried over the 138 that was in there for last year, is what we're currently carrying in as a new line item for consolidated facilities. So I think at a special time meeting, that would be adjusted, once everything's worked out as far as which positions are moving out of specific departments to reallocate those funds. But there is a line item that covers that director position and I think the administrator.
Yeah, and I don't know if Tony Cicchello, as chair of that Consolidated Facilities Committee, ever came before the warrant committee, but I think Mary and Linda Lee would agree that along with the rest of the committee, for the last 2 years, he's worked very hard to make sure that our buildings will actually have somebody who's going to be looking solely after them and focus on the needs as we go forward, so that when a new roof is needed, that there is some kind of acknowledgement of the need and some kind of ability to program funding sources so that we don't have these capital overrides, trying to in conflict with potential operational overrides, which we tend to need every few years.
On general insurance and the health insurance, we're carrying about a 10%
On general-
increase on both. Do we have an update yet as to the actuals? Are we still close holding that 10%?
In March, we'll probably get for the general insurance, we'll get better information. The group insurance, there is, up at the State House right now, some legislation that the governor has introduced as far as, and he was at the MMA conference where he spoke about the fact that his legislation is going to require cities and towns to negotiate to go into GIC over some period of time, and, you know, legislature's got to work through that process. At the end of that time, whatever that number is, if a community has not resolved, you know, its entrance into GIC, they'll automatically be forced into GIC. They'll just default into GIC. The only exception is if the community can demonstrate that they have come up with an equivalent cost analysis that would be equal to the cost of being in GIC. So right now, we have about a 10% in the group insurance. Before the last 2 years, I think we have used funding from that and actually reduced the overall cost of the town budget. This year, we gotta kind of sit on a little bit until we see how this legislation kind of plays itself out. It is estimated that if we have to join GIC, there's an administrative cost. It'll probably be in the area of about $300,000. We have to convert all into the state's software system and all of that. And other communities that have already transitioned over estimate, you know, that was their administrative cost. So, and then we always have to carry some reserves. You know, we're self-funding in our insurance, as everybody knows. So we regulate our own insurance, and as a result of that, we've been able to, you know, extract savings over years, over the last couple of years, thanks to the employees who, you know, aren't running to the emergency rooms. But right now, that number is kind of on hold until we kind of see how this new legislation is going to play out, and whatever changes the state has.
Sure.
Do you have a sense of what the increase would be if we were on the GIC now? You said if you're projecting 10% self-insured?
GIC went up, I believe, for this year, they went up about 10% for FY11. They took a significant jump from 9 to 10. The savings, we have this trust, and in this trust, we have money in reserve, and it's in the area of about $2 million. And that money sits in there to offset any, you know, extraordinary events that may occur where we have to draw from the trust. Obviously, we get our insurance numbers, you know, through our health insurance carriers, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Tufts, and we just calculate the number of employees are in the plan and whether family or single plan, and then we just do the math. If we were to go in GIC, the trust would no longer be needed. And if you take out, let's say, the $300,000, and 15% of that trust money is the employees. They've actually paid into it as part of their contribution, and the 85 is, you know, by the taxpayers. If we go into GIC, that trust is no longer going to be needed. So if you subtract, you know, $300,000 for administrative cost, another $400,000 that you know, you have bills that are out there or just haven't been recorded yet because we don't get billed on a monthly basis. You know, there's a lag between people who go to like emergency room today and then what, you know, the bill that comes into the town to be, you know, the invoice. You'd probably be well over $1 million. So that would be one-time funding. It'd probably be $1.5 million, even more, that you'd have available for operational purposes. But all of that is still, you know, you'd have to wait and see how it goes. We did, when GIC first was talked about a few years ago, I think we had 24 meetings with the unions, and we were unable to, you know, reach an agreement. it looks like things are changing now, or potentially changing now, and we'll just have to wait and see how the legislation goes. But it would free up one-time funding. Once, if we did go into GIC, from that point on, we would just get a number from the state, because the state actually runs the program. So we would just, in our budgeting process, we would take whatever numbers they give us as far as cost increase, and we would just budget them in as a fixed cost for our operations.
Do you have some sense, though, how we compare to that, just on a cost, on average, cost per person?
We did some analysis, well, not a problem, you can't do the apples to apples, because one of the biggest health insurance carriers for town employees, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Blue Cross Blue Shield is not in the GIC, so trying to convert all those people into one of those plans, and there are, I think, 5 or 6, I don't know if there's any state workers here, but there's, I think, 5 or 6 different plans. So we try to do different analysis. It's very hard to do, to make it.
I know there's many residents in town who are very interested in this question of whether there could be savings. So I don't know if it's possible to do some analysis that could be presented at town meeting or where have you. I know there's people who've asked the question at town meeting in the past.
Yeah, I know one analysis we've done, and we've pretty much all agreed upon, I know I presented it before, is the unions had we were negotiating on the GIC plans before, the unions had said that they would consider, entering into an agreement with the town if the town was willing to share an additional 5% cost. So right now, town employees pay 15 and taxpayers pay 85% of the premium cost. They said that they'd be willing to do it if the employees only paid 10% and the town paid 90%. That became, we couldn't make those numbers match. That was over and above any potential savings under GIC. So we never did get into that type of discussion. So I know that for a fact, but I just don't, to do the 85, 15 and in the different plans, we haven't quite cost that out.
Tom?
A couple things, Kevin. Number one, whether the governor's proposal, I think it's still a long shot the governor's proposal is going to pass, but assuming it does, I guess, number one, the $300,000 administrative cost should be a non-factor, because that's going to come out of the trust, as I see it. So in terms of whether that's not budgetary as far as I'm concerned at this point. So I think we should still be able to deal with, let's assume that we go forward with our own plan and it doesn't pass, we should be able to come up with a more solid increase number that would have to go into the trust if it's going to be something less than 10%, because I think we're going to need it. So I guess that's what I'd be looking for as soon as possible, is let's assume that GIC doesn't go through. Because if GIC goes through, it's, the $300,000 isn't a factor because we've got the trust money, and even though the percentage increase may have been more, without question the GIC premiums are less than the current premiums that we're paying now. How much less, I don't know, it depends, where people go. And the other thing, I believe that if we go into GIC is generally 80-20 for the state. I don't know if that's gonna be a mandate that has to occur, or if we could stay at 85-15, if we go 80-20, we even get a further savings, but,
Yes.
and nobody knows how that's gonna fall out at this point, I don't think.
Yeah, and some state employees are paying 80-20, some are paying a different rate. There's
Yeah, I know,
different
depending on
tiers within
higher
the state
dates.
system, so.
Yeah.
Again, all of that has to play out. Assuming we don't go into GIC, just for the sake of discussion, assuming everything stays status quo,
Yep.
then, there'd be the possibility of reducing some of that health insurance trust funding, lower the overall cost of the health insurance, and free up some additional funding like we've done the last two fiscal years.
Right, because I don't know that we're gonna know before we go to town meeting whether that's gonna happen or not. I'm assuming we're not.
I mean, you listen to people talking up at the State House, before, I think there were, issues about, I think the legislature's really just, if they could work it out with the unions, it's that the 70%, vote that you needed to get in, then, you know, you work it out. But there seems to be a flavor up there now because of the tight budgets that some kind of legislation is gonna get passed. It does look like it will be one that would allow still for negotiations, which is the proper way to do things. But there does, I don't think we're gonna go into town meeting without knowing the type of change. Change is on the horizon of some sort, and I think that's pretty clear by your legislators and your senator, and the governor himself, that, you know,
Right, whether it
changes in
comes
the
down
wind.
to plan design or whether it comes down.
Yeah, and I mean, even that, there could be, yeah, if you have plan design, or even if you did the co-pays, you change the co-pay formula. You know, the unions may want to keep Blue Cross, and as a result of that, may want to change the formula to keep that. So something's gonna happen. I don't think you're gonna go another year without knowing. I would probably pretty much figure that by May, you may not have it completed, because May is the sign-up period for the fiscal year for any health insurance. You know, May is when you either change your plans, whether you're in GIC or any other plan. May is the time you sign up, so that July 1, you go into it. So if you kind of use that as the benchmark, something's gonna happen in the next few months. And that will be before our town meeting.
Right, I thought entry into GIC was like an October date, wasn't it? Something like that.
They,
I mean, I don't know what they
it
do
depends
with
on when you,
that.
depends
Depends
on,
on the timing.
before, it depends on when you signed when you got your MOA signed with the unions, and
Right.
they try to get you in as quickly as possible, but I think they're looking at May with a July
Yeah,
sign, you know,
because I think
implementation.
the governor's proposal was aimed at municipalities being in July.
July 1st, I know. Yeah.
So, which makes it very difficult. I don't know how you do that with getting everything through the
Yeah.
legislature. So I mean, I think you know, we have a reasonable number there for the moment, knowing that it's going to be somewhere between last year's and that number. I suspect it's going to be,
Right.
even if we didn't go into GIC, I think last year was about an 8% increase, if I remember rightly, that it would be
And I guess
somewhere
my
in the same
question
range.
is, you know, if we try and, because we are gonna try and come up with some kind of a balanced budget today, or, you know, and if we need $30 or $40 or $50,000 out of the GIC amount, is it there, assuming that, not the GI, the group insurance appropriation, is it there?
30 or 50,000?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you could do that. You could do that right now. I mean, that's.
Take $1 million.
I mean, that's, you know, you're looking at, you know, about $2 million price,
Right.
so, yes, 30 or 50,000, you know, you're not gonna.
So there's that kind of room in that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you have to be careful when you get into the 100,000s,
Right.
and then you have to be careful.
Within the selectmen's budget, can you talk through the likely impact in that department's ability to execute with level dollar?
Well, again, you know, the selectman's office, this is about 6 years anyways, lost a position due to budget restrictions, and that position's never been filled, and, you know, the staff, you know, and that's excluding me, I think, you know, tax themselves to the limit of getting the work done, and there's a lot of work that comes out of the selectman's office. You know, special services is always, you know, it's a plug-in number, it's always a low number from what we actually spend it on, and, you know, that deals with litigation, it deals with all kinds of other factors that, you know, town council's involved in with the law budget, and then the special service, we have the labor contracts and everything. And I can answer the questions if you have any particular one.
So, just on the special services and the law budget, one of the, you know, obviously we're dealing with, for this current year, substantial increase in the law budgets due to litigation. One of the ideas we've been kind of looking at is taking that special services line item from the selectmen, having one specific law and special services budget to give a bit more flexibility in that, you know, to move monies between, because currently where it's two separate budgets, you're restricted. That would, you know, I know that we've usually based that on a 5-year kind of rolling average of the of the numbers. You know, I think if we took I think it's about another 150,000, so it'd be about 300 and something thousand combined budget if you did the kind of law and special services.
That would help.
Would that give you some more,
Yes.
that give you more flexibility to run that next year?
Yes, yeah, the special services, but, you know, and I give the unions a lot of credit, the way we've kind of handled our collective bargaining negotiations has been that, you know, if the unions don't bring labor council, we don't bring labor council. And we've negotiated, I don't know how many contracts with the unions. There's been a little bit of change going into this year. The DPW has had a change in their union leadership, and as a result of that, have been bringing their council to the table. And DPW director had mentioned about the reorganization because that impacts working conditions. So they've had their council there, which means we bring our council, and you know, there's been some additional cost. And obviously, the new managers union, until they get up and running, are bringing council who they've just hired to the table. So there's some increased cost there, but the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, I want to give the unions, you know, credit for their willingness to sit and have a discussion and work out contracts without having to incur the cost at their end or at the town's end of having legal counsel available. Both legal counsels review the final documentations and the MOA and all of that, but, you know, just having them sit at the table during protracted negotiations, and again, I'll go back to the police unions. We had 12 so many meetings. Each meeting went well over an hour to 2.5 hours. You know, you add up the time that it would have cost the town to have counsel present during that same time, you know, it begins to figure significantly into the overall budget. So, but having those two budgets combined into one does give you the flexibility.
Questions? Mo?
Going back to that structurally, then, how do we make that happen?
So we could make the adjustment for a line item within the law budget. We can either do it as one line item with it, and you would just subtract the money out of the selectmen's budget and add it on the law budget.
Okay.
Yeah, the professional services line.
You just move it right into the select.
Yep,
yeah.
it would just move right up.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Leroy?
So Kevin, what's the total cost of a 2% increase for those departments outside the schools?
About $255,000. The warrant committee got a spreadsheet on it?
Let's see here.
We did.
And how much is in the health insurance trust right
About $2 million, maybe
now?
more.
Total?
Yes.
That's still got
including
a
the,
formula error in it, you know, the 650.
that's including the
Yeah, right there.
contributions that the employees share that they're paying?
Yes.
That sounds low.
I'm sorry.
That sounds low. So this is contributions that the employees are paying in plus any additional money that's accumulated over time.
Yes, yeah, after you paid all your bills.
Right.
Yeah.
And the total balance right now is $2 million.
Well, yeah. And again, we've tapped that. We didn't, I think it was 4.5% for this year.
Right.
In the thing. So what happens, the net effect of it is because 15% of it is, you don't just take $400,000 out of the trust and use it across your town departments. What you do is you lower the overall cost of the health insurance so that it's, you know, the employees actually have some savings, the town has some savings, and that frees up the funding in the trust. So you're not taking money right out of the trust and then using it for some other purpose. You just lower the cost of that amount, which
10.8 million, yeah.
what the budget number is, 10 million? 10.4.
Any other questions? Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we've heard from the department heads at this point. We, now starts our exercise of kind of going through the budgets to get to a level dollar, or to get to a balanced budget for today. So we can do this a couple of different ways. We can look at line item, department by department, all the way through if there are specific changes, or we can discuss in general how we want to deal with, everything we've heard. We've got about $1 million, give or take, above level dollar to play with at this point. So, how would you like to go about it, Tom?
My suggestion would be we deal with the Chapter 13 and the pay increase issue first. We come to a consensus on how we want to do that, and because I think that's probably the most important. And then, actually, even before that, we first deal with how much has to come out of the free cash for the snow and ice, because we haven't dealt with that yet either. Then the salary, and then look what's left over beyond that in terms of the particular departmental add-backs that they desired, and try and do it that way.
Roy?
I have a slightly different alternative. I think we should talk about snow and ice, but I'm ready with an omnibus motion for adjustments to the departments. I would take friendly amendments, but just to get the discussion started, because I think that effectively the places where the bargaining increases are the biggest hits are the big four, and those are, at least police, fire, and DPW are effectively bottom line budgets. So I prefer to try to solve the priority problems that they articulated and let them figure out how to absorb the increases.
The only thing is, police and fire are bottom line this year, correct?
Correct.
Their line item budgets.
We went back to line item?
Yes.
Just this year.
And why did we do that?
It was only in place for 1 year.
But it's in order to clearly indicate from a salary and wages perspective where funding was going. This year was opposed to the bottom line in past years. But then, that's an item for discussion.
Mm. Yes, it is.
Kevin, you have a question?
The selectmen had agreed to have a bottom line budget for the police and fire for one fiscal year, and then went to 2 fiscal years.
Don't know.
But, they really feel that
That's
they
the
want to
X factor.
have the line items back into the budgets, similar to the way it's been before, so that they, have a much better understanding as the budget season goes on, especially if reductions have to be made. So they would strongly suggest that FY 12 would be a line item budget for both of these departments.
Just so I'm clear, so the budget increases, or the salary increases that we're talking about would be presuming an amount for increases that have not yet been negotiated.
Correct.
Correct.
So we have one department that has negotiated increases within their budget, so which is the schools.
Right.
All the other departments do not have any negotiated increases in those departments at all.
Mhm.
So you can either say that's fine, those other departments have to absorb that 2% and we kind of move forward.
Or whatever it is.
Or whatever that is. As we've kind of gone through, there are a lot of those departments that's going to be a significant issue in absorbing, those amounts. So it becomes a question: if you fund the $255,000 on the town side as a set aside, or however you lay that out, from a fairness perspective, you have to look at the school's budget in that same vein, and agree whatever you're doing on one side, you must do on the other.
Right.
So that's that's kind of where we,
Right.
to Tom's point, we have to kind of agree to that position, and then whatever's left, we move forward.
Have we had any feedback on what the impact on the negotiations would be if we presume a number? I guess we could speculate on that, but.
I mean, we have a number, and I'll have Kevin comment on it in a second. We have a number from the town administrator and the selectmen of a 2%, which kind of equivalents what was negotiated across the school, the school side. And in general, from past practice, what one large union has gone for, the others can fall in line from. But Kevin, I don't know if you want to just, is that fair to say? That
Yes.
Hank?
Is that Blue Hill number solid yet?
No.
No.
So it could be higher.
Could be higher, it could be lower.
Do we have a time frame for that?
They just had their budget meeting on Tuesday, which I couldn't make to get there, so I would expect we'll have the number from them in the next week or two. But that one is largely dependent on the number of students that went and where they are from their budget. Last year, they eliminated capital program. I suspect that that's coming back on, so that may offset. If there is a reduction in the number of students, I suspect they'll be adding the capital program back this year.
I have a question for the schools before they leave. Mary? Mary? Question? What's the cost of the 2% collective bargaining increase?
You know, Glenn and I were just discussing that. Let me call Matt and just check our number before we give it to you.
Okay.
Just collective bargaining or everybody?
Just collective bargaining.
So, to take the snow and ice and reserve fund set aside together, because that essentially is the free cash number, because that's that's really our only means for this budget to cover, adding back to the reserve fund to cover the litigation bills through this year, as well as funding snow and ice. We were originally looking at about 250,000 to add back to the reserve fund, so the balance at that point would be the snow and ice. That'd be 318. We also have Joe suggesting that balance is actually about 450. I'm not sure that 150 is enough from an add back perspective. So we have a funding issue there in finding that additional revenue out of this year's budgets to cover that gap.
Question?
Yep.
I guess question or comment. And keep in mind, the snow and ice, I mean, it's nice to deal with it in this budget to the degree we can, but it can be carried forward.
Right, that was gonna be my question. We don't have to address it, right?
And the other thing is too, we don't want to get caught in the trap that we got caught in a couple of years ago. You can't do a set aside because it doesn't work. We can not spend the money, and that will be the correct, and let free cash stay there. Then they can use free cash on the tax recap to basically fund the snow and ice deficit, as well as whatever other revenue they can find.
Right.
They just have to name revenue in next year's tax recap. Am I correct on that?
So yes, I mean, at this point, it's understanding what, I'd rather have it in here from a line item,
I agree.
because it removes the dollar amount from what we have from a
Right.
revenue perspective.
Absolutely.
Which is this exercise, as opposed to being that dollar amount in a line, in the warrant article.
Absolutely. So I guess what I'm saying is that I'm not too concerned with it not being 450.
Okay.
Because they do have flexibility and I think we have been pretty conservative in our revenue estimates. So I've got a feeling that could be another 150 here someplace, 200,000 someplace.
And Tom, to your point earlier, that 450 isn't a bill. Much of that is within our own house.
Yeah, to the extent it's personnel, then, yeah, there's personnel budget, I think, covers it.
So, I mean, that bill would actually be, 300.
Yeah.
Just
So-
throw it out a number.
Yeah, and so I think it's okay for that particular section of the, the revenue expenditure washout to agree that, it's 250 on the reserve fund allocation. Everything else needs to just wash through at that point, if that makes sense.
It does.
So, come back on to we're waiting on the school number. From a,
Can we start with the revenues?
Yes.
Because you may have changed the revenue, and
Sure.
I just want to understand how we do on our 7.5%, whether it's off of the yellow column now, or whether it's still
no,
off of the...
it's off of column E. So, to kind of go back through, we adjusted motor vehicle excise down.
Yeah.
We then did 7.5% of the total the total state aid number. So that's the Chapter 17 number plus the all general, 7.5% of that. So that's 673,884.
Now, and I guess we're not talking huge numbers, but would it make more sense to have that 7.5% come off of 7.5% off the governor's proposal as opposed to 7.5% of some number that's just our estimate?
Well, the 7.5.
It's 13 grand less. That's
Well,
all.
the 7.5% is off of last year's Chapter 7, off last year's state aid. So, the governor's budget is essentially 2.5% off last year's.
Right,
It's down
I
as
guess
less.
what I'm saying though is now we do have the governor's budget, and we certainly can use that as a starting point to say, well, how much wrong do we think the governor's budget is, as opposed to, how much wrong do we think our original FY12 estimate was, which was just based upon FY11.
I think you net out at the same place, because you're
It's about 13 grand difference.
Yeah, you're doing, the governor's budget is about 2%, was about 2% down. So you'd have to add back to the same dollar amount to get to 7.5. So you'd end up in the same place. Because his 2% is off of last
Yeah, I know you're
year's
saying
budget.
if you start again back at the level dollar FY11 number and go 7.5%, obviously going to be the same place. I'm saying, should we be going off the governor's estimate and saying we think that it's a 7.5? And no matter what we do, it's arbitrary anyways. I mean, it's just a number, but so I guess
Well,
I don't care that much. I just
Yeah.
So, what is your point that it should be off the
the 7.5% should be off the governor's, because that's the most solid number we have in this round.
That would be,
And we
that
know
would be
it's
fine.
5, we're saying we think it's more like 5% anyways. But let's be conservative and go 7.5%. And again, I'm really only talking pennies because it's only $13,000.
So you're saying it should be off the 2.5 rather than 2.7, or
It should be off the
3.2
it should
rather
be
than
off
3.4?
The 3.2 rather than 3.4.
Well, seven.
No, I mean it should be off the current year's cherry sheet as it stands.
Right, and that's where the 7.5% is coming from, is the current year's cherry sheet.
I didn't think it was.
Yeah. So column D, which is the state final, that's the current year's cherry sheets. So those are just mapped through in column E, and we take 7.5%.
Well, I mean, by
off.
current year, I mean the FY12 cherry sheet that we have at this point. Not final, obviously, it's just the governor's estimate.
Right, so, I mean, the governor's estimate is 2% off last year of 11's, of the current year's final.
Right.
So if you are then making that to 7.5, you're taking an additional 5.5. So you're at the same point as starting at final fiscal 11 and taking 7.5% from it. You end up in the same place.
No, I end up $13,000 to the good because I'm taking 7.5% of the governor's number, which is lower than the, I mean, which is, yeah, which is lower than the FY. The governor's cherry sheet was reduced, or the governor's proposal is less than the FY11 cherry sheet. So if you take 7.5% of the governor's number, it's $13,000 less, that's all.
So we end up with less revenue than 13,000.
No, you wind up with more, if you use the, because we only wind up reducing it by 660,000 instead of 673,000. Because
the governor's taking off 178,500.
Right, so the
Less than
governor's-
last year.
The FY12 cherry sheet as it stands right now from the governor is 8,806,000 as
Correct.
opposed to 8,985,000. So if you take 7.5% of 8,806,000 and reduce it, it's a smaller number, but smaller reduction.
That's but that's,
It's less than 7.5% of current cherry sheet, yeah,
but it's effectively,
about 13 grand.
right, but that's 7.5 plus whatever the governor's deducted as well. So that takes you below the current 11. The governor's already less. So it's actually substantial.
Oh, I hear what you're saying.
So it's more of a decrease.
Yeah. Actually, okay, you're right, it is. It is, yeah, okay.
Okay, glad we got that worked out.
I'm glad my arithmetic stood up to that one. So to come back to salaries and wages, did we have the number, Glenn?
All right. First up, your schools all in, everybody's salary is between 25 and 26 million, but that includes everyone, all sources. You're talking negotiated salary, are you talking everybody, or are you talking unionized? Unit A, which is the teachers, is the major union, is about 20 million in salaries, give or take 10 to 20,000. So you figure 1% of Unit A is about $200,000. Because 1% of the whole, everybody from the superintendent on down to, lunch aid is more like 250,000. That's the negotiate, that's excluding any steps and lanes or anything like that. That's just a flat percent of salary.
So it's 250K for every 1%, give or take.
For every 1% for, everybody, unionized, non-unionized, whatever.
So it's about $500,000.
So about $500,000.
About $500,000. Yeah, again, excluding any steps and lanes or anything like that, the steps and lanes bring it up.
Yeah.
But if you need a ballpark, that's either 200,000, you're talking just unionized, 250, you're talking.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we have two sets of numbers at this point. Bring everyone back here. So we have the schools absorbing about $500,000 in wage increases that have negotiated. The departments have already accounted for steps and lanes in their budgets, so I think 500,000 is a good number to work with. So we have 500,000 on the school side. We've got 255,000 on the town side. If you're applying the same logic across across both sides. So that would give you, give or take 755,000 that you would add back across those departments if you were making that.
It does.
Yes.
It does.
Yeah. 255 is everybody on the town side.
Is the plan to spend?
So that's the question in front of the committee, is how you want to go about handling that piece. If you're applying 2% on the town side, you need to apply it on the school side as well. If you're not, that's a different discussion. Gene?
How much money is there to divvy up, if you want to call it that? There's salaries, there's wish list, and there's
So-
probably another stabilization or something like that.
So if you applied, we've got about just over $1 million above level dollar. That includes what we were talking about as far as the 0.5% to the stabilization funds. So that's inclusive of that. We'll have that conversation as well as to whether we want to go through that, whether the 0.5% is the right number, and so forth. So that's inclusive of adding back about 400,000 to the stabilization fund. So we're taking out 8. We're going to be add back 4. So that's kind of that piece. So that would, if we applied 755,000 out, the million, you'd have about 250,000 to deal with add backs across all of the departments. Tom?
To put it in perspective, if we fund $755,000 worth of salary set-asides, then we, based upon what we have for now excess money, we could add back the $404,000 of teacher positions and nothing else, and we'd use the whole $1.1 million we have.
Well, wouldn't that be part of that 500?
Yeah.
Because the 500, if
No, it's not
Because
part
the
of
500 is just for salary.
The
It's
500
not for
is the
anything
pay
else.
increase.
no, I'm saying that's what they've already incorporated in their budget. So they've already taken it. If we're talking about a fairness argument, and we're talking about now is saying, okay, what we want to do is match what you've already done, and that would be that 500,000. We would hope that that 500,000 would go back
Right, no,
to
you're right.
take care of that the first 10 to 12 things listed on that sheet. That's what it is.
Right, but essentially,
That's what I'm saying.
it leaves about 400,000 over and above.
Right,
There's
and
about
that's the-
$400,000 over and above that. That's
Right.
basically what we.
And then we're talking about using that to go and see if
However
we
you
can take
want.
care of some other people's wish lists outside of the 2% for everybody except for the school, and then so that's what we're talking
Are we talking about that?
No,
about. No, that's what I'm asking. I'm saying, is that how it lines up?
No, that's not what we're talking
I'm
about.
saying, is that,
That's not.
That's not the model that treats everyone fairly. If we say that we're going to fund the increases on the town side,
right,
and the schools have already done that, then to make the equation equal, we have to take care of the money that they spent to fund their collective bargaining increases, which is about 500,000.
okay, which opens up 500,000 extra in their existing budget. That's what I'm saying, so we would hope that.
But let me keep going. So now we've got the equation equal on both sides. Now they've said, we have these other priorities. And the department heads have said, we have these other priorities. So then we go about solving the school's priorities and the department head's priorities.
That's in addition to the 2%
That's
increase.
in addition, right.
And it's
That's
about
not-
400 grand.
Because we're
Right.
saying to the department heads, we're gonna solve your 2% increase problem and give you money for priorities. So we gotta do the same for the school.
Well, I mean, but that's kind of level off on the difference of what was in there. That's what I'm thinking. So if there are other issues that they've had over and above the,
Donnell, each department has their own
Right, yeah.
challenges and wish lists, right?
Right.
But each department also has a 2%
Well, I'm saying.
increase that they want.
No, understand.
Or need.
No, I say I understand that, but what I'm saying is the school's wish list or needs, or what they're cutting, whatever, right now is in a total of 1.5.
Just move this along.
No, I'm saying that's what they had on the.
So that, darn
I'd like to make a motion.
If you look at everything they put down on the one, it's about 1.5. 700 plus thousand in non-personnel related money, and then they had about 700,000 of personnel, cuts and things of that nature. If we say we're gonna fund their increases, all right, that puts an additional $500,000 available to them in their existing budget, the way that they wouldn't have had if we didn't do this. So
When you
when
say
we
you're
go,
gonna fund the
when
increases, so we're funding increases for not only the town, but the schools, so.
right, that's
the
that's
numbers have to be,
no, I'm saying that's seven.
the
That's
numbers have to be the same, so that's
that's fine. Now
500
we have
and 250. Is that what
right.
you're
So now,
talking?
yeah. So I said now
So
we have
700 for everybody.
right. So now we
Okay.
have 400,000, in which to either address some of their existing additional issues plus some issues across the town. I mean, that's what I said. That's what I meant. Now, honestly, I say that to me sounds
I think that's
addressing all the
I
fears.
think we're vociferously agreeing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, you're saying, no, it's not that. I just want to make sure we're on the same. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right.
Make a motion, I'd like to
we're
make a
on the same
motion
page.
to add $255,289,000, and I'll detail it out later, to the town side for budgets for salary set aside, and $500,000 to the schools to cover their 2% increase.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made and seconded to add 255,289 to wage set-asides for town departments not currently negotiated, and 500,000 to the schools line item. Any discussion?
I just have a
Jean.
question. Has anybody kept a total, a running total of the wish list amount?
Yeah, I don't know right here.
What is it?
I've got it coming up to, okay, the schools are,
That's it.
538,000.
789.
In total, it's $802,000.
I mean, for all the departments, not just the
Well,
school.
For all the departments.
For all the, 800, what was that, Tom, sorry?
802,000.
802, thanks. So kind of.
That includes the GASB 45 study and a principal clerk.
So kind of is, we give everybody the salaries, or we give everybody the wish list? Well, I mean,
It's gonna.
we can't give everybody the wish list if we give everybody the salaries.
There's gonna be about $400,000. After you get rid of the salaries, there's gonna be about $400,000 left over.
Does that include the revenue that, does that include revenue that we don't know about yet? And when I say that, I mean our restaurant revenue. Is that number somewhere in there?
The revenue number is a revenue number at this point.
Yeah, so I think the.
But that's not, that wasn't the question I asked though, Tom.
We
The question I asked was, is there unknown revenue, unforeseen revenue that we can anticipate coming into our system?
Not that's gonna do us any good from a budgetary standpoint.
Is that correct?
Yeah, so from the meals tax numbers, essentially for all of those local receipts, they're estimates.
Yeah.
Those may come in higher or lower during the course of the year. So you try and estimate them as low as possible, given that you've got no real control over what those come in at. So at the moment the meals tax we're holding about 60, that may be 80, that may be 100, that may be 120, it may be 140.
So we do have a number of 60 that we have
We have 60 we're holding for that.
Okay.
So, and, we will have the March numbers in by the beginning of somewhere middle of April.
So that 60 is in there now?
That 60 is already in there, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm trying to follow the arithmetic. How does that leave us with $400,000?
Well, I'm saying this, I think we got about
Yeah.
I calculated 1,139,000 of.
So I had included the 20. I'd included the 20,000 for GASB in the accountant's
And I've
budget.
got that on my wish list.
Yeah.
So
And
I was having 1,139,409 of additional excess revenue.
Did you knock down at the assessors to 99,500?
Hold on, guys.
No, that's my wish list reduction.
Oh, before we start adding anything else back in, since that's really what I wanted the focus of the discussion to be. Let's do this sequentially. So right now, we're talking about adjustments for the schools and the town
Correct.
collective bargaining.
And that's the motion that's on the table.
What's the total amount of that?
755,289.
Okay, how does that leave us $400,000 out of $1
Because
million?
before we started, when we started the day, when you just put in the new revenue number that we just came out with the 7.5% decrease, we have $1,139,410 of excess revenue. Minus 700,000, minus that 700 and whatever it was, thousand, yeah.
755.
Well, yours is different because you added things in. Mine's closer to 400, but then you gotta, but, you know, I've got things on the wish list that Ewan has already plugged in.
All right.
So we're about, for this, we've got about 326 left over after you do those two wage pieces. Is there any further discussion on the motion of applying 500,000 to schools and 255,289 to departments? Mike?
So is the idea, if we fund the salary increases, and this is really to Tom, because this is Tom's motion, is the idea if we fund the salary increases, then we'll take that remaining 326 or 400, whatever that number is, and then apportion it in a pro rata way across the departments, or apportion it based on specific need across departments? Is that the?
Well, it's up to the committee how the.
No, I understand.
300 or 400, depending on which it is and how we go with it. But, yeah, my idea would be then not proportionately, then we deal with everything else on its merits, and say we have $400,000 to deal with, and or whatever that number is, and look down department by department and see what we can correct.
But that's our next discussion.
Right. Any further discussion on the motion? Cheryl?
Just a question, clarification. The difference between the line item and the bottom line budget, so if this is voted this way, do those town departments have to use the money towards this negotiations that are underway?
So once they're in, if of that 255,289, that would go against salary and wage lines of those departments, because that's where the money would be allocated. The 500,000 on the schools budget is there. It's a bottom line budget. They would have 500,000 added to their total. However they use that money is however they use it.
Right.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so that's that one done with. So now we have a remainder to apportion.
Could we
Yes,
just
Tom.
could we take the 20 and those various things back out, so we,
So
those things we probably should vote still, I think.
Well, the Board of Assessors number, that corrects their budget line, because he had 104,000 in his
Right, I understand.
budget, and that's the actual.
Yeah, I understand, yeah, so, but we could also deal with that just as a budget correction, vote to take it out and move it around, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, it's.
No, I think you're right. We've got to vote each thing we add in, because I think this is the harder discussion now, because we've got less money to.
So we can start where we originally
priorities.
were and bring those forward as items for discussion.
Right.
And clearly, we're gonna reduce the assessors by $5,000 or whatever the number is.
Right. So if you want to take the central business office first. So you have the Board of Assessors. They were up 104,000. The difference between their actual is 4,975 would be the reduction in that budget, given they have an actual of 99,500 for their for the valuation.
Okay.
So, we want to take that one first? That's fine.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to reduce the assessors budget by $4,009, what was it, $995? $975, and add it to the central business office. For right now, for lack of anything better, the gas be 45 cents.
Okay, so we have a motion to reduce the Board of Assessors budget. Can we do it actually as just one? Because that way we can deal with the central
that's
business
fine.
office as one,
Sure.
as one number.
All right, just
So-
make a motion to reduce the assessors budget by, request by $4,975.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded to reduce the Board of Assessors by $4,975. Made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, abstentions?
Okay, I've got a motion on the schools.
Okay.
I move that we increase the schools budget by $106,907.
By how much?
$106,907.
Okay, so we have a motion to increase the schools
In
budget.
reference.
Sorry, yep.
Did he say 7-0 or
I'm sorry?
Was it- what was the
106,907, right?
$106,907.
Okay, so we have a motion to increase the schools by 106,907. Do we have a second? Second, okay, discussion. Hank, then Mike, then Leroy,
So Leroy, I'm just trying to understand what your rationale is.
That's all 3 questions.
For the number.
My rationale is adding back in the English and French reading teachers at the elementary level.
Wait, so as opposed to, so you,
Taking their number one priority.
they're only the number one priority.
Well, we have a lot less money to use it.
Mike?
What was the amount that we voted for the schools on the salary increase?
500,000.
500 even?
Yep.
500 even. Okay. So, I would just offer a friendly amendment, Leroy, to up your number from 106,907 to 137,307.
And what are you adding in?
The rationale is that's the difference between 500,000 and their
See, that's
Total.
included in there.
the total amount.
You know, 106 is in there already.
I might
If
be
you-
more specific.
Well, no, I'm not saying on top of, I'm saying an aggregate amount. Not, I don't want to add 137
He
to
wants to do the
106.
difference.
Yeah, whatever the difference is between 106, to make the number
Yeah, no, I'm not saying,
137.
but that the initial 106 is in that top 12 already.
Right,
So you're adding back the, what would be perceived the difference between the 500 and the top 12 anyway. If that's that's the number I'm looking at. So and it's hard because it is a bottom line budget, and we assume if
I'm not following the friendly amendment.
Well, let me try to make it clear. The school's request for add-ins was 537,307.
In total, right?
In total. They received as a part of the increase in the salary increase 500,000. So I would like to make up the difference between the 500 and the 537. So rather than the increase be 106,907, I would offer that the increase should be 137,307.
For a
So it's a
total number of
difference-
537.
No, a total number of 137,307. So what
Should
I'm
be
asking is, will you take an amendment to add 19?
But just to be just to be clear on what I'm doing, I'm adding 106,907 to the 500,000 for a total of 606,907.
606 now.
it's above
Correct.
that 500.
already there.
But then
Yeah, the 500's there. You already did
Right.
voted that in.
Right.
Yeah, he's
And
just
I would,
saying
and
add
I
an
would say
additional
make it
37,000.
637,307,
Yeah.
that's all.
That's, he's
It's,
just saying.
the only addition is $29,000.
Except, so we end up with 637 now?
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
That's exactly right. Sorry for the.
Absolutely accept that
All
amendment.
right, sorry, I apologize for the confusion.
So we have a friendly amendment that changes that to 137,307.
Correct.
Okay. Well, it's not that much.
That'll make some sense.
I understood
Don't know.
What's the 26? I'm 29 or
Right,
whatever it is.
So.
Where's that that's what I'm trying to figure out where that came from.
The school's request for add-on was 537,307.
Right.
Okay, so the schools received, as part of the salary increase, 500,000.
Right.
Right? And so Leroy has said that he wants to add in 106,907.
Which is a line item 1 in their priority sheet.
Right.
Right. So then, either you, if you want to give them back.
Actually, you're absolutely right there now.
That's what I'm saying.
You're absolutely right.
So, and that would have been my question. To
Leroy.
No, because I was saying even like even with Leroy.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
I didn't understand it, but it was more money, so I said, sure.
No, you're absolutely right.
So my thing is, I don't mind, like I said, trust me, I don't mind giving more money to the school committee, but I kind of want to like have it make a step, because even with, you know, and my question was on Leroy's amendment. If you look at that, one, the extra 106, 907 is also in that priority. See, I was gonna put an amendment to make sure we make up that difference as well, but it was to the tune of about 40, you know, the 40. So,
Can I just clarify with the schools, because I think this will help this whole discussion.
Yeah, so.
The 500,000 that was given to you a moment ago is part of the 537 that you are looking for. It would do that. So any additional money is above the 537, or is swallows that, and it moves you into the level 2 priority numbers.
Right. Yeah. So exactly. So I'm saying with that, I'm figuring they're getting taken care of. So.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So we have
a vote.
We
had a motion. We had
so
a friendly amendment. The friendly amendment was accepted.
Yep. So we have a motion on the table that increases the schools by 137,307, which would effectively be the remainder of their level 1 priority list plus items out of their level 2 priority that would make up the difference. So we have a motion on the table for that. Any further discussion? No.
I'm in favor of it, because if you look at the next items on that list, you know, you're talking a speech therapist, occupational therapist, preschool reorg, they're all important items. So I'm in favor of Leroy's and Mike's friendly amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Sorry, Darnell?
I will get a total on something real quick. 1 second.
What's the total on that? 137?
137,307 is being added. So essentially, you're looking at however that number is broken out between those level 2, because at this point, the schools would determine how they will break that number up. There isn't a lot of point in picking and choosing what those positions are, because they're going to be within 137,307.
It's $3,000 off of the next 3.
Correct. So, but again, the schools will determine how they spend that
But we're
money.
talking in
Yep.
the same language.
So, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay.
Okay, that's all I was
We got
asking.
there, but it was
Yeah,
my confusion.
Circular logic. Substantial circular logic, but we got there, right?
I want to make sure that we're talking the same language.
Okay, can we next take the central business office? So we have the estimate of 20,000 for the GASB 45, which may or may not be high at this point. From a personal position, I think 20 is probably high. It makes sense to me about 15 to provide enough. I think the question with 10 is if the, given that the management letter was specific that the previous survey did not cover in enough detail, that the 10 was probably not enough to make sure that the detail is done. That 15 would kind of split the difference between those two. So I'll take Tom and then Leroy.
My motion would be for 10. The reason being is, I mean, I've seen now about 50 or 60 of them, maybe even more than that, coming in at $4,000 to $5,000. These are on smaller organizations that tend to have 400 or 500 employees, but all the information that they need, because I know these actual firms that do it, they get it 100% right from Group Insurance Commission. It comes over via a disk. It plugs into their program and then it goes poof. And basically, there's almost nothing they have to do. And they're doing them for about $4 grand. You know, it'd be more expensive here. It's a competitive market out there for people doing it. So essentially, it is. Yeah, I say 10 grand's plenty. And if it winds up being 15, then we'll just take it out of the reserve fund. But I don't see any point in.
So,
Leroy?
Mr. Hurley, are you making a motion or
I'll make a
talking
motion
about
for 10.
making a motion?
Okay, so we have
Yeah,
a
10
motion.
grand,
We have a motion on the
Second.
floor that's been seconded to add 10,000 to Central Business Office to cover GASB 45 actuarial study. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, abstentions? 10,000 it is. Okay, so we have just under 200,000 left over at this point. Yes, Mr. Warren.
I move that we increase the police budget by $50,000.
Okay, so we have a motion to increase the police budget by $50,000. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so a motion made and seconded to increase the police budget by 50,000. Discussion. Would you like to explain your increase?
That's the officer the police the chief asked for.
Okay, so that would be to add one officer. Mr. Murn.
I just added, the fire chief, I wasn't here for his presentation. I don't know if he talked about his staffing.
He did in when he had met with us twice before. Any further discussion on adding 50,000 on the police budget? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, abstentions?
What do we have?
Yeah, can we do a total?
You have 149,545 left. Yes, Cheryl.
I make a motion
Yes, you can.
to add 12,000 to the Council on Aging budget.
Second.
Okay, so a motion made and seconded to add 12,000 to Council on Aging budget.
Can I make a friendly amendment on that? That I agree with the 12,000 added to the Council on Aging, that it be added as not a salary line item, but added as a contractual service line item, because there was a practical problem with putting it in a salary line item that it's just not gonna work.
So
And
where
then the
are you
source of that
suggesting
fund
putting
would
it?
Come out of the insurance.
So where are you suggesting putting it?
Separate line.
So there, if
So
if
can
I'm,
we make that as
if
a
I'm
friendly
understanding
amendment?
so we have a friendly amendment that would add the 12,000 as a separate line
Separate
item.
line, not part of the salary budget, and that, at the same time, we reduce the group insurance by 12,000.
Do you accept
Okay.
that amendment?
Yes, I
Okay,
accept
so we
that.
have a friendly amendment made and seconded. Further discussion? Yep, Jean.
If the 12,000 reduces the group insurance, then does
It's neutral. There's no,
does it reduce this, we have 138,
yeah, it's neutral for that, because
so it's not going to affect this?
won't affect that.
Okay.
So, and just to review the practical issues, I think that from a comment perspective, as it would be in the warrant, would be that this would be for this year, given the issue that the Council on Aging is in, that putting it as a separate line item for that outreach worker allows that to be funded, but not within salary and not within the grant. The council on aging will need to resolve that issue in a year. That this would not be a mechanism that, rather than it being in the salary item, which would then be a substantial cut the following year, it's a line item cut in that 13 budget.
I didn't understand that.
So if the practical issue with the council on aging budget is the existing outreach worker is funded at 10 hours in personnel section of the bylaws at 10 hours. That can't be increased. So we can't add 12,000 to her salary line because you can't increase that number of hours. This would give her the ability to ensure that there was a 30-hour service through fiscal 2012.
Got that.
Council on Aging would then need to go to the Personnel Board to either add an additional body in the on the personnel bylaw at 10 hours, because that's essentially the cut is an additional outreach worker, or actually two. One is at the 20 hours, one's at 20 and 10, and the other is at 10. This would allow them to either have the Personnel Board agree that there should be another body at 10 hours, which would then need to be added to the bylaw, or that would be a cut in the 13 budget.
Okay. That's not part of the motion, but I get it.
It's the net effect of the motion. So, any further further discussion? Don't know.
I actually want to ask Kevin if that's possible to do that. To put it the way we want to put it in here, if there's any. Kevin, the way we're discussing this, do you foresee any issues with the way it's being presented? Put it in there as a contractual obligation for Council of Aging, and then putting a debited line into the existing insurance. Do you foresee an issue with that going forward, or for a year or whatever? So it's not recurring. It's not recurring. It's just for 1 year.
For FY12, yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine, if that's what you want to do.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure, so that we don't come back and have to redo this all over again.
Well, it might be recurring. If the issue's not resolved next year, we might have the same
You
problem.
just have to vote on it.
Right.
Okay, so any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, abstentions? Okay, Council on Aging.
You're gonna do a debit there?
That was neutral,
Sorry?
though.
It's neutral.
Oh, I thought he had to take the money from the trust.
Yeah,
Don't you have to take the money from the trust?
from the insurance line item.
Yeah, the group insurance
Right.
trust.
Any question while you're at that line item?
Yes.
There was a question posed to town administrator about being able to take some money from that line item, right, and add it back to revenue, I think, which was one of your questions, saying. Is that something that we would look at after we go through and get down to the end here?
Yeah, essentially it wouldn't add it to revenue, it would just reduce the expenditure side.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
Okay, so we have about 149,000. Okay, so I'll take Mo, then Leroy, then John.
I'll make an amendment to the town treasurer's budget to add $400 in postage
Okay.
to that budget.
We have a motion made. Do we have a second?
Second.
The motion made and seconded to add 400,000. Substantial. To add $400 to the treasurer collector postage line item. Any discussion? Tom?
I don't have a problem with the $400, although realize that what he's actually spending is $8,000 more than what's in there. I mean, yeah, $400 one way or another doesn't do much.
I mean, it's what he stated his need every time he's been in front of us, is he needs more postage. I mean, if you want to increase that amount, I'd be willing to hear a friendly amendment, but he's asked for more postage every time he's been in front of us.
Right, I guess the question is, how does he fund thousand that he's actually spending now.
A lot of it, he was using, I think there was some sharing of postal.
That was only $1,000, $500. So, if you look at his budget.
Well, this morning he asked for $1,300 more for those. 1,300 more.
He spent $25,000 in 2010. He's budgeted $18,000 this year.
Yeah, I believe it was about 1,500 he was looking for.
Hmm?
Was it about 1,500 he was looking for?
1,300.
I'll take a friendly amendment. But I don't want to make it.
Yeah, I mean, friendly amendment to make that $1,300.
I'd accept that.
Okay, so we have a friendly amendment to add $1,300 to the treasurer collector postage line item. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions?
Mr. Secretary, are you keeping track of these votes?
We got
Oh, you delegated? That's nice.
We got something going on.
Okay, so you've got 148, Leroy.
I have a motion to increase the fire department budget by $40,000.
Okay, so we have a motion to increase the fire department by $40,000. Do we have a second?
Is that the number
I said $40,000.
Okay, we have a motion made and seconded to increase fire by $40,000. Discussion. Do you want to explain your $40,000?
He asked for $40,000 more in new equipment. He said he thought that would be his priority if we had additional funds available.
Gene?
Maybe I wrote it wrong, but I have here 16,000 equipment for.
That's his
That's
existing 20,000 line item.
Okay, so it's
That's in the budget now, but he said
Thank you.
he'd like 40,000 more.
Hank?
He also indicated that there was a position that he may or may not want to fill.
Right.
Going forward based upon
Right.
what was decided long-term.
Right. So this gives him flexibility.
But he didn't put a number around that
He
position.
didn't. He
Right.
didn't.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is,
Any-
are we putting this to a specific line item, or we just,
At the moment,
at just to the bottom line of
at
his
the moment,
budget?
it's going to the bottom line. He will get the opportunity to adjust it accordingly. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Mo?
We have a-
I'd like to increase the Parks Department budget by $5,000 towards their cost of the $12,000 fence that they requested. It seemed to be that it is unforeseen, but that they do have, they have other funding sources to cover up the rest of it. That's why I'd rather not cover the whole fence for them.
Second.
So we have a motion made and seconded to add 5,000 to the Parks Department. Any further discussion? Seeing none?
I'm sorry.
Cheryl.
Just, where are we with our running total?
108,000.
Okay, thank you.
You'd be 103 after this motion.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Were you voting in favor?
I was
No,
in
no,
favor.
we're
I
in
was
favor.
in favor.
We're delayed in
Just a little
favor.
behind the times.
Okay, John. So,
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to increase the library budget by 28,000.
Okay, so we have a motion to increase the library budget by 28,000. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion made and seconded for the library budget, 28,000. Discussion.
Did that include the Sunday opening?
Saturday openings
Saturday
in the
opening.
summer and
5,200.
5,200, which is required
For the
for
collections.
materials,
Right.
and the additional 13,000
The
for
collection.
materials.
I could see the material stuff. I didn't think, as long as they've gotten along without the Saturdays, I didn't think this was the year to put it back in, for what it's worth.
Leroy?
John, friendly amendment. So this is a landmark day. Gene actually said something I don't agree with. That's never happened in the last 2 years.
All right, Leroy, I'm gonna remember this.
Friendly amendment, John, that we increase the library budget by 30,000. the delta between their level dollar budget and their requested, Tom, was 30,000.
Okay, I accept that.
Okay, so we have,
Can I just get a running total then? What would that mean for what's left? I'm sorry.
that would leave about 70,000. Okay, so we have a motion with a friendly amendment to increase the library budget by 30,000. Is there any further discussion, Tom?
Yeah, I guess I don't have a problem with it. I mean, basically, he's asked for 15,000 in his wish list, 5,000 for these collections, and 10,000 for the Saturday openings, which I have no problem with. I do have a problem at this point, though, going with more than that until we.
More than what?
More than 15,000 until we visit the rest of the departmental requests, because there still are more.
You're back to his budget, you?
He also
Yes.
Because he's got sources to pay for the rest of that stuff.
He's got-
It's just, you know,
Yeah, go to the narrative.
He also
Narrative
said
pages.
15,000 for collections and 3,000 for anticipated to the cost.
right, but
Some
when he got
Saturday-
to talk to us, he didn't.
He didn't, no, I
He didn't bring it up.
But he
It-
brought this up in the.
Right, but those are being funded. I mean, he has things other than the town budget to fund his collection.
So this is the library narrative for the additional requests. So there was total of 23,717, which was improved service, which covered the summer Saturdays, additional materials, and then an additional 3,200, which covered additional hours and fuel and electrical costs, which made up the balance of the 32,000.
You paid 5,200.
Yep, and then there's the, right, plus the 5,200 above last year. So it's, you know, we have that additional, you know, motion on the table right now is 30.
Right.
So is there any further discussion on that 30? No?
Along Tom's lines, I don't know if you made a friendly amendment to that, Tom, or not.
No, I'm sure that wouldn't be accepted as a friendly amendment, so I did not agree on the friendly amendment.
That would be an unfriendly
I cannot speak on
amendment.
that, put it that way.
I'd make an unfriendly amendment saying that would be $15,361, which would cover his two top priorities, which he restated today were his top two. I don't think we're funding any departments all of their wish list, and they have other sources of funding to get to the bottom of that wish list. So I would say that we should be.
Just so you're clear, if his motion is 28,000 and you propose 15, that's not a friendly amendment.
I said unfriendly.
He said unfriendly.
Unfriendly
Qualified.
$15,361, which would bring his collections up to the state minimum required budget level and open on the Saturdays that he requested.
You can accept that as a friendly amendment if you want to.
Right.
Well, no, I don't think I'll accept that. Why don't we vote on,
Okay.
because we already have one friendly amendment, right?
This is an unfriendly amendment.
Yeah, we're voting on
So the amendment,
30.
the motion on the table is to add 30,000 to the library budget. See no further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to increase the library budget by $15,361 for the purposes of the collection and their Saturdays.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion made and seconded to increase the library by $15,361. Any discussion? Cheryl?
Would you consider a friendly amendment to add 3,278, which is the anticipated utility cost increases?
I'd rather not, no.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I just need 1 second
Yes,
to
Carol.
keep track of all of this.
Yep. So 15361.
15361.
15361. That was made by Mo. Seconded by Tom.
Any further discussion?
Friendly was made, not accepted.
Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. We have 8784 left over. Kevin, before I take
The committee
Tom.
wants to, at some point in time, this GASB 45 issue has to be discussed, and, some communities are starting to put funds into this account. Right now, I think we're about $8 million that we're supposed to apply for this fiscal year, and I think it was $6 million last year. I don't know if the warrant committee wants to start looking at putting some funding in there, because we will be going out bonding at some point in time for the wind turbine, and then most likely at some point in time for the firehouses and your DPW yards. So something for consideration, call.
Doesn't it take a home rule petition though to find? There's no mechanism.
Well, there's no mechanism right now. I would suggest you could put it into one of the stabilization accounts with the understanding that, at some point you open up an account and then plug that money in to start the process.
Tom?
Other motions? DPW, I'd like to make a motion to add $25,000 DPW budget for call system.
Okay, so we have a motion made to add 25,000 to the DPW for a call system. Is that seconded? Second. Discussion. Mike, Mo, Darnell, Cheryl.
So it seems to me, from what Mr. Lynch mentioned, we're going to be funding in the budget that he presented 9 additional positions. Positions more than are being utilized right now. And I think what he said was that, in response to Cheryl's question, is that he'd be able to provide level service by only adding 5 of those positions.
I think what he said was level service at a service that is woefully not performing.
But that's not what I...
That's what he said. That's what he meant.
Well,
that's what he said, actually.
It's not quite what I understood. I understood that he said he could provide level service, but...
No, but the level of service he's now providing,
Right.
which is woefully inadequate.
Right, but I
Right,
guess
but
I'm...
he'd have 5 additional positions
Than he has today.
than he has today,
Right.
as
Well,
opposed to 9.
it's the same number of positions, they're just not filled.
They're not
To be-
filled, right, exactly.
To be clear, he's not adding 5 positions above his current complement of 30.
There'll be 5 additional people working that
Correct.
are working now. And he's asking that 9 additional people be working that are working now.
Correct.
And that's funded in that budget. And that number is approximately $160,000. And so my question is whether that budget is $160,000 heavy as opposed to $25,000 to $30,000 light. And so I'd oppose Tom's motion and then consider making a motion to actually reduce that budget. But my question to you, Ewan, is whether that's a bottom line budget or whether that's a line item budget.
It is line item.
Line item.
No?
So, Mike, I'm thinking along the same lines. I'm all in favor of the increased efficiency with the software. Having discussions, with him seems to make a lot of sense. Help him run his side of the business. And as we've done with other departments, I would like it so that it's the way it's written, that money specifically goes to the purchase of that software and nowhere else within his budget, so that we know what we're getting. But conversely, I think we should be reducing the personnel budget, and I was going to make an amendment before that actually came up to reduce it by $80,000. Because I think, we can say they're funded, but it's been over a year. It's not been a couple of months. It's been over a year that these folks haven't been in there. So I would say $80,000, that's 2 $40,000 jobs. That allows him to fill 7 of the positions. It's a major increase in personnel.
I want to take discussion on the specific motion first, and then we'll discuss the the salary lines.
Okay.
Any other discussion on Tom's motion? So Darnell and then Jean.
Tom's motion to,
Add
oh,
25,000.
Darnell first. How long have I had my hand up, Tom? Go ahead.
I have a problem with the motion itself, and the reason I have a problem with it, it stems back to the question I asked them before about that 25,000, does it cover the software and the hardware needs attributed for that system? It doesn't attribute the hardware. He never really brought up how much that additional hardware, what he's going to run the software on, is going to cost. So I don't even know if we're there yet, as far as being ready for this new call system with the GPS tracking or whatever else.
As I heard,
And that's what my...
As I heard it, the software would implement a good portion of what he needed. It would not put the GPSs in the trucks so that they could track the trucks, and that's what he was talking about, the hardware more so than anything else. That the system would run on the existing hardware he has, except for the global tracking.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about global time. I'm just talking
That's
about
what-
the
I think that's
physical
what he
box.
was
No,
talking
I was talking about the physical box that he's planning on running this stuff through. I didn't have an idea if it was there. That's what I was asking up. If it was software and hardware, because when you have software like this, you're gonna have additional hardware you need additional hardware in place to run the phone system, to tie into what you're doing. It's not just, hey, I can plug it in my computer like QuickBooks or something. It's a different type of.
His estimate did not include the equipment to run the software on, which would be an additional expense that would have to be either borne by that department or by the IT department.
Okay. Yeah, and again, I heard it as to put the global tracking of the trucks, he didn't include that.
That was in the.
He can't run the software without the hardware, though. He needs something to place it on.
I think that, the issue I have with adding the money, adding the 25,000 at this point is, I think it's at this point it's too nebulous as far as what the actual number is, what the right modules are. I think I would rather see him complete negotiations with the unions, because to add the GPS tracking, that's going to be a collective bargaining issue to add that through. I would rather that the entirety be part of that discussion, so that he have that discussion with the unions, get that agreement, and then come back with the appropriate request for the system. Because I think while a partial will help, I think I would rather see the full term.
So can we make sure?
In the interest of just moving this discussion forward, I'd be willing to withdraw the motion.
Okay, then.
Withdrawn. Okay, I believe we have looking to have a discussion as far as the salary wage line items of DPW. Kevin.
Before that discussion, I listened to the DPW director. It's true that he hasn't filled those positions, but the funds for those positions were used for overtime costs, and I think he was very clear that his department has not been servicing the needs of this community at a level that he felt was even close to acceptable. So to then go back now and consider cutting his budget in light of all the other department budgets, in the light of the need he has, I just ask you to really consider that option. It's not like because the positions weren't filled, it's not like the monies for the position weren't being used. We're just going to overtime. You're putting people out on additional cost, costing the town more money to still keep a service that's still underfunded. The staffing would give him the opportunity to control his overtime and to maximize the use of the staffing that he would then have in place under his reorganization.
Gene.
As I remember, I was kind of going along with what you guys were recommending today before we had him in. But he convinced me by his plan that although he didn't have the employees for a couple of years, at least, or 1 year, or more than 1 year, that his services were, greatly diminished by the fact that he couldn't have teams of people who would take care of the jobs. Remember, he said, going around different parts of the neighborhood and that, but then he convinced me, but I'm not an engineer or, I use my common sense. So somebody else can convince me along your lines, but I'm not convinced yet.
Darnell and Mike?
Gene, if they said common sense was common, it would be we'd all be rich. But you're right. I think what we overlook is that money, one, is being spent, like Kevin just said, on overtime and actually probably filling in or bringing people in and contracting stuff out that we normally could have done in-house. So I don't see a whole bunch of give back on the balance sheets at the end of his fiscal year saying, oh, he's giving back $80,000 unspent. So that money is definitely going into the running and support of that department. So I know it's cool to say, oh, he's got these big vacancies out there, but the work still got to get done. He also talked with us about having people who were out on disability and everything else, which he got basically zero production out of, which now that he's got them off the book, now we can get some people in here who can basically supply some actual physical labor in the town that's needed. And again, we've been very fortunate, I think, only to have a couple of disability acts. And I guess, he talked about that today, that he only had, when he talked with us last time, he didn't have one. Now we already got somebody hurt with this snow. So I say, when we stop playing around with the personnel levels in a position that's very labor intensive like that, I think we're asking ourselves, are we going to get hit with something worse in long term? That's the big question I have, because it's not like money's coming back. I see a whole lot of money coming back year after year, then I would agree with you. He's paying to get that work done somehow, somewhere.
Okay, Mike, Leroy, then Hank.
Yeah, I guess the question is, do you need an increase of 9 over what you had last year? And that's the question, or whether an increase of 5 is enough to keep you at an adequate level of service.
It wasn't
It
9.
wasn't 9 though. It was.
The 9 happened, a lot of the 9 happened this year, not.
No, 6 happened since last year. That's what I heard. 6 since last year, and then 3.
Do you have last year's budget?
Yeah,
It was 6 last year.
But it's not the same individuals,
Six, yeah.
because it's, as his positions were filled, other ones opened up. So it's not the same, the argument that he's got 9 positions that are entirely the same positions for the last year is not an accurate statement. There are 3 positions that were long-term workers' comp. So those individuals have been on the books, we've been paying them from a workers' comp perspective, but they have not been working for 3 years. So each one, and the work that they would have done has been paid for as being either overtime costs or their, your reduction of service at that point. The remaining positions have been ones that either have opened up due to retirements and people moving positions within that, or people leaving. So that's kind of where from the 9 positions, it's not an accurate statement that they've all been sitting there vacant.
Well, no, I don't think anyone made that statement. I think the idea is there were 9 positions that weren't performing, right? 6 of them at least for a year, as I understood what he said, and then 3 for a shorter period of time. So the question is, do you need 9 additional positions to be performing in this budget, or do you need somewhat less? Right? I mean, I'm not arguing that you're moving around. To me, it's a zero sum. There are 9 additional positions. Do you need 9 additional positions under this budget? That's the only question.
Okay.
And I thought I heard him say that if he had 5 additional positions, that he would be able to keep the crews up to the level he needed to, and he would be able to provide an adequate level of service.
Okay, can I take Hank, and then I know that Kevin and Anne Marie's got a question. Sorry, Leroy first.
Leroy, you're first.
I'm up?
Yes, sorry.
Reach before beauty. Thank you very much. I don't think we would even be having this discussion if two important questions were answered more effectively. One was, and is, what was the impact of not having these positions filled? And the second was, what or why did it take so long? And it doesn't really matter whether they're the same positions or different positions. Why did it take so long to get the positions filled? I don't think we got good answers to either of those questions, so I think that's why we're having this discussion. And I agree it's a concern. That being said, I don't think we're reducing positions in any other department, so I don't think it's fair to come back to a department manager who has effectively funded these positions in his level dollar budget and say, we're going to reduce those positions. I don't think that's the right judgment. But I think Joe should get a very strong message that he needs to fill the positions and get it done, because it's raising some serious questions about whether he needs them. And in any budgeting environment, that's a legitimate question. If they've been vacant for 3 months, 6 months, do we really need the positions? It's a legitimate question.
Okay, just before you, Emery, did you have a?
Oh, well, I was just gonna kind of break down the 9 positions. 3 of those positions were workers' comp injuries, so you couldn't fill those, but like you had said, we were paying for those. One of those positions was retirement in administration, the draftsman, and the 5 were the labor positions. And 2 of those 5 were retirements as well. So, I mean, they're all justified. I mean, he really does need all of these positions. And with his new reorg plan, all of these positions fit into that. And he should be able to run smoothly.
Hank?
I have to say, it gives me pause that we're allowing one department to hire, for whatever reason, 9 new positions, and that's how it's gonna look to the taxpayers. It may not be that, it may be something different, and I'll grant you that, but we're talking about one department in the town of Milton receiving 9 effectively new employees for either through promotion, or transfer, or however, and you're making the argument they're not new positions, but as an outsider to this process, as a taxpayer, if I were to hear this, I'm just being honest with you, if I were to hear that there were 9 new positions being created,
Well, the schools will probably hire 30 people next year.
it would give me pause.
You know, 40 people next year.
I've never heard
For
of that.
retirements and everything else, the schools and you know.
9 new positions, gives me pause. That's my point.
Well, I'm making the same point back. The schools will probably hire 30 people this year.
Are they?
Will they be
I don't know, are they?
Probably will.
And retirement resignations.
Sure, there's always turnover.
There's always training.
But these were 9 vacant positions. These aren't not.
Well,
These are not.
they are turnover, it's just they're taking a long time to fill.
Are they all turnover?
Yes, they're all turnover. They were filled at one time.
And they've been sitting for over a year.
Workman's comp.
So you
Two
can-
are still workman's comp.
Right.
Yeah.
And the other 6?
The other 6,
3 of them were retirements.
3 were retirements.
And 3 were vacant too.
And 3 vacants, and he was using some of those vacancies to cover his budget for 10 and for 11. They're not new positions. I just think, there's not, the organizational chart is not going up by 9 positions. It is still flat. It's just that under he was developing a reorganizational plan, and he's now plugged in. I'm sure he probably presented that to you, during your meeting with him. And he's just looking to operate it under that level. And he's very clear today to say that, he felt that the DPW was operating less than what he felt would be addressing the needs of the citizens. I think if you ask the citizens, they'd probably agree with you that, the DPW, needs to address certain areas where he's been unable to do it before because of staff.
So, Carolyn?
Kevin, can you explain why it takes so long to fill these positions?
Some of them are civil service positions, and some of them, we got into a discussion with the union about, and again, some of these, when there's a change, the conditions of employment, and they have to be bound in. And like I said, they have a new union leadership, and this new union leadership is sought to bring in an attorney, so that creates a whole other delay process.
So it's not a delay on his
No.
end.
He would have filled them, if he could most department heads, when the vacancies come in, they try to fill them right away. But there are extenuating circumstances, most of which are out of his control or other department heads' control, that you have to go through a process. I just want to be clear, it's not 9 positions. And I understand what, you know, it appears that way. It really does appear that way, and I can appreciate that, but it's flat line. There's no additional staff.
So, Mo?
I get the concept that there are positions unfilled that we funded, and that eventually to get to his reorg, and, you know, he seems to be a good leader. You know, he comes across as a very effective guy, and you know, I'd like to support his reorg plan because it's his vision. The question I have is, if all these positions are filled, there's an obvious reduction in overtime, because that's one of the effects of the unfilled positions is an increase in overtime. What I can't see is how much overtime we've spent and how much overtime we would save with these positions filled.
So from when he was in, I think the first time, the overtime numbers are basically being fed by, you know, his overtime budget, which I think is about 300,000 if I remember rightly, plus the salaries of those other positions. So all of those together are covering the whole unemployment side. So as you fill those positions, you're left with the normal unemployment number, or the unemployment, sorry, overtime number of, you know, of that 300,000 that covers sick and you know, anytime somebody's not available.
So it's a wash.
Yeah. Cheryl.
But I thought, you know, at that
Then
meeting,
Darna.
I asked him specifically what savings could be from overtime and from outside contractors, and he really didn't offer up what those savings could be. He hadn't identified for us that there was savings that were being offset. Does somebody recall differently?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Excellent. Yeah, because remember during that meeting, and actually that was like, when he first came in, it was right around one of the biggest storms. He was talking about the amount of contractors that he had to actually bring in to do work around the town and everything was greatly increased because he didn't have the physical bodies to turn over and put to these tasks. So when it came to shoveling this, you know, came to plowing streets, dropping salt, or doing just other things in and around town, since he didn't have the physical bodies to do that, he had to contract that out. So he not only had an increase in overtime, or excessive increase of overtime in that department, which he was explaining, he also had a high increase in the number of contractors.
The contractors would be a very easy item for him to itemize for us. I paid XYZ to all these six different
like
contractors.
I said, that's how he explained what was going on, and it actually, if you look at it, if we don't have the physical bodies here to plow the streets, we're gonna have to hire.
Why wouldn't that come out of the
additional
snow and ice budget, though, I guess is what I understand
Well,
what you're
it's
saying.
no, it would
The
come,
only thing that's not on ice
it's
budget is the salt.
salt.
Right.
That's all.
Not the plowing.
Not with
Snow,
the,
the snow and ice budget is gone after the salt's paid for.
Before you start.
Before you start, he said, what is it, 80,000, 90,000 just to fill up the salt house once? That
The
was
snow
it.
and ice budget's $150,000.
So the 300 and whatever it is, 14.
It's all on top of it.
On top of it.
All on top of just for salt.
So, the
I'm
snow and ice,
just trying to say,
right, so
yeah,
the
that's
snow and,
just salt.
the snow and ice budget is $150,000.
Yep.
That just covers the salt at the beginning of the year.
Yep.
Everything after that, you're running about, if I remember correctly, somewhere about 60,000 per storm in paying contractor fees, depending on when the storm hits. If it's during the day, more of it is on the DPW staff to do plowing.
7,900 an inch, you said.
Everything else is, if it's in the, you know, if it's at night, that's all contract. So, and all of that is on top, you know, adds on top of the 150,000. And the reason you take 150,000 is because snow and ice is an impossible one to predict. Whatever you choose for snow and ice has to be carried forward. So if we set it at 200,000 this year, next year it can't be any lower than 200,000. It almost must be the previous year or higher. And you don't want to go too high, because then if you have a year that doesn't have any snow, that money's not expended. So I want to kind of move us along as we're kind of running at 4 o'clock. I think the only other piece I would say on this particular discussion is, if you're arguing that because a position is unfilled in the DPW yard, in the DPW, we should cut that number out. You could apply the same across the fire department. You apply the same logic across the police department, because they've got open vacancies. If we're not doing that, we're not being fair across departments, and that's a problem.
Well, I think it's a question of need, and I don't think, I think the fire department chief and the police chief have been clear that they have needs, that they're over and above that amount. It wasn't clear to me from Mr. Lynch that need was over and above, that need was there. And so the question is, does he need 9 additional labor people? And that doesn't include the 1 additional administrative person. Does he need 9 additional labor people?
No, it's actually 6.
Labor, and it's not positions, it's actually just people doing the work. Or does he need something less than that? And, you know, maybe he needs every one of those positions to keep the level of service. But it sounded to me, when Cheryl asked him the question, that if he had 5 of them, then he'd be able to provide a level of service, an adequate level of service, so.
Can I suggest that we have the DPW director in at our next meeting to answer that question, rather than reducing his line item this afternoon to get that answer? We would have that ability to reduce that at a future date, if the committee so desires, so we can move this along a little right.
Is there a motion on the floor?
There's no motion on the floor.
Just discussion.
Well, let's move on.
Okay. So, we still have about 87,000 of.
We haven't done anything with the principal clerk and central business office yet, right?
That was my question.
Correct, we have not.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion, was it 30,000 is needed? Is that the number I heard?
It's
38.
Yeah,
No, 30.
it would be
It's 30.
Anne Marie said it was 38.
The question.
We're talking about the principal clerk and central business office. I heard number 30,000 originally.
It was a desk clerk, right?
38.
38?
Okay. Make a motion to $38,000 to add to the salary line item.
Okay, we have a motion made to add, motion made and seconded to add 38,000 to the central business office for the principal clerk salary line. So before I get to you, Darnell, would it be 38,000 would need to be added, given that you have 1 position that's dropping and adding up? Is it not somewhere in the middle?
No, that's a difference.
Because you have an $80,000 position right, that's moving to the DPW that would be changing.
Probably 25.
Sounds better.
Okay. So do we have can I make a friendly amendment to make that 25,000 to the central business office? Okay, so we have a motion made and seconded to add 25,000 to the central business office to fund the principal clerk's position. Discussion, Cheryl.
Yes, when the salary position is added, does a comparable line item need to be added for benefits somewhere else in the budget?
No.
So health insurance is included in the 25,000, et cetera?
No.
Somebody says yes, somebody says no.
No, the health insurance.
I understand.
Yeah, the health insurance doesn't get included, but
So, but health insurance costs for the town will go up when we add staff, right?
Yes, it will, as will, payroll taxes and everything else that.
But we don't
are
account
in
for that in the budgeting?
There's enough, there's enough of a cushion within those other budgets to absorb that. Presumably.
no.
We've obviously heard a lot of good argument to help this department. What exactly are we adding? Like, how many hours are we adding?
It's
It's a full time.
37.5.
Got it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions?
We down to now?
62,000. Darnell.
I want to make a general motion to add. See, that number is going to be $10,000 to the IT department for equipment needs, and being a new department right now, and the needs in that department are actually changing. There's a lot of things that need to be done. Actually, there should have been a generator figured out in there, and a couple other things. But there's a hardware issue going on right now that we're gonna need to fill coming that, and he also is running for.
Okay, can I see if we got a second, then we can
Okay.
go to discussion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made and seconded to add 10,000 to the IT budget for equipment. You were saying?
Yeah, that's and it's not even fully funded what he had spoke about between when he met with us down in one of our committee meetings, and I actually think he talked about like probably about $14,000 difference or whatever he has right now. But there are hardware issues and stuff in that department that are going unmet, and there's also some additional software things that he's going to be doing throughout the year that I don't think we have a real handle on what those costs are going to be.
Okay.
But I do think that, for a new department with new responsibilities being constantly put into place, to have that on hand and be able to do that without having to come back to, us again, is something that we definitely do for that department.
Hank?
I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree, but I'm not really sure what impact, if any, $10,000 is going to have to that department. Given the current cost of servers, which are anywhere from $10,000 to $12,000 to $15,000 for one server, and it's certainly not going to buy both hardware and software with $10,000. So if you're trying to address a hardware issue, I think you need to come up with a bigger number. If you want to address the software issue, maybe the 10 grand will help, but $10,000 is not going to really make any sort of significant dent to overall hardware issue.
Well, he's already got
He's got money in there already.
So he says he's not using it for that, though, is what I heard him say today. He's using it to pay for his software.
No, the software's a separate line item.
But he said he was stealing, unless I misunderstood him.
So
He said
what
he
he
was
what he
taking
moved,
money from
yes,
his
what he
hardware account.
he moved in order to meet his level dollar budget. He moved money out of his hardware line item, which covers replacement server costs, and more normally during the year is replacing of desktops around the workstations around town. So for most of those are I think he's got rid of all the Windows 98s. He still has some Windows 2000 machines, a lot of XP, and trying to move those forward. So he's moved, in order to balance his budget, he moved about $14,000 out of equipment into his contractual line items for the software and for networking.
Right.
So this moves about 10,000 of that back in
To the 37.
to the 37.
Okay.
So, do we have any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, we have about 52,000. I make a motion to add 500 to the Board of Health vehicle reimbursement line item to cover the cost of ensuring that the Board of Health can meet their requirements with the appropriate level of delivery for services that they will not deliver currently. So it's made and seconded. Question, discussion.
Just a friendly amendment, I had in my notes that he requested $600 for that
600?
purpose.
I thought it was 5.
Sort of.
Let me double check. 'Cause I think it was to bring it back up to his line item. Yeah, I thought it was about, was 400 to bring him up to close to the 6.
Sorry, I guess I wrote it down.
Well,
Okay.
it was, 600 was his last 11 years.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Withdraw the friendly amendment.
What was my motion again? 5?
5.
Confusing me. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions?
I was still trying to figure out what's going on there.
We're adding 500 to the Board of Health.
Yeah, I got that, but he was at, he had 250, he was at 600 this year. So why did we add 500?
When we met with him at our meeting, that was what he asked. If we were adding money back, that's what he was asking for, was about 500.
Okay.
Cover the vehicle allowance.
I'm out. Abstain.
No.
What's the remaining total?
52,000.
I'll make a motion to raise the stabilization fund by $52,000.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion made and seconded to add 52,000. You looking for the balance?
$52,384 to the stabilization fund.
So a motion made to add 52,384 to the stabilization fund.
I'll second that.
And we have a second. Discussion. Kevin and then Cheryl.
Not about the motion, but I just, I don't know if the warrant committee thought about the fire study and the holiday celebration.
We haven't discussed as a committee yet those specific articles. So I suspect, if I'm understanding Mr. Mitchell's motion, it's a parking lot to balance the budget today, if I'm correct.
That's correct.
Who seconded that?
I did. John did.
John did. Okay. Any further discussion? Leroy.
I understand the spirit of what Mo's trying to do, but I'm not in favor because I think that unemployment is significantly underfunded, so I'm going to vote against this motion.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? We are at a level dollar budget. Which will no doubt change.
So can you email this to us?
Yes, it will all come out in email. Thank you, everyone, for a very hard day. I'll send out the budgets, the revised spreadsheet to everyone tonight. As we go forward the next several weeks until we get to the point at which we're going to the warrant going to press, these numbers will almost certainly change as the revenue picture changes. So we'll go from there. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? We're adjourned.
Slow vote over there.
Mike, go home to your baby.